not ready to go yet, okay? I'm not ready. You gotta wait. I got shit to do. I'm in the middle of something, all right? Just hold on.
Watch your mouth or don't come in here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, people, come on, we're adults here.
You know what? What is the point?
Yeah, we're adults here. I got a fucking Burger King fucking thing on my head. We're all fucking adults here, guys. People, in my chat, 2 words. What are they? 2 words. Let me see the chat flood. Let me see the chat flood. 2 words. Okay, next caller. Please. Let's get into the meat and potatoes, which translate in American to dick and balls.
I got flip-flops. These are my flip-flops. Yeah, I really like my flip-flops because I can put them on. Because look, watch me put them on. I can put them on all by myself. Watch me put them on. Look, are you watching? Look, these are my flip-flops.
Thanksgiving Day. I remember it clearly. It was Thanksgiving Day. I was inserting myself in somebody else's fucking business as a cash grab, and you know. This channel is harsh reality. Karen Yak se jodió la sucia vida. Amen.
This is Jonathan Lee Riches. I have cheeseburgers. I'm gonna put cheese on them. I'm gonna make sure that I have my hamburgers because I'm a big boy now and I can make the hamburgers. My mom lets me use the stove now.
And I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. Like they had evidence to back up everything they said. And I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like this can't, no, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, cops and just like soccer moms and shit. Like that's what made it even crazier. Like,
yeah, get it, Betty. Yeah,
did you have a close relationship with your mom?
Get it, Betty.
Oh, of course, I still do.
Yeah.
My older sister was kind of sad. She was more of the prissy girl. Like
that is the best shit fucking
shopping for the
ever.
dresses with mommy. I was the, tomboy that liked playing with the kids.
Shout out to Cherry for just being just easily the most faithful and loyal supporter that I've ever had. That someone could have that tenacity with loyalty. And I'm really blessed to have someone like Cherry be part of this channel and in my life. So it means a lot. And yes, I named him after Mr. T and Rocky. Say, woman. Say, woman. Say, woman. Since your old man ain't got no heart, why don't you come down to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man. Oh my God, I'm so in love with this little dude. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this one up. I love you guys very, 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 very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Oh, say bye. Say bye. Oh, I love you too. Give me a kiss. Oh, I love you. Bye, guys.
Karen
good morning, people. Happy Monday, if there is such a thing. I mean, this is a happy Monday. This is a happy Monday. We're gonna get to hear from one of these Arca dudes, I think. I hope so. Which, yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, considering what David Yannetti said Friday, they expect to wrap this thing up by tomorrow. Good morning, Liz Reed. Good morning to all of you. Good morning, Cherry. I'm glad you all are here. This is I'm expecting. What's interesting is this is one of those things, man, where I wish I could see the jury's faces, man. I wish I could see the jury for these last couple of days, because they're definitely they're I mean, after hearing Dr. Russell's testimony, I feel like this is just going to get very interesting to them. I gotta be honest, I don't feel in the slightest bit that they are in any way, shape, or form swayed by the prosecution, like at all. So I find that to be interesting. It's funny because when I was there in the courthouse, when I was there in the courtroom, I did not get the impression, even within minutes of being in there the first time, that there was even a chance of a unanimous guilty verdict, which it would have to be a unanimous guilty verdict. That's just never going to happen. So this is going to be interesting. Now, some interesting stuff happened last night. You know,
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. 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 I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad. I think.
Jace Esquire, thank you so much. Drain the Canton Swamp. Yes, I absolutely agree. Man, look, and thank you so much, Jace. So as I understand it, Turtle Boy and his girlfriend went to Canton to do what Turtle Boy does, which is basically there was the issue where Trooper Paul was saying that there was, I think it was Trooper Paul, was saying that there was an incline and a decline in a street near the waterfall, somewhere in between the waterfall and the and 34 Fairview, and this is why, or no, it wasn't him. It was Guarino. Yeah, it was Guarino, because he does the tech. So, yep. See, thank you guys, appreciate it. I just realized it, simply because he was the one handling the Apple Health data, if you want to call it that, handling it anyway. So he went to go check it out and test the theory. Which is really an easy fix. It just makes sense that he would do that. That's just something that you would expect Turtle Boy to do, because this is basically how he's gotten all of the information that we are all aware of. That we can thank him for why this is so public and why we are all privy to a lot of the information in regards to why Karen Reed is factually innocent. So, and this is undeniable. But the problem with that is in doing so, it's not just proving that Karen Reed didn't do it. What that does is it puts eyes on the very people who absolutely could have. Someone in this group of people had to have done this. There's just no other way around that. And some of these people, and we're going to go over this probably around lunch because I have a lot of thoughts on this. I watched this last night going, what? But apparently, so while they're in Canton, Turtle Boy and his girlfriend decide they're hungry. They go to CF McCarthy's to get food. And while they're in CF McCarthy's, Juliana Nagel, the blob whisperer, was there, and she decided to start filming Turtle Boy. Turtle Boy, apparently, he's like, whatever, I film people, I don't care. It's fine. So they the troll accounts kill me. So I don't think I did. No, Cherry. I don't think I did. No, I didn't. Oh, wait. Yeah, I did. Dr. Duck, thank you. Play the songs in honor of cottage cheese fails. I don't know which songs those are, Dr. Duck, but okay. I mean, we'll look into that. So once they eat, they come outside. CF McCarthy's is right by D&E Pizza. Turns out that all your favorite players from D&E are there. And it was a shit show. It was an absolute shit show. And Turtle Boy was assaulted twice. Technically, his girlfriend was too, because one dude just like touched her for whatever reason. Like, why you think you could just touch someone, even, you know, in a painless manner. You're still invading someone's space. They don't want you to touch them, so you don't get to touch people. And so this dude does this, and then, you know, there's a whole lot of bullshit, just a lot of rude bullshit going on. And a lot of really trying to antagonize Turtle Boy. They were doing everything they could to get him locked up again, is what they were doing. But Turtle Boy kept his cool. And then Jill Daniels shows up, Jen McCabe's sister, and she assaults Turtle Boy as well. So you have this Jim Ferris dude who assaults Turtle Boy, and then this Jill Daniels lady shows up and then assaults him again. And nobody got put in handcuffs and taken away that I'm aware of. It's all on video, you know. And you know what's really fucked up about that is, in theory, you would think, if you didn't know anything about this stuff, you would think, well, I'm surprised that one of them didn't get taken away. But then I'm actually shockingly surprised that Turtle Boy didn't get taken away. That's how fucked up this all is.
The Superior Court, now sitting in Dedham within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth.
Thank you guys for
versus Karen
becoming
Reed.
members.
All right. Good morning, Council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Thank you, Captain Skid Marks.
I need to ask you those 3 questions. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Defense calls Dr. Frank Sheridan.
Hey.
Dr. Frank Sheridan, folks.
From the voir dire. Those are exhibits from the voir dire.
This way. Just watch your step for me.
Yeah.
Remain standing and basic work.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and the jury in the case now and here ensure the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Buzzy, for truth.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask you to, when you testify, sir, please speak into the microphone if you can, loud and clear.
Very well.
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
Is it working?
Is
It
this
should
thing
be.
on?
All right, thank you.
All right, Ms. Little.
Good morning. Could you state your first name and spell your last name for the record, please?
My first name is Frank, and the last name is Sheridan, Sheridan.
And if you can make sure to keep your voice up just because the air conditioner is very loud.
Yeah, I noticed that. Okay.
Dr. Sheridan, what is your profession?
I'm a physician, and my specialty is forensic pathology and neuropathology, but most of my career has been primarily forensic pathology.
Oh, this is going to be
What do you
interesting.
currently do for a living?
Nothing. I'm retired.
What role or position of employment did you hold before you retired?
Okay, I was the chief medical examiner for San Bernardino County, California, and I was in that position from 1991 until 2017. That's when I retired from that position, but I stayed on a part-time basis for another few years to help out because the office was understaffed. But a few years ago, 2021 or 22, I've lost track of the time, I finally stopped altogether.
Dr. Sheridan, if you could just pull the microphone.
Grizzly ghouls
I'll
from
put
every
myself closer to it,
tube.
I guess. Okay, is that better?
Yes,
And Ms. Little, if we need to, just let us know and we'll turn off the air conditioning.
Your Honor. Describe your educational background for the jury.
Okay, well, I was born and raised in Dublin, Ireland, and I had all my initial education there, including primary school,
Guys
secondary
suck.
school, and
Just
then
saying, just kidding,
pre-medical
just kidding.
school at the university I was at was the University College Dublin, Ireland, which is part of the National University of Ireland system. So I did my pre-med and medical school training there. And I graduated from medical school in 1971. Then after that, I did a one-year rotating internship, as it's called, of medicine, surgery, and some psychiatry as well. That was a requirement for all doctors for licensure. So that's basically my initial education. After, should I go on with my CV or base or not?
Yes. What did you do after medical school to complete your training?
Well, in the years after medical school, I wasn't in training anymore. I was working in Africa, actually, as a medical officer. And that wasn't training, that was a job. And I was there for 3 years in Central Africa. And I was a general medical officer with various duties that included some teaching, but also seeing patients. So I did that for basically 3 years. I then returned to Ireland and I spent the next 2 years, we're now talking about, by the way, the years I'm about to mention are 1976 to 78. So I was back in my home country, Ireland, and I spent those 2 years doing research and lecturing in pharmacology. Pharmacology is the study of drugs and how they act in the body.
Knock it off, Terry.
And I did that back at the same university where I had originally trained for medical school. So then in 1978, I came to the United States, initially to the University of Oregon, and I spent the next almost 3 years doing research there and lecturing in the field of genetics. It was during the time I was there that I decided to do forensic pathology. So starting in 1980, let me think for a second, 1982, I then had to start what's called
I was like, I'm
residency
sick of the
program
living, dude.
in pathology. And the first part of that, the first year of that was in Loma Linda University Medical Center in Southern California. I then had to interrupt my residency training and I had to go and work in family practice for a year this was because I was going through the immigration system of the United States, and they required that people in my position work for a year in family practice in a manpower shortage area, as they designated it, an area where there weren't enough doctors. So I did that in a place called Yucca Valley, Y-U-C-C-A Valley, California. But then after that year, I returned to the residency program and continued it on at Loma Linda University Medical Center. And this training was in what's called anatomic pathology, which in a way you can think of it as general pathology. It involved autopsies, it involved surgical pathology, looking at slides from surgery. It involved a few other things as well. And so I was doing that there at Loma Linda. Then from 86 to 88, I went to Los Angeles County, USC, which stands for University of Southern California. So LA County, USC, as it's generally known, for 2 years of training in neuropathology. Neuropathology being disease and injury of the brain, spinal cord, so forth. So that was from 86 to 88. And then in 1988, I went to the coroner's office, as it was then called. It's now a sheriff coroner's office, but at that time it was a coroner's office. And in San Bernardino, I did my 1 year required training in forensic pathology there. When I finished that year, I stayed on at the same office. And then in 1991, I was appointed chief medical examiner for the county.
We haven't even
As I
gotten to the
mentioned
2000s
earlier,
yet.
I was in that position up until 2017. And I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, which I mentioned before is general pathology in a sense. Also neuropathology, as I mentioned, about the brain and spinal cord primarily. And then finally, forensic pathology.
In other words, Dr. Sheridan, you're triple board certified, is that correct?
I am, yes.
And that's in anatomic pathology, neuropathology, and forensic pathology.
That's correct, yes.
Can you describe any relevant
This dude's like,
positions that you've held?
it ain't none but a thing. You
Yes.
You can keep your voice up. I'm sorry, it's hard to hear back here.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, I still do some teaching, actually. First of all, I'm on the staff of Loma Linda University Medical Center, the place where I did my initial training. And I give lectures on a regular basis there to the pathology residents, like I used to be myself. Then in addition to that, for a long time, for about 20 years actually, up until COVID, I was also giving annual, well, no, actually twice a year, courses on forensics at the University of California, Riverside Extension, as it's called. And I did that for, as I said, essentially 20 years, I think. But that stopped with COVID. So I haven't been doing that since the beginning of COVID epidemic.
Knock it off.
I've also given annual lectures, or not lectures, but courses, 3-day courses, to the California Criminalistic Institute, which is part of the forensic system in California. And then in addition to that, I was associated with another university for a while, but that sort of gradually elapsed. And that's basically it. I give occasional lectures at, well, actually at least once a year at various other places, just individual lectures. I'm a visiting lecturer, in other words, and at community colleges and even high schools, actually. And then I forgot to mention one more thing. For 2 years, I was a visiting professor at a university in China, in what's called Hangzhou, I don't know if I pronounced it correctly even to this day, but Hangzhou, H-A-N-Z-H-O, whatever, H-O-U. It's a big city in China anyway, somewhere. And I was there for 2 years, two different years, I mean, giving courses on forensic pathology.
And Dr. Sheridan, are you a member of any academic or professional societies?
of societies. Yes, I've been a member, although I've let it lapse recently intentionally, but I've been a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners for many years. I'm also a member of the American Academy for the Advancement of Science, and also the American Forensic Institute, or the AAFS, American Academy of Forensic Science. I'm also a member of that.
And have you authored any peer-reviewed articles or publications in the areas of forensic pathology or neuropathology?
Yes, but not recently. When I was working, it was too busy to publish. But yes, I did author a few papers earlier on in my career. One of which it wasn't really neuropathology, but it was urology more than, well, it was actually neuropharmacology. And then I did author another paper on that was related to my forensic pathology work on organ donation, organ and tissue donation for transplantation. Those are the two main ones, but there were a couple of other lesser papers.
Can you describe your duties as the Chief Medical Examiner of San Bernardino County?
Yes, as Chief Medical Examiner, I had some administrative responsibilities. Fortunately, not too many.
Can you imagine how much experience this guy has being San Bernardino County's Chief Medical Examiner?
There was supervising the medical part of the coroner's office. In other words, the autopsy section. And I was supervising other pathologists, but I was also working full-time doing autopsies myself. So I spent most of my time actually performing autopsies. But I did have, as I said, administrative roles and the role of supervising colleagues. And of course, as a medical examiner, as a forensic pathologist, I frequently had to testify in court, rather like I'm doing now. So that was another part of my duty.
And during the course of your professional experience, approximately how many autopsies do you believe you've conducted?
It's between 12 and 13,000. I think it's closer to 13,000.
And have you qualified as an expert in the areas of forensic pathology, neuropathology, and anatomic?
In courts, yes. Yes, well over 400 times.
How many was that?
Over 400.
And did you review materials related to this case in furtherance of coming to an opinion and conclusion about Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
Yes, I did. I reviewed quite a lot of materials.
What did you review?
Okay, I reviewed the autopsy report on this case. Along with that, there was the neuropathology report, which was separate. There was a toxicology report. There were autopsy photographs. These were all of primary importance to me, all these things. Then I also reviewed the complaint in this case, outlining, in other words, the basic details of the case. I reviewed photographs taken at the scene of death of Mr. O'Keefe. Photographs of the vehicle that was allegedly involved in his death, photographs of the decedent himself before the autopsy, while he was at the hospital, at Good Samaritan Hospital. Then there was also some videos of the scene of death. I also saw the death certificate, a document by CERT, S-C-R-T, police reports from Canton Police Department.
So everything?
Am I missing anything out? I don't think so. Yeah.
Like,
Your Honor, permission to publish what's been previously marked as Exhibit 19.
Sure.
Dr. Sheridan, is this one of the photographs that you reviewed in reaching your opinions and conclusions in this case?
Yes, it is.
Could you describe the injuries that you see in this photograph?
These injuries that you're looking at here on the arm are abrasions, which are friction injuries, basically. We classify them under the general category of blunt force injury, but these particular ones
I
are
stand corrected.
Abrasions being where the outer layer of the skin, the epidermis as it's called, has been scraped off. These are friction injuries, essentially.
So these
And
do
based
count
on
as
your
blunt
review of the
force.
information discussed earlier, can you tell, as well as your review of these photographs, can you tell whether these injuries were sustained before or after death?
These injuries were sustained before death. We call them ante-mortem, A-N-T-E, mortem meaning before death. And that's based primarily on their color. And you have to take other things into consideration, but that's the basics of it. If these had been post-mortem, they would have a more yellowish orange color, usually yellow.
In your professional opinion, based on a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, are those injuries consistent with being struck by a vehicle while holding a drinking glass?
Objection.
Sustained.
Melanie Little just went, or Melanie Little, Eliza Little just went for it. Like she just straight up just went for it. Does that look to you like somebody got hit by a car and was holding a glass, bro? Like, I love it. This Dr. Sheridan, man, this guy is he's got his shit together. That's for sure. I mean, that's a lot of, what is it, 13,000? Is that what he said? I mean, dude, can you imagine a guy like that, man? He's probably a dick. You know what I mean? Like he's working, he's doing autopsies and he's administrative. You know what I'm saying? Like he's there and he's digging for a spleen and he's like,
I'm going to take this opportunity to
let me
ask
see
you
that.
again to keep your voice up, please, sir.
I'm doing my
I knew
best.
twit.
My voice is not as strong as it used to be.
I'll be right there.
We'll stop the AC for a while then. We'll stop the air conditioning for a while then. We want to make sure we hear you.
Okay. Okay.
Dr. Sheridan, are these injuries consistent with a motor vehicle accident, in your opinion?
Sustained.
I would say in general, no. I mean,
So that objection was sustained. I think Ms. Little's going to put it to you in a different way.
I'm sorry.
If you could assume for purposes of this question that this individual was involved in a motor vehicle collision as a pedestrian, based on your review of his photographs, are those injuries consistent with having been struck by a vehicle?
Objection.
Sustained. Why don't you come back for a minute?
I mean, why can't she ask that? I mean, is it your opinion? You know, can she, is it the way she's wording it? Because I don't fucking know, man. I'm not a lawyer, you know, but it feels like a real easy question that should be he should be allowed to answer. I mean, you know how many like pedestrian
Dr.
like
Sheridan, how many autopsies have you conducted on individuals who are involved in pedestrian vehicle motor collisions?
Involved in what pedestrian vehicle? Yeah, well over 100.
What other experience do you have in terms of conducting autopsies with individuals who have been involved in motor vehicle collisions?
Well, I mean, if you take motor vehicle accidents in general, they'd be probably nearly a quarter of my total number of autopsies. So in other words, that'd be close to 3,000.
That answers my question.
That's about right.
Over 3,000.
Experience. What is your opinion regarding whether those injuries are consistent with a pedestrian being struck by a motor vehicle?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. You can answer that, Doctor.
Hmm?
Can you answer that?
I can answer it, yes.
So go right ahead.
Okay. Okay, the question was, to be precise, can you just rephrase it? I mean, I said yes, I can answer it, but I can't remember exactly how you phrased it.
Yes, based on your extensive training and experience, what is your opinion regarding whether those injuries are consistent with being struck, with an individual being struck by a vehicle?
There you go.
If you mean struck in that part of the body, on the arm, like
yes.
Directly, I would say no, it doesn't look like that at all. Well, if you're hit by a vehicle, whichever part of your body is hit,
you're going to bruise.
If it's a significant impact at all, you're going to get bruising. And we don't have any bruising here. We just have what I would call linear abrasions without any bruising. So that does not look to me at all remotely like an impact from a motor vehicle.
I love it, dude.
What would you expect to see if an individual's arm arm were struck by the rear of a motor vehicle?
Well, as I just said a second ago, primarily a lot of bruising, and that's what we don't see here. You might see,
We're not
depending
crazy
on the
people.
circumstances, you might see other things like a fracture or fractures, but you would at least expect bruising.
In your professional
we're not
opinion,
crazy,
based
folks.
on your many years of experience, have you conducted any autopsies involving individuals who were involved in any sort of animal attack?
Animal attacks in general, yes, quite a few actually. Well, when I say quite a few, it's not an enormously common event, but I've done probably at least a dozen or so involving deaths where an animal was involved one way or another.
Have you conducted any autopsies in which any individual was attacked by a dog?
Yes, I have a few.
Can you describe that for the jury?
Well, it looks like that.
I'd have to just refresh my memory out of the blue here. But first of all, I had a number of cases, 3 or 4, I think, over the years involving children, was primarily children who were killed by feral dogs.
Wow.
And the dogs attacked the kid and killed them. So I had that a few times. But then I've also had cases where an animal or a dog particularly was involved, but wasn't the actual cause of death, so to speak, but they were involved in something that was happening and left some traces of their activity in the form of bite marks or scratch marks.
In your professional opinion, are those injuries consistent with an animal attack?
Are they consistent with what?
An animal attack.
I would say they are, yes. I'm not 100% sure about this, but my initial reaction when I saw this photograph was that it was probably an animal mark, and most likely I would say a dog.
Woo!
Scrape marks with the paws, and possibly also a bite mark from the teeth as well. Possibly. I'm not 100% sure. I didn't get a chance to analyze it right there on the spot, so to speak. But my basic impression is that these are consistent with marks caused by, say, a dog using his paws or claws, if you want to put it that way, and possibly the teeth as well.
And if there's a pointer up there, would it be possible to direct the jury to the injuries that you're referring to on the screen? There should be a little laser pointer up there.
Yeah, the dog that was rehomed.
It's not there.
Oh.
May I approach your Honor?
Okay.
Using the laser pointer, could you indicate the injuries that you believe you just testified are consistent with?
I love it. He's going to explain.
Actually, in a sense, they're all consistent with scratch marks in the sort of the more generic sense of their, whether it's the paws or the teeth, they're going across the skin rather than going straight into it. So they're all of these marks are generally consistent with, if you want to call them scratch marks. So I don't know if this will work on the screen, but you basically got what looks like there's one pair there with possibly a third one in the middle. There are 2 very clear parallel marks there with another one fainter in the center. Then you have, going closer to the elbow, you've got another 2 or 3, whichever way you look at that. At the elbow itself, you have, that part of the elbow there is what I would think is the most likely candidate here for a bite mark, because it has something of the configuration of the outline of teeth. And then the ones on the forearm are a little bit less obvious, but they're still consistent in general with, I would say, claw marks or maybe from the teeth.
I mean,
Dr. Sheridan, if you assume the decedent was standing with his arm extended in this manner, and he was struck with the rear taillight of a 7,000-pound Lexus only on the arm, such that it spun him around and propelled him 30 feet, do you have an opinion as to whether or not these arm injuries are consistent with that scenario?
Objection.
All right, I'll see you at Psycho.
I mean, dude, there's just no way. I mean, he already said you would have bruising. If his arm is going to get hit that hard by a Lexus, you're going to have bruising. He already said you would have bruising. Like right off the bat, he was like, well, no, I mean, you'd have bruising. So, people, we're not crazy, and we're not stupid. And to hear, like, it's infuriating because we want to be open-minded, and we want, since we're actually searching for the truth, and we want the truth, and we want to, we're critical thinkers, and we want to eliminate things before we draw our own conclusions. And when you have, it's infuriating when you have idiots that take advantage of this and get you second guessing yourself, when common sense simply dictates that of course you're going to have fucking bruising when you get hit by a fucking car. It's going to happen. It's not like it's a no-brainer. So for people to be like, oh, well, no, not necessarily, bullshit. Of course you're going to get bruising. Your bone's going to get bruised probably, but you're going to have superficial bruises at the very least. So, I mean, when a guy with those kind of qualifications sits on the stand and makes it sound like it's common sense, well, yeah. Well, bruising. Of course, you're going to have bruising. So, and then you've got, now you've got him looking at, like, okay, the theory is he almost got that he got hit by an SUV in reverse going 24 miles per hour and hits him in the arm, and only in the arm, causing him to spin, hitting his head on the curb next to the lawn, bouncing him where he goes flying 10 feet. Like, anybody who's entertaining this as a possibility is a fucking idiot. Like, there's no sugarcoating that. You have to be fucking dumb if you are believing anything that's happening as far as the Commonwealth saying they have proof that this is what happened. None of the proof adds up. There's no formula that comes together to meet this theory. It's just plain stupidity. And that's why it's infuriating, is because you have people with professional jobs and titles, people who are in charge of finding this stuff out to get justice for a Boston police officer. And they're saying shit like this, expecting us to believe it. So I wonder what's going on here. Yeah, it sounds like the jury's leaving the courtroom for whatever reason. I don't know. Yeah, you better get that camera up at that. Yeah, this is just bizarre, man. And I'm just like, I'm seriously, I'm people. I gotta be honest with you. I've never ever seen a case like this. I've never been involved in a case anything like this. Um, and I want to take a second to thank Dylan from the alternate corner for having me the other day, as well as um, the Broken Baker for having me as well. I had a great time on that panel. Great conversation with Brandy Churchwell, with Valhalla, with Mark Betterow. Um, it's always fascinating to talk to Mark because he's an attorney and he's passionate. It's not often you get to talk to an attorney on here. There's a few law tubers, and it's always a treat when you get to pick up the brain of an attorney on this platform. But it's even more of a treat. I gotta tell you, like, it's a different kind of a treat when you have an attorney who's this passionate uh, about justice and sees that this is clearly an injustice and offers his insight, and it's incredibly valuable. I'm really grateful for the few times I've gotten to talk to him, and I hope that I get to more. Um, and he doesn't even have a YouTube channel. He would do very well. He would do very well. Um, so but I really enjoy talking to him, and I love everybody that I've gotten to interact with covering this case so far. Considering the circumstances, this has been an incredibly positive experience. Um, and it's very positive because it's just the truth is just barreling its way through. You've got justice as the summit, and the truth is just barreling its way to it, and it's just really fascinating to watch it happen in real time. And it's a blessing. It's a blessing, especially with the people that I've gotten to meet and speak to and interact with, like this guy right here. Microdust says, funny how the British accent just sounds more credible. Yeah, you don't talk to Cherry on a regular basis, so but okay. Oh man, I'm gonna get in trouble. Um but yeah, it's been great. Yeah, I guess I'm saying thank you guys. Now it's not that time yet. We still got a little bit of time here before this case is over. Um but it's important to me that you guys know how grateful I am to you guys. Um and I mean, and I gotta give props to Turtle Boy, uh, Aiden Carney, for everything that he's done and what he's put himself through. Um, last night watching that footage, I was shocked. These were grown-ups. These were grown-ups. I mean, this dude has already gone to jail. This dude has gone to jail. He went to jail for 2 months for supposedly intimidating those people. And all these people did was blatantly, without fear of any consequence whatsoever, antagonize him. It's what I saw. It was insane. This guy went to jail for 2 months for supposedly intimidating those people. And all these people did was antagonize him. It was insane. And nobody got arrested. That he got assaulted twice. Two different people. One premeditatedly showed up, like heard he was there, and then fucking just rolled up, dude. Double parked like a fucking cop answering a call, and got out of the car and just went full Karen in his face. It was insane. And this was after just minutes and minutes of the Alberts just antagonizing him. It's crazy. It was just totally insane.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we.
Brad Blankenship, thank you so much. If there is no bruise, you can't accuse. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, like, dude, it was just a bunch of fucking just goons, dude. Like a total fucking goon squad. Something out of a bad fucking movie, dude. Like early Marky Mark shit is what that looked like. I was like, what the fuck am I watching right now? Okay, you don't think it was best he stay away from there? I'm sorry. I follow the case because of him, but now I see he wants the attention. Why I follow you now? Well, first of all, I'm not the fucking Turtle Boy alternative. Thanks for the super chat, but I got an earful for you for that comment. First of all, I'm not the fucking anti-Turtle Boy. Why the fuck people say shit like I watch you instead of Turtle. What? Why? I watch Turtle Boy. I don't understand. I don't understand that. That makes no sense. Then second of all, why should dude? He's a fucking Massachusetts resident. He didn't fucking kill somebody and cover it up. Why the fuck can't he show up any fucking where he feels like showing up because he wants to eat? Like, are you one of these people who thinks that fucking, don't you think that if she wasn't wearing a tube top and a short skirt, she wouldn't have got raped? I don't want to hear that shit. I don't subscribe to that bullshit ever. Like, the dude has the freedom to be and go wherever the fuck he wants. And the fact of the matter is, in my opinion, he's earned it. And if you watch that video, if you absolutely watch that, if you watch after all of the bullshit happens, there's everybody wants to fucking take pictures with him. They all love him there. They appreciate him there. Those people are fucking hated. Why shouldn't he go there to get something to eat if he wants to? Why shouldn't he go where he's appreciated?
You are unmuted.
And listen, I'm grateful to you guys for watching. I really am. I'm going to keep this real short. But don't ever compare me to Turtle Boy, dude. I haven't done a fraction of the shit that this guy has done for Karen Reed, for the people of Norfolk County, I haven't done a fraction of that shit. Don't ever compare me to Turtle Boy. There is no comparison. I'd run my channel, and I'm
All
glad
right,
you guys
go right
enjoy
ahead,
it.
Miss Little,
but
in a loud voice.
Thank you. And
That's
then
it.
I'll
That's
ask
all
you to
this
also
is.
keep your voice up for this question.
I'll try.
Assume the decedent was standing with his arm outstretched like this and was struck by the rear of an SUV only in his arm at 24 miles per hour. Are the injuries in Exhibit 19 consistent with that scenario?
No, I do not think so.
Can you describe that?
Well, as I think I've already mentioned before, one thing that's not there that should be there, given that idea, that scenario, is there should be bruising, at least bruising, if not perhaps even more than that, but bruising for sure. Secondly, the appearance of these injuries, their pattern, if you want to just call it that, the way they're distributed doesn't seem to fit the idea of the rear of a vehicle being the impacting object.
And at 24 miles per hour, would you expect to see fractures or breaks in the arm?
You could do. There'd be other factors involved as to depending. It would depend on a lot of things, but it's possible. Yeah.
I'd like to direct your attention to the injury that Mr. O'Keefe sustained to his head. Do you recall that injury?
To the head?
To the head.
Yes, yes. Mm-hmm.
Can you describe that injury for the jury?
Well, there were a few minor injuries on the face, but the major injury, and indeed the main cause of death, was an impact to the back of the head, slightly to the right of the midline of the back of the head, and where there was a laceration. A laceration is another type of blunt force trauma, but this is a laceration is where the skin is actually opened up or it's split, so you get bleeding from a laceration. So there was a laceration, as I said, in the back of the scalp, in what's called the occipital area, and beneath that, when the skin was moved away as part of the autopsy, there was extensive bruising, hemorrhage, in other words, in the scalp at that same point. There was a fracture that started at that point in the skull, but traveled all the way forward to the frontal areas of the skull. So you have the impact. The impact site is clear because, as I said, you got the laceration. That's where the impact was. So you have that the impact with the scalp hemorrhage there, and the skull fractures. Then the brain itself it had injuries, significant injuries. First of all, there was bleeding on the surface of the brain, and that's very common in situations like this. But in addition to that, there were extensive bruises. Contusions is the real word, actually, but they are essentially bruises of the brain substance itself, and that they were in several different parts of the brain, including the frontal areas, which are near the forehead, and also the temporal, which are towards the side, more or less. And then there was also hemorrhage deep inside the brain, in the ventricles, which are open areas in the center of the brain. All of these things were described in the neuropathology report, and you can see them in the photographs that were part of the neuropathology report, as well as the autopsy. Because of, as a result of, I should say, the injury to the brain began to swell, and that's what it usually does after major trauma. And as a result of the swelling, you had what's called herniation, where the brain, if you want to think of it this way, the brain is trying to expand, but it can't because the skull is around it. So it begins to put pressure, pushing, especially downwards towards the top of the spinal cord. And eventually, as happened in this case, is quite clear from the photographs, the brain herniated downwards, the brainstem particularly herniated downwards, and this would have been the final straw, so to speak. That's what would lead to respiratory failure and death. So this was a fatal injury for certain.
And what impact would that type of injury have had on the individual after sustaining it?
Yeah, once this injury occurred, once this impact occurred, Mr. O'Keefe would have been unconscious. he would still be capable of breathing for a while until that brain swelling took over and pushed the brainstem down.
Jesus.
But he would immediately from the point of impact, he would have been unconscious for sure.
He have been able to stand up, move, or walk.
No, he would have been unconscious completely.
Wow. Yeah, he's not even.
Do you have any opinion regarding whether that injury is consistent with having been struck on the ground on dirt or grass?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get the question.
I'll rephrase it. That was a poorly worded question. Is that injury consistent with striking dirt or grass?
Like, for example, falling onto grass?
Yes.
No, I don't think so. If there's a fall involved here, and there could be, it would be onto a hard surface. But
I mean, she has to ask.
And as I understand from all the
what about frozen
material I
grass?
reviewed, there was also some
What
snow,
about?
and so that might even cushion the impact even a little bit more.
Oh,
But even without the snow, grass is basically too soft for somebody falling and hitting their
That's
head
what
on
I
it
said.
to get the injuries I've just described.
In addition to focusing on the injuries that were present, what significance do you place on the absence of injuries in conducting an autopsy?
What significance do I put on what?
In addition to focusing on the injuries that are present, what significance do you place on the absence of injuries when conducting an autopsy?
Well, as you put it there, it's a rather general question, but I mean, when you're doing an autopsy, you obviously want to see what is there and what's not, and everything can be relevant, including absent things. Now, in this particular case, there are a number of features of things that are absent that are important. I've already alluded to one, and that is on the arm. If that was an impact from a vehicle, I would expect bruising. But do you want me to continue?
Yes.
Yeah. But if Mr. O'Keefe was struck with, it depends obviously what part of the body is theoretically involved. But if a vehicle hits you, whether it's the back of the vehicle or the front, you're going to have, as long as it's not going extremely slowly, if it's going at any speed at all, any significant speed, it's going to cause at least bruising. And that in this particular case, one of the things that struck me was that there was a distinct absence of bruising on the torso. There was the chest, abdomen, hips, whatever. And also, in most cases that I've ever been involved in where a pedestrian was hit by a vehicle, there are injuries on the legs, including fractures, which are very common.
Wow.
On the legs. So the absence of all of these things in this case, I think, is important.
Have you conducted autopsies involving individuals who were involved in fights or altercations?
Yes, many, many times.
Approximately how many?
Gosh, I have no idea, and it's been a lot. And I've done. I said earlier that between over 12, maybe 13,000 total autopsies. Of those, I'm only giving you estimates here, but over 1,000 would have been homicides. Of those, probably maybe a fifth, or about 200, would have involved blunt force trauma instead of, for example, a firearm or something like that. And in those cases, and of course, yeah, okay, so all of those and other cases involving sharp force, homicides involving sharp force may have evidence of a struggle as well. So it's in the hundreds, yeah.
In your expert medical opinion, are Mr. O'Keefe's injuries consistent with a fight or a physical altercation?
In a general sense, they can be. They could be, yes. He had, I alluded to it just briefly before, but the head injury, the major head injury I've described, but he also had a laceration over his right eyelid. He had some scrape marks on his face. He also had some bruises on the back of his right hand, which that kind of injury on the hands.
Thank you, Solomon
can
Grundy.
be what we call a defensive injury. In other words, an injury that occurs when you're protecting yourself and you're hit hit either with another fist or with a hard object.
There it is.
And you're protecting yourself. So I would say that some of these findings I've just mentioned are consistent with the possibility of a physical altercation. Yes.
I mean, there it is, dude. The bruises on his hands from holding up and protecting himself. I said that last week.
Okay, Mr. Lau?
Thank you. Watch, he's gonna be a dick to this guy. Watch.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Injuries that you were just testifying about with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, they were on his right knee, his right arm, as well as the back right side of his head. Is that correct?
Yes, I forgot to mention the knee, but yes, there were injuries in those places, yes.
And understandable, but this isn't an autopsy you performed yourself, correct?
I did not perform myself, no.
You never saw the body. You're looking at photographs and reports, correct?
Yeah, I'm going by the photographs and the autopsy report, yes.
And contained within the materials that you reviewed, did you ever look at Mr. O'Keefe's medical records from the Good Samaritan?
Look at whose medical records, Mr. O'Keefe's?
Yes.
I looked at the medical records from Good Samaritan Hospital where he was pronounced dead, yes.
Okay, so you did look at those as well?
I did look at those, yeah. I thought I mentioned it earlier. Maybe I forgot.
Now,
well, go the fuck back there, dude. I mean,
with regard
what are you doing
to,
here?
What you reviewed,
You can keep
Mr.
giving me
O'Keefe's
money.
injuries, you saw
That's
no
cool.
Injuries to his left arm, correct?
To his left arm? No, I don't think so. No.
No injuries to his left leg, correct?
No. Mm-hmm.
Injuries to his torso that you saw?
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
And no injuries to the back left side of his head, is that correct as well?
That's correct, yes. Mm-hmm.
Now, you indicated that you observed or reviewed the autopsy reports as well as autopsy photographs and the death certificate, correct?
I did, yes. Mm-hmm.
Now, do you agree with Dr. Scortibello's determination as to the cause
Yeah,
of death being,
guys, insults are $10 super chats minimum. Okay, this $1.99 shit's not going to cut it.
And you reviewed also the neuropathology report by Dr. Stonebridge?
I did, yes. Mm-hmm.
And do you agree or concur with the findings of Dr. Stonebridge contained within that report?
Yes, there were photographs taken during the neuropathology examination, which were independent confirmation for me of the things described in the report. Yes.
Now, with regard to autopsies that you performed in the past, well, let me ask you this first. As far as the injuries that you observed in the photographs to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, they were not the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death, correct?
No, they were not. Mm-hmm.
With regard to autopsies that you performed in the past, in regard to there being some sort of animal involved, as you were testifying before, is it normal to see just injuries related to an animal attack on just one portion of one piece of body?
Yes, in a general way. I mean, as I mentioned, I think when I was answering the question about the cases I've done involving animals, I tried to divide them into two groups because there's an important difference. Some of those cases were cases where the animals were responsible for the death itself. As I said, a bunch of feral dogs in one case, particularly that I remember. Another was a case where it wasn't a whole bunch of them, but there were two dogs, large dogs, and they killed the victims, children. So those individuals had multiple injuries, including deep bite marks that were fatal, particularly in the neck area. But they also had, and I'm stretching my memory a bit because it's a while since
I love how
Lolly's
Lolly's got this guy
have a
talking.
general recollection that in
You're not
at
supposed
least
to
one
do
or-
that.
At least in those cases, I should say, in addition to the fatal injuries, there were also some non-fatal sort of things like paw marks. And I can't remember the distribution though on the body.
Can you remember as far as whether or not these injuries that you observed?
You might as well give him money to insult him.
Fatalities with the dog maul. I'm presuming that those involve injuries to significant and extensive parts of the body. Is that correct?
Yeah, those are the ones where the animals caused the death, yes. Mhm.
So in the other instances that you were talking about, do you recall even whether or not those injuries that you observed were ante-mortem or post-mortem?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last part.
The other ones that you were talking about as far as the other animal attacks that you've seen,
Yeah.
do you recall whether or not the injuries that you observed in those instances were ante-mortem or post-mortem?
Oh, antemortem. Well, actually, in one of the cases that comes to mind, the marks appeared to be post-mortem, and that was this person was actually a homicide victim, and they were lying outdoors, and their own dog. This was according to police, though, who came on the scene. When they arrived, there was a dog that turned out to be the victim's own dog, was pawing at the body, but the person was dead. But in another case that I can think of, the scratch marks from dog paws were ante-mortem. And they were confined to one place only. I'm trying to remember what part of the body. This case.
Yeah, just keep letting this guy give examples of his experience with dog scratches and bites.
Yeah, and this case that I'm thinking of now, the paw marks were limited to just one location. I can't remember exactly where they were, though. Whether it was the leg or the arm, I can't remember.
And that was post-mortem injuries that you're talking about there, correct?
No, in the second case here, they were ante-mortem. So in other words, there's been post-mortem and ante-mortem. Yes.
The injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's arm were to the posterior part of his arm, correct?
Yes, basically the posterior.
No injuries that you observed on the anterior portion or the other side of the right arm, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
No other injuries that you observed consistent with what you're talking about as far as an animal attack on any other part of Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct?
That's correct. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And from what you observed in the reports and the photographs, you can't say definitively what type of animal, correct?
That's correct. I can't.
And you can't say even if it was an animal or was a dog, what breed of dog that was. Is that correct?
No, but if I had to try, and if I said,
Not asking you to try, sir. I'm just asking whether or not you can say
Wow, bro.
What breed of dog it was.
Easy.
no, I can't tell you what breed. No.
You can't say whether or not those injuries were inflicted inside a house or outside of a house. Is that correct?
Yeah, I have no idea. Mm-hmm.
You can't say when they occurred, correct?
Only that they were when he was still alive. Yeah, but other than that, no. And they are fresh looking. I mean, in this generally, so they look like they happened very shortly before death.
And when you say short time, you're talking about hours?
Minutes to hours, I would say.
Minutes to hours. But
I mean, I'm talking just based on.
I mean, Lolly, dude, you're terrible at this, bro.
You can't time injuries as exactly as you might think from CSI or one of these television programs, but they are generally fresh for sure.
Like the jury's eating
just
this
looking
up.
at those on their own, I would have to say minutes to hours. Yes.
Now, at some point, were you given or did you review any files from a lab at the University of California, Davis?
I'm not sure. In relation to what?
So are you aware that the State
Easy,
Police Lab in
Tinkerbell.
Massachusetts swabbed areas of the sleeve on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe and sent samples from that in the areas of where the injuries occurred on his right arm, and then sent that to a lab at UC Davis? Are you aware of that?
I'm not sure that I remember that. No.
And so you're equally unaware then that when that was tested, there was no canine DNA found from any of those swabbings in the area where the injuries that you're describing as scratch marks or bite marks occurred.
I wasn't aware of that. I must have missed it.
Are you aware of any sort of bite history or a specific animal at 34 Fairview being involved in attacks on other dogs?
I'm sorry, I don't think I understood.
Why
that
would you
question.
ask him that?
Were you aware that there was a dog that resided at 34 Fairview Road?
Am I aware that there was a dog there?
Yes.
I was informed there was, yes.
Were you also informed that that dog, months later, after January 2022, was involved in an incident in which it attacked another dog? Humans intervened, and one of the humans was bit.
No, I didn't know that.
Were you aware that there were photographs of an actual bite mark from that actual dog months after January 29th? Were you shown any of that?
No, I don't believe I was.
I get what he's trying to do. The problem
Did
is
you write a
he's
report in relation
underestimating
to
the
what you
jury.
observed or anything in regard to your opinion or your testimony that you're testifying to here today?
I didn't write a report as such, but I signed a declaration early on in my involvement in this case.
And that was a declaration or an affidavit that you signed under the pains and penalties of perjury back on January 31st, 2023. Is that correct?
Sorry, what did you say about that? Okay.
When you're talking about a declaration, you're referring to an affidavit that you filed with the court under the pains and penalties of perjury in January of 2023.
I didn't think it was January, but however, I thought there was only one, so whatever you have.
I don't fucking know, man.
Now,
I swore to tell the
at
truth,
any
and I'm
point in time,
sitting
were
up here
you
telling the
made aware
truth.
that there were microscopic pieces of the defendant's tail light as small as 1/60th.
Wow, Lally, Jesus.
Objection.
Right.
Allow it.
Why?
That were found in Mr. O'Keefe's what?
Mr. O'Keefe's shirts,
I don't remember that specifically.
and that those pieces were then found to be consistent with the defendant's tail light.
Like I said, I don't remember that particular part.
Were you ever shown any material indicating that there was DNA from the defendant's tail light housing that was consistent with Mr. O'Keefe?
I asked about that myself, but I think the answer I got was no.
Now, were you ever told
That's
about
not good.
a piece of human hair that was found on the right rear quarter panel near the area where there was a dent on the back right of the defendant's vehicle?
No, I don't remember that.
So then you weren't also told that that was then sent out for mitochondrial DNA testing, and it was consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe to a degree of 99.895%.
You talk about a hair sample now. Yeah. No, I didn't have that.
Well, he's not up there saying whether he thinks the defendant is
Doctor,
guilty
would you
or
agree
innocent.
that in blunt impact injuries, the characteristics of a blunt object can then be transferred to the victim in the form of pattern abrasions that match the characteristics of that blunt object?
Yes.
Now, of the photographs, you reviewed photographs of the scene, photographs of the vehicle. Is that
Right.
correct?
He's not here for that.
Yes, I did.
You're aware that there were a number of different pieces of the defendant's taillight that were photographed as well. Did you ever see those?
I did, yes.
Do you recall seeing any piece of a clear plastic taillight piece that was recovered on January 29th, along with Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that had dimpling on the outside of that clear piece of plastic?
I can't. I remember seeing the pictures of the glass fragments, but I don't remember any more specifics than that.
See, this doesn't
Do
matter.
you know what a compression abrasion is?
What?
Compression abrasion.
Yeah, although it's not a term we use all the time, but however, yes.
And a compression abrasion can occur when there's direct pressure from a blunt object together with slight rubbing movements that produce skin and epidermal crushing.
Come the fuck on with that, dude.
Yeah, you have to
Stop
have
it.
some lateral movement as well.
Stop
to get
it.
an abrasion.
This dude's gonna shut him down right here, because he's gonna try to tell him that that this is how
Now, when you were
he got
talking
the
about
injuries from the tail light on his arm.
prior autopsies that you've done involving pedestrian collisions, is it fair to say that most of those pedestrian collisions that you were doing autopsies on involved pedestrians being struck by the front of the vehicle?
Yeah, mostly the front. Mhm.
So mostly it's a pedestrian sort of crossing the street or standing in the street who's then struck by the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yeah, I think they were all. I have actually done a couple of cases where children were hit by the back of a reversing vehicle. This was in the days before they had the rear videos on cars that they have now. But so those cases were impacts against the back of the vehicle. But most pedestrian cases here are, as you say, they're the front of the vehicle hitting the person.
Yeah, just briefly on that, as far as the defendant's vehicle itself, are you aware that there were rear backup cameras and a 360-degree overhead view from the back of her vehicle?
I remember reading that, yes.
Why didn't we see that? Why are you bringing up the cameras? Her reverse camera.
Understanding what you're talking about as far as a rear vehicle pedestrian collision, is that typically sort of the wear on the vehicle? Let me ask you this first. When you are doing an autopsy in relation to a pedestrian collision, much of the information that you're gaining about that is what you receive from the investigating agency, whether it's the police or something like that, correct?
It varies a lot from one case to another. Sometimes you get or virtually no information about the accident, because some of these cases I've done.
Yeah, dumbass. He's told to look at the pictures and read the medical reports that he gave his opinion. That's it.
So when they weren't witnessed, and when the person was just found later or sometime afterwards, you wouldn't have necessarily any. The vehicle would typically not be there. These would be hit and run type situations. And so in those cases, you wouldn't have all that kind of information. So it varies. It varies.
And understanding that it varies, but primarily what I'm saying is whatever information as far as the body comes in and you're going to conduct an autopsy, there would be some information from law enforcement or witness statements or something as to what type of death this is, as far as gunshot wound, stabbing, pedestrian collision, something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. But like I said, in those unwitnessed cases of pedestrians, I might be given the information that it's probably a pedestrian fatality from a car.
And when it comes to pedestrian collisions, and most of which that you've seen are, again, from the front of the vehicle striking a pedestrian in the roadway, is that correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And are you familiar with what role sort of the center of mass of that person versus the center of mass of where they're struck plays in reference to their injuries?
No, it could be that can have a big effect on how the body reacts to the impact. Mm-hmm.
So most of the time when you're talking about sort of lower extremity injuries or pelvic fractures or things like that, that's in a frontal collision with the pedestrian, correct?
Most of them were, yeah. I mean, the ones that involved being backed over, and they were children. I can't remember the exact distribution of their injuries, except the vehicle went right over them. I do remember that. But anyway, the answer to your question, maybe I'm wandering in my mind. So can you ask me again?
I think you've answered it. So my next question, sir, is when it comes to the rear end collisions, primarily being children, you would agree with me that they have a lower center of mass than a 6'1", 200 something.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes.
And so as far as them being run over, they're going to get struck. They're probably going to fall to the ground, and then the vehicle is going to go over, correct?
That's right, yeah.
And so how many autopsies have you conducted in regard to pedestrian collisions where they've been sideswiped by the back of the vehicle?
I can't remember.
Can you remember any?
Not off the top of my head, no. Mm-hmm.
And so if someone is struck by the right rear portion of a vehicle and then projected away from the vehicle based on speed, based on force, based on whatever, would you then expect to see those same type of pelvic fractures or lower extremity injuries that you talked about with a frontal collision?
Well, it depends on the exact position of the victim at the moment of impact. And of course, it could be a lot of different things. They could be, the victim could be facing the vehicle, they could be sideways on, they could have their back. But you're going to see bruising somewhere in that area, in one of those areas, either on the back, the side, whatever, or the front. I would expect to see bruising, significant bruising.
But as you testified earlier on direct, it's sort of dependent or variable depending on how the victim pedestrian interacted with the vehicle. Isn't that correct?
Yes, but I'd expect bruising for sure. I mean, whether you get fractures and so forth will depend on, or for that matter, internal injuries, depends on a variety of factors. But you're going to get bruising for sure.
You did see bruising on Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, correct?
Yes, a small
Come
bruising.
on, dude. Now you're reaching. You
looked
had
like
it for a
two,
second.
possibly three, almost confluent or close together bruises.
Were you aware from the materials that you reviewed that Mr. O'Keefe was last seen sort of on video exiting from a bar at about 12:11 a.m.
Oh, come the fuck on with this, dude.
I vaguely remember that, yes.
Were you also aware that there were pieces of a cocktail glass with Mr. O'Keefe's DNA on it that were found right in the general vicinity of where his body was found?
That I don't remember.
Wow. Wow.
You talked about a couple of different patterns to the injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. So my question for you, doctor, is it your testimony that those, what you're terming as animal bites or scratches, were they caused at one time or multiple times, or how many times are we talking about?
You mean on different occasions?
As far as in, there are multiple abrasions, as you've termed them, and you're attributing them to an animal attack, correct?
I think that's the most likely explanation for these, yes.
And so my question is, sir, is that from the dog or the animal or whatever it is scratching Mr. O'Keefe once, more than once, based on what you observed in
Well, it's more than once. When I had the laser pointer here, I think I
What
pointed
does it look
roughly
like, asshole?
One, two,
Of course
three,
it's more
four
than
different
once.
areas. So it looks like, and you have, maybe there's an additional, the ones on the lower forearm, on the forearm, I should say, are harder to figure out. But it looks like 4, maybe 5 separate.
4 or 5 separate sort of swipes, whether they be with mouth or claws or whatever.
I hate you so
that's
much,
correct.
Riley.
And so is it your testimony that it's not possible that Mr. O'Keefe received that from some part of the motor vehicle, or a glass shattering, or shattering from a taillight, or any sort of metal pieces underneath contained within that taillight housing as far as his interaction with the vehicle?
They don't look remotely like that to me.
So it's not possible, is that correct?
In my opinion, no.
You were asked about some questions with regard to the surface of the ground as far as dirt or grass. Are you familiar with what the weather was like at the time that Mr. O'Keefe,
Oh my God.
testified earlier? You were familiar that he was found in the snow, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what the temperature was like as far as, my question is this, sir. Understanding cushioning of grass and dirt under normal conditions.
What
the
about
ground
dirt
is
being
physically
frozen?
Based on the
I
temperature
fucking knew it.
outside. Would that impact as far as your understanding of the injuries to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
No, I mean, even if there was a small coating of ice, I wouldn't change my opinion based on that, no.
I'm not talking about ice, sir. What I'm talking about is the ground itself being physically frozen based on the temperatures outside.
Fuck no, dude.
Now, as far as the hard surface that you're talking about, would that include asphalt pavement?
Yes, it could.
And as far as those injuries, the speed, if Mr. O'Keefe was struck by a vehicle and was projected away from that vehicle and then struck his head on the ground, would that be sufficient force, in your opinion, to cause the skull fracture on the back of his head?
If all that happened, yes, and onto asphalt or something like asphalt, yes.
Wait, what?
If that's indeed what happened. But like for other reasons, I don't think that is what happened.
Now, you testified, or you asked some questions about your opinion and as to, or consistency with the physical altercation, is that right?
Yes.
And the sort of swelling in Mr. O'Keefe's eyes as far as the ecchymosis concerned there, that was related to the brain injury, is that your understanding?
Well, the skull injury rather than the brain.
Skull injury, which leads to the bleeding of the brain, which then leads to the swelling of the eye.
Well, yeah, but no, I mean, let's be clear about this. I mentioned the fractures earlier on that came from the back and went all the way towards the front of the skull, including what are called the orbital plates, which are the bones, the parts of the frontal bone that are right over the eye sockets. And the bone there is very delicate. It's the thinnest part of the skull. Anyway, the photographs and the autopsy report clearly show that the fracture involved that on each side, both orbital plates, in other words. And it's that fracture, it's not the brain itself, but it's that fracture which leads to the bleeding that causes the black eyes, if you want to call them that way.
And as far as what your review of the medical records, your review of the autopsy report, photographs, things like that, you observed nothing as far as fractures to Mr. O'Keefe's eye sockets, correct?
Well, the orbital plates, in a sense, are part of the eye sockets, but they're the roof.
Were there any fractures to the orbital bones?
There were no fractures that appeared to be coming from the front, no.
As far as the sclera, was there any broken blood vessels or anything that you observed in either the notes or the reports or the photographs or anything else that you saw?
Broken blood vessels were?
The sclera.
Huh?
Sclera of the eyes? You know what that is?
Oh, the eye, yeah, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear, just couldn't hear what you said, yeah. No, there just, as far as I know, the eyes were clear, yeah. The eyes themselves were clear, yeah.
Now, as far as the minor injuries that you were talking about, as far as the eyelid or the nose, as far as the minor lacerations you were talking about, there was no bruising around any of those lacerations, correct?
The eyelid laceration, don't forget, is in the same area where you have the other injury, and it's a little bit hard to figure out whether how much hemorrhage, how much of that black eye could even be from related to the laceration, because you've got two possible explanations for the black eyes. One is the skull fracture I've already mentioned, but that doesn't rule out his getting an impact as well on the front, but there's no way you can separate them.
But as far as around those minor lacerations that you're talking about, you didn't observe or see any record of any bruising or any broken bones in those areas whatsoever?
No, the main one that I was relating to when I spoke about the altercation question was the laceration on the eyelid. That's not related to the head injury that we've been discussing. So it's a separate injury, and it's from some kind of blow to the front.
The minor lacerations that you observe, would they be consistent with being struck by broken pieces of glass or broken pieces of broken sharp pieces of plastic?
If it was indeed a laceration, as it was described, then no, because lacerations by definition, although this is a term that's often misused, by the way, even by some doctors, but a laceration by definition is an open wound caused by blunt force, not sharp.
So blunt force, as far as what I'm asking is it possible that the lacerations to his face were caused by a blunt object that then shattered and caused the lacerations to his face?
I find that hard to imagine. Yeah, I find that very hard to even conceive of.
So it's not conceivable? Is that what you're saying?
To me, no.
And from your review of whatever reports and medical records and everything else, what, if anything, did you see, or did you see anything that had to do with an animal being present on scene or an animal being near Mr. O'Keefe's body or Mr. O'Keefe being inside the house?
I don't know. I mean, but I heard there was an animal somewhere around the place, a dog. I think you mentioned the dog earlier.
So somewhere around the place, but no evidence that you've seen that animal interacted with Mr. O'Keefe in any way?
No, I wasn't there, obviously, and all I can say is what I've already said, but I don't know any more than that.
I know you weren't there. What I'm saying is, from the material that you reviewed, was there any indication or any evidence of that animal ever being near, close to, or interacting in any way with Mr. O'Keefe?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
I have nothing further.
Little? Thank you. Your Honor, if I may approach. Sure. Thank you.
So, Mr. Lally?
Dr. Sheridan, if you could just take a look at that photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I saw this photograph before. Yeah.
Could you describe that photograph to the jury?
It shows the decedent's knees taken from the right side, but you can see both knees. Mhm.
Your Honor, permission to mark this and then publish it?
Mark it, put it into evidence. Okay, is there any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. That would be exhibit 657. Yes, you may publish it, Ms. Little.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Sheridan, you were asked on cross-examination about an injury to Mr. O'Keefe's knee. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes. Mhm.
Is this the injury that you were testifying about earlier?
Yes, this has been mentioned before. It's an abrasion.
And that's the extent of the injury to Mr. O'Keefe's knee, correct?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, in that area. Yeah.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. All right, Dr. Sheridan, you are all set, sir.
Very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Dr. Sheridan, y'all.
Step right up and just watch the step on me. You say in the face.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, could you state your full name and spell your last name for us, please?
Daniel Michael Wolf, last name spelled W-O-L-F-E.
Dr. Wolf, what do you do for a living?
I am the director of accident reconstruction at a company known as ARCA, A-R-C-C-A.
And what is ARCA exactly?
So ARCA is a forensic engineering consulting firm. We have a variety of disciplines that include human factors, biomechanics, crashworthiness, accident reconstruction, just to name a few.
Based on your title, it sounds like you're the director of the entire accident reconstruction.
Chill your thirsty asses out.
for ARCA,
God
correct?
damn.
That is correct.
What sort of contracts does ARCA routinely engage in?
So we do a lot of work in civil litigation. So we work with insurance carriers, law firms, but we also consult with and do projects with the federal government, as well as the National Hockey League on player safety. So we're involved in a number of research projects as well.
Is there other clientele that seeks out ARCA for accident reconstruction or biomechanics or human factors issues?
In terms of beyond the parties that I just listed?
You mentioned the U.S. Department of Defense.
Yes, the military, yes.
This is
the
an
Army.
intelligent, educated human being, ladies. He's not an object. He's not a piece of meat. Show him some respect.
Well, that was before my time, but I'm aware of projects
Good
that dealt
Lord.
with working on vehicles that were over in the Middle East, where they basically designed energy absorbing seats because there was injuries when the vehicles were going over IEDs.
Is ARCA known both nationally and internationally? Or is it recognized as a leader in accident reconstruction issues?
Yes.
As the director of accident reconstruction at ARCA, do you specialize in both accident reconstruction and the human factors that are associated with such reconstruction where necessary?
Yes.
Can you give me a synopsis of the professional discipline of what is accident reconstruction?
I think a simple definition in my mind would be the application of physics, engineering science, and mathematics to collision events. I always like to think of it as if you,
not just
you
math.
open up a puzzle
Okay.
box and you dump the pieces out and you've got a bunch of pieces and you're trying to piece together the evidence to see how everything fits to get a clear picture.
And what is the application of human factors to that process?
So to give you an example of human factors in the field of accident reconstruction, so I do a lot of nighttime visibility and conspicuity work. So to give you an example of that, let's say a driver's driving down the road at night, there's a pedestrian that's crossing the road. So we want to have an understanding based upon that pedestrian's clothing, the headlights of the vehicle, any potential artificial lighting in the area. When does a driver recognize that individual on the roadway? And then we can also look at literature to have an understanding of how do drivers respond based upon the hazard they're presented with. So there's different response times depending on the hazard. So it's going to be different for a pedestrian crossing the roadway or a driver responding to a vehicle suddenly stopping in front of them.
Dr. Wolf, as an accident reconstructionist, do you investigate and reconstruct?
Dude, in
both,
like 5 minutes,
passenger vehicle
he's just gonna
issues,
whip his dick
commercial
out and lay it
vehicle
on the
issues,
fucking,
motor vehicle,
without even standing
pedestrian
up. His
issues,
dick's
all of
just
the
gonna lay
above?
his dick on the
Yes, I
stand.
see all types of accidents.
And how long have you been doing this work with
He's
ARCA?
gonna be like
A little
flop.
over 7 years now.
What education, training, and background qualifies you to perform the duties that you just described for the jury?
Back in 2012, I received a Bachelor of Science in Engineering from James Madison University, along with a minor in mathematics. Some of my courses while at JMU included courses in physics, statics, dynamics, kinematics, material science, along with your other engineering sciences. Subsequent to my undergraduate degree, I then went on to the University of Delaware to pursue my PhD in electrical and computer engineering with a concentration in electromagnetics and photonics.
What additional training or experience do you have as it relates to accident reconstruction in addition to the formal education and the PhD?
Certainly. So in addition to my undergraduate degree and my PhD, I've continued to take courses through Northwestern University in crash reconstruction. Some of those courses have included human factors, lighting. I've taken courses on electronic vehicle data, photogrammetry, three-dimensional laser scanning. So I've continued to take courses subsequent to graduating.
Do you also hold any accreditations in terms of accident reconstruction?
Yes, I'm accredited by an organization known as ACTAR, which is the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstruction.
Are you trained in photogrammetry?
Yes, sir.
Is that to determine vehicle crash incidents or the circumstances surrounding them based on map scenes, evidence from photographs, things of that nature?
Absolutely. So photogrammetry is the science of extracting information, if you will, out of photographs. So things dimensionally about an object, spatially, without ever actually physically seeing the object or inspecting it.
So you don't have to be at the scene to effectively and scientifically reconstruct it to your satisfaction.
No, not at all. And quite frankly, to be honest with you, in my world in civil litigation, oftentimes by the time a case comes across my desk, it's, the accident happened 5 years ago. Some I've even had 10 or 15 years ago. So getting access to the vehicle at that point, it's going to be a long shot.
Doctor, are you a member of any professional societies?
Wow. Yes.
Describe those, please.
So I'm a member of the Society of Automotive Engineers, SAE. I'm also a member of the National Association for Professional Accident Reconstructionists, the Optical Society of America, and also the Illuminating Engineering Society.
How many cases would you say in your experience in your career have you reconstructed or attempted to reconstruct, you or your team members?
I don't actively track that. If I had to estimate at this point in my career, it would probably be well over 1,000.
And how many of those 1,000, I know you have numbers specific,
I'm also hung
how
like a
many of those
bison
1,000
and I
would you say
fuck like a
involve
rhino. So, I'm pretty awesome all
Several
around.
hundred. As I mentioned earlier, a great, excuse me, a great deal of my work is in the field of lighting and visibility. So there's a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian incidents. We see a rise in the evening and night hours just due to drivers having a difficult ability to try to perceive and recognize individuals. So I certainly see a lot of pedestrian collisions in my casework.
You've done testing or research as it relates to the kinematics and the interaction between pedestrians and vehicles.
Absolutely. So we do a number of tests at ARCA to look at the interaction between pedestrians and vehicles. One of the ones I know I did most recently where we were evaluating a vehicle essentially rolling over a pedestrian. So we wanted to understand the vehicle dynamics as well as the interaction between the pedestrian and the road surface. So we conducted testing at ARCA to evaluate that.
Does ARCA have any other disciplines other than just accident reconstruction?
Absolutely. So as I mentioned earlier, we have crash worthiness. So again, that's where you're going to be looking at the safety of a vehicle. How does it perform in a crash? We have human factors, failure analysis, premise liability and biomechanics.
As an accident reconstructionist, doctor, do you or have you studied or tested the forces that are at play between objects interacting, a human being interacting with a vehicle, for instance?
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
part of what you do.
Yes, sir.
Describe that.
So we use hybrid instrumented dummies at ARCA for our testing. So if we want to have an understanding that an occupant in a vehicle, the forces that they might experience, or for any matter, again, if it's an instance where you have something that ends up falling on someone's head and you want to have an understanding of the forces involved in that, we perform testing with hybrid dummies.
Have you ever authored any peer-reviewed papers in the field of physics?
Yes, sir.
Describe those for me.
So I have a number of papers in the field of lighting and optics. I have a recent publication that deals with Toyota and Lexus vehicle control history records as well.
Is that called Toyota Vehicle Control History, Sudden Braking History Recording Characteristics?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was that specific to dealing with vehicles and their interaction with other vehicles and or pedestrians?
It involved looking at the various triggers that system is capable of recording. And specifically, it was looking at what triggers a sudden braking event. So we were able to determine that those triggers, the sudden braking event, is triggered when a driver, or I should say the vehicle, reaches...
May we approach?
Sure.
Jen Del Rio, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Congrats to Rachel Soap, Lacey Ann, Ruth, Ruby C, Philly Hall. Right on. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Jen Del Rio. Yeah, this yeah, this dude just sitting up there like, yeah, I just basically I wake up in the morning and I piss excellence. Yeah. What do I like to do in my spare time? I like to burn women down.
You are unmuted.
In bed.
Now you're...
Yes, you
Thank
can
you.
move on.
You've been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of accident reconstruction. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You were not hired by the defense in this case, correct?
That is correct.
At the time you did your expert review, Dr. Wolf, and your consultation, you and I had never met.
That's correct.
You did not know who I was.
I did not.
You'd never met Ms. Little.
No.
Mr. Unetti.
No.
Matter of fact, you'd never heard of this case.
That's correct.
Here we go.
You were hired by another agency not connected in any way to the defense. Is that right?
Correct.
And not connected in any way to the Commonwealth. Is that right?
Correct.
So your analysis and your conclusions and your opinions are completely independent of the defense and the Commonwealth in this case. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained. Mr. Jackson, you can ask it differently.
When you did your analysis and conclusions, well, let me ask it this way. You finalized a report, you and your team, correct?
Correct.
That report is contained.
Well, everyone but the jury knows who hired this guy.
That was submitted following your analysis and your opinions and conclusions, right?
Correct.
The defense didn't have anything to do with that, correct?
Correct.
You'd never met us, didn't know who we were when you did this.
Correct.
You'd never met Mr. Lally, didn't know who he was when you did this.
Correct.
So your analysis, opinions, testing, and conclusions were requested by a completely separate agency.
That is correct.
All right. Goes without saying, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. You haven't been paid by the defense.
You have not paid us anything, no.
And you don't work for us.
That's correct.
As a matter of fact,
this is amazing.
I've never asked you specific questions about your testing before today.
That is correct.
This is awesome. This is so important for the jury to hear.
Your work product,
because this dude is going to lay the shit out.
Was provided both to the defense as well as the Commonwealth. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
And you were equally available to both sides.
In terms of them reaching out?
Correct.
Yes.
And I called you ultimately after receiving your report, asked if you join us and testify, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Were you and your team asked to undertake a review for purposes of accident reconstruction of the case that's now pending before the court?
Yes, sir.
Was your team asked to do this by the agency that ultimately retained you, not us?
That's correct.
Who at ARCA was assigned to the team who would ultimately undertake this job of accident reconstruction?
It was myself, Dr. Andrew Rentschler, and Scott Klein.
What was Dr. Rentschler's role in this case, as it's distinguished from your role in the case?
Certainly. So Dr. Rentschler is a biomechanical engineer, and ultimately he assessed whether or not there was a mechanism for the injuries of Mr. John O'Keefe.
And what was your focus? If he's talking about the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, what was your focus in your reconstruction and your analysis?
I would simply say it was looking more at the damage to the vehicle.
Okay, so in terms of your team and the responsibilities of each of the team members, you were more focused on the damage to the SUV. Dr. Rentschler was more focused on the injuries suffered by Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
I think that's a fair characterization, although with the caveat that we worked together as a team. So we weren't isolated kind of in those areas, not speaking to each other. We certainly worked together on the analysis.
Understood. Were you provided or did you review certain materials in furtherance of your consultation in this matter?
Yes.
What were you provided?
We were provided photographs of the incident location. We were provided photographs of the Lexus. There were a couple of incident reports that we received. I could look at my report for the full list, but those are the ones.
You can go ahead and do that, Doctor.
Do you have the report with you?
Yes, sir.
I have a copy. Of
This dude
Sure.
came to play, bro.
Sure.
This has got a list of everything he reviewed. This is going to be beautiful because the feds don't fuck around. Now, the jury still doesn't know that it was the feds that hired him.
How many categories of materials were you provided?
Provided, it would be approximately 10.
Could you list those off for the jurors, please?
It would be the Norfolk SPDU homicide death report, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of State Police crime scene report, OCME dispatch removal report, photographs of the incident location, videos of the incident location, photographs of the 2021 Lexus LX 570, photographs of recovered evidence, crash data retrieval report from the 2021 Lexus 570, report of autopsy, and autopsy photographs.
Based on these data that you were provided, were you able to satisfactorily, to your mind, satisfactorily engage in the consultation that you were hired to do?
Yes.
And come up with some opinions and conclusions based on scientific certainty?
Yes.
Did you review scene photographs of the alleged incident?
Yes, sir.
What information were you able to glean or gather from your review of the photographs, from the scene specifically?
So from those photographs, I was able to identify there was fragments of transparent red, clear plastic. There also appeared to be pieces of chrome and black plastic. I also observed what appeared to be glass fragments along with a black drinking straw.
You could tell he's disgusted.
Videos.
Yes.
That was out at the scene, maybe a leaf blower.
Correct. It appeared to be daytime, yes.
Yeah, try not to laugh.
What did you note about the photography at the scene of the items that were being photographed?
Well, I think one thing that comes to mind is it was a little bit difficult to follow the evidence, so to speak. So typically, when I go out and do an inspection, especially of a fresh incident, let's say I've got a debris field or I've got tire marks, what I like to do is kind of step into the scene, if you will, where you take global perspective shots and then you step into a specific piece of evidence so that you can, at a later point in time, identify where that evidence is. I noted that in a lot of these photographs, I didn't see a whole lot of that stepping in. It was essentially just zoomed right into where that evidence is, but not really having a great understanding of where was it relative to all of the other evidence.
Or when it got there?
Correct.
Based on your review of all the materials that you described for the court, did you get an understanding of what the Commonwealth's theory of the case is, specifically that Mr. O'Keefe was struck by the Lexus SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you come to understand that the allegations before the court were that Mr. O'Keefe was struck by the vehicle?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you perform an accident reconstruction specifically focused on determining whether or not damage to the Lexus was consistent with hitting Mr. O'Keefe?
Okay, I don't know
Also
what.
focused
Okay,
on
there we
whether or
go.
not the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe were the result of being hit by a vehicle.
Yes.
Okay. During your analysis, did you note the damage to the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Describe that, please.
So the primary damage was to the right taillight. It appeared to be fractured with the majority of the lens cover, so that clear and red plastic covering missing from it. In addition to that, if you're looking at the back of the vehicle, to the left of that, in the area above there's also another tail lamp assembly on the lift gate. So above that assembly, there was a small dent along with some paint chips. On the bumper, more so on the wraparound section, as it kind of curves around to the right side of the vehicle, there appeared to be some superficial scratches as well in that area.
Was there any other damage or deformation that you were able to glean from your review, the photogrammetry, damage to the Lexus, the bumpers, the panels, the quarter panel, the sheet metal, anything like that?
No, the rest was remarkably intact.
Is it common in vehicle pedestrian collisions that there is some sort of bumper displacement and or sheet metal deformation that's concomitant to that?
Absolutely. Assuming a pedestrian is positioned in a normal upright position, you certainly would expect to see damage to the bumper. In a lot of cases, what happens is, the bumper is just clipped on. So again, the force of that impact will oftentimes cause the bumper to kind of become unmounted or unclipped. You certainly could see deformation to body paneling, such as the lift gate or the quarter panel as well.
Is that especially true at higher speeds, meaning above 15 miles per hour or so?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Was there any apparent damage to the Lexus that appeared consistent with any kind of pedestrian interaction that you saw?
No, it was really confined to just the taillight, a very isolated portion of the vehicle.
During your review and your investigation, did you note information concerning items that were supposedly found on the bumper?
Yes.
What was that?
I believe it was noted there was 2 apparent glass fragments located on the top bumper cover.
What's the significance of the presence of those items or the lack of materiality of those items in your view?
Well, again, I think it's going back to the scene evidence. Again, we knew that there was glass fragments, what appeared to be from a drinking glass, at the scene of the alleged incident.
Is there any glass consistent with the glass that was supposedly found on the bumper in the taillight housing, the taillight mechanism, anything from the car, from the Lexus, that would account for that glass?
Okay, I think I understand. So the taillight itself is not comprised of any glass. It is all plastic. So that damage, or I should say that glass on the top bumper cover could not have come from the right taillight.
Now, based on your review of the information that was provided to you, did you undertake any testing of that vehicle? I'm sorry, any testing concerning the damage to the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right, can you describe what that testing was?
So we performed, again, this is with Dr. Rentschler and I working together on this again. We performed projectile testing to the tail lamp with a drinking glass as well as a hybrid head form.
Let's take those one at a time. How would you describe the drinking glass test?
Certainly. So again, from our review of the evidence, we knew that we had an isolated portion of damage to Lexus confined to the taillight. So we know that we're dealing with potentially a small object that could have created that. Looking at, again, the evidence in terms of the scene photographs, we know that we have a damaged drinking glass at the scene in the vicinity of the fragments of the taillight. So the theory that Dr. Rentschler and I put forward is potentially an individual threw this drinking glass at the back of the Lexus, causing the taillight to fracture.
I'm going to interrupt you right there. You and Dr. Rentschler formed that theory and wanted to test that theory, correct?
Yes.
You were not told that theory by the defense because you've never met us?
Correct.
You were not told that theory by the Commonwealth. You never met them, correct?
Correct.
Your theory was the product of simply having some facts extant in the data. You had a broken drinking glass, a broken taillight. Let's put them together and figure out if the drinking glass could be responsible for the taillight and vice versa.
Absolutely, yes.
And that was your determination of, well, we were given instructions to reconstruct this. Let's look at every single angle, correct?
Right.
Absolutely. And I will note, as part of the engagement with the entity that retained us, we were asked not to do any outside research or investigation of the case. It was to be based solely on the evidence that we were provided.
Okay. As a matter of fact, and importantly, while you were doing your testing, had you ever even heard of the Karen Reed case?
No.
So getting back to that testing, and I interrupted your flow, you were looking at whether or not the glass could have produced the damage to the rear taillight that you saw, correct?
Correct.
And what did you do in furtherance of making a determination about whether or not that was possible?
Certainly. So myself and one of our lab technicians at ARCA, we designed and developed a pressurized air cannon. So it was capable of firing a projectile such as a drinking glass at the taillight. So it essentially, you can think of it kind of as a giant cannon, but it had a barrel, and then there was a valve that would open rapidly.
Dude, these guys are
Directly
awesome.
Behind that was a pressurized vessel. And depending on the pressure, the PSI of that vessel, would determine essentially the speed at which that glass would be projected into the taillight.
These guys are
You
Mythbusters.
literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
I love this guy.
Tell me what the results of your testing was with this pneumatic cannon that would fire the drinking glass.
Certainly. So we performed 2 different tests in terms of speeds. The target speeds were 30 and 40 miles per hour.
Why was that?
Well, so with consultation with Dr. Rentschler, he indicated that that is a reasonable speed at which an adult male or an individual, for that matter, could throw a drinking glass at the taillight.
Had anybody up to that point, anybody told you any specific, let me see if I can rephrase that. Had anybody indicated that there was any evidence whatsoever that John O'Keefe had thrown a drinking glass at the taillight?
No.
Was this another example of you and Dr. Rentschler and your team just exploring sort of every possibility and working a little bit in the blind?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was the reason that you decided, or you and your team decided, that you wanted to approximate how a grown man could throw a glass at a taillight?
Well, I think we wanted to have an understanding is when a projectile such as a drinking glass interacted with the taillight, would we get damage on the test taillight that was consistent with that of the subject taillight?
Understood. So based on your theory, were you able to approximate the damage on the taillight?
Yes.
Describe that for us.
So as I mentioned, we ran 2 tests. The target speeds were at 30 and 40 miles per hour. And there was a little bit of variability in terms of what our target was and what we actually achieved. So the achieved speeds were at 31 miles per hour and 37 miles per hour. So there's just depending on how the glass leaves the barrel and some of the rotation can affect some of the speed or ultimately the end result speed to that. So what I will say, though, is that with the 37 mile per hour projectile into the taillight, we noted and observed that there was damage that was consistent with that of the subject tail lamp, and that the test tail lamp had the majority of the outer lens fractured and missing, broken into pieces, as well as some underlying damage to some of the internal components as well.
Are you saying, well, let me ask a different question. You were able to replicate the damage to the taillight using a pneumatic cannon firing a glass at 37 miles an hour directly at the taillight, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that would also shatter the glass too, correct?
Correct.
Did you do any testing about whether or not that damage to the taillight could be produced by a person simply holding a glass and being hit by the car driving in reverse?
We didn't do any testing of that, and primarily because, again, if we're looking at the arm and its total length, right? We only have a narrow damage pattern, which on the taillight, if you think about where where it meets the lift gate into where it starts to wrap around to the side of the vehicle, that's only about 6.5 inches in width.
All right. When you fired the glass into the taillight was static. In other words, it was not going to move. It was immovable at that point, correct?
Correct.
All right. So the glass is hurling through the air at 37 miles an hour and hits the static object that's resisting, and that smash is what produced ultimately the taillight damage that you were able to replicate. Is that right?
Yes.
If a person were holding in his hand the glass and the taillight were to hit that hand, the hand would not remain static, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
If the taillight were to make contact with a person holding a glass, would that replicate what you did in terms of you're firing a glass into the taillight? In other words, are they apples and apples?
No, I don't think it would be the same.
Okay. Why is that?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, again, the damage to the back of the Lexus, again, is confined to just that roughly, again, when we're talking about the taillight itself, that 6.5 inch section in width.
Right.
So it's inconsistent with the total length of the arm, and certainly from discussion with Dr. Rentschler, inconsistent with the injuries to the arm.
So given everything in your investigation was revealed concerning this testing, are you saying that the taillight was damaged by John O'Keefe holding a drinking glass that was hit by an SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
Dude.
In all the information that you were provided, you were not provided anything that suggested that John O'Keefe threw a glass at the taillight. Right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Approach.
Yeah, it's just, yes.
Yeah, like how the fuck? I mean, I need this guy to answer my fucking questions, lady. So, I mean, he's here to testify on his findings. So why aren't you letting him testify on his findings? What's the problem? All right, so yeah, I'm gonna look into the Sandra Birchmore thing now. As I understand it, it's a article written by Howie Carr, and apparently, I haven't been able to read it yet. But apparently, an independent pathologist hired by the family says
You
that
are unmuted.
Sandra Birchmore was a homicide. But the problem with that is, I mean, I have questions about that.
What information, if any, were you provided that suggested?
I believe it to be a homicide. I'm just saying I have questions about the findings.
No information.
What information, if any, were you provided that suggested that John O'Keefe may have had a pneumatic cannon with him that night?
I'm not aware of any information regarding that.
All right. You also did some testing concerning a drop test. Is that right?
Correct.
Tell us about that drop test testing.
Certainly. So, again, through discussion with Dr. Rentschler, it was my understanding that Mr. O'Keefe had a skull fracture on the back of his head. So we wanted to do an evaluation of the interaction between the back of a head. In this case, we used again, talking about that instrumented dummy again, we used the instrumented hybrid head form to perform a drop test to evaluate the forces of an interaction between a tail light from the Lexus and the human head.
What height did you choose to perform this drop test?
7.5 feet.
Why did you choose that height?
Well, if you calculate it through physics and the acceleration due to gravity, that would equate to an impact speed of 15 miles per hour at that height.
And what was the significance of 15 miles per hour?
Well, that was essentially kind of a starting point for us, if you will. So I will tell you that in reverse, 15 miles an hour is fast. I don't know if you've ever looked at your speedometer when you're pulling into your driveway, reversing into a parking stall. Most people probably don't go more than 5 miles an hour or so. So 15 miles an hour in reverse fast, especially when we're talking about, it's my understanding it was nighttime. There was winter conditions, potentially wet or icy roads. So again, that speed is going to be what I would say on the high end for going in reverse. So also, in addition to with respect to kind of just the nature of that speed, it's my understanding through discussion with Dr. Rentschler that at 15 miles an hour, you start to see significant injuries to the human body when it makes contact with a vehicle. And I think one last point is that we needed to pick a speed where, again, this is kind of just us brainstorming, where we would have damage to the taillight, right? It would fracture it, but it wouldn't completely obliterate it. So we knew if we chose a speed, for instance, of 40 miles an hour, we know we're going to completely essentially explode the taillight. But if we do, 1 mile an hour, we may not do anything to it, right? So we kind of had to pick a middle ground to again, cause damage to the taillight.
What was your conclusion with following that testing? What was your conclusion with regard to whether or not it was consistent or inconsistent with the damage to the truck, the taillight was consistent or inconsistent with making contact with John O'Keefe's head at or above 15 miles an hour?
So strictly speaking to a damage perspective, the 15 mile an hour interaction between the hybrid head form and the test tail lamp produced significantly more damage than that of the subject vehicle. So that indicates that, again, the damage on the subject taillight was less than that of the test taillight.
So if I were to ask you whether or not there would be more or less damage to the taillight if you increase the speed to 24 miles an hour, what is your conclusion?
Well, you're talking about significantly more kinetic energy. So if you just think about it from, again, a kinetic energy standpoint, kinetic energy is equal to 1/2 times the mass and the velocity squared. So if you're squaring that velocity and you're going from 15 up to 24 miles per hour, you're going to get a significant amount of more energy associated with that. Probably, I could pull up my calculator, but you're probably looking at 2.5 more times energy than the 15 mile an hour test.
Which means 2.5 more times the damage to the taillight?
Certainly.
Which you did not see in your review of the materials, correct?
Correct.
So what is your opinion or conclusion as to whether or not the damage to the taillight was caused by striking John O'Keefe's head?
From a damage standpoint, it was inconsistent.
I want to shift gears back to the injuries that you saw concerning.
So it
Mr.
didn't hit him
O'Keefe's
in the
arm,
head.
his right arm. During the course of your investigation, did you look at photographs and investigate the injuries to his right arm?
Yes, sir. Thirsty motherfucker,
What's
stop
the
it.
width of the taillight, specifically from where it meets the lift gate to the left side? I'm sorry, to the side of the vehicle, the right side of the vehicle.
To the right. So yeah, as I mentioned earlier, that is about 6.5 inches. It starts to wrap around to the right side. So really, it's even though the taillight continues, it's not projecting out on the back end more. It's again wrapping around. So in terms of the width that is facing the rear, if you will, it's about 6.5 inches.
And you noted that there was a dent and some paint chips that you identified above the lift gate, correct?
Correct.
How far away from the right side of the vehicle were those scratches and that dent?
Approximately 20 inches.
What was the significance of that distance?
Well, again, to go back to your question about, I think if somebody was holding a drinking glass, right, and their arm was extended to cause that damage, or if it's theorized that those dents and chips were from that. Again, the thing that sticks out to me is that you have essentially the Lexus taillight.
So ask another question.
What's the significance of whether or not there was damage between the dent and the taillight? In other words, that 20-inch area. Was it dented? Was it harmed in any way?
So in terms of, again, if we're talking about, again, looking at the back of the vehicle and we go to kind of where that right tail lamp just meets the lift gate, as I mentioned, there's another lamp assembly on the lift gate itself. There's also a chrome trim piece above that, and then certainly the body paneling to the liftgate itself. And I think what stood out to me is that between that dent and the fractured taillight, there was no observable damage to that area, which I would have expected had an arm been positioned there.
Wow. I'm the wolf, so my 20-inch area
Can you calculate,
is
or could you
impervious to
calculate,
damage.
Did you calculate the amount of force that would be required to strike a person just only on the outstretched portion of his arm in order to project him a number of feet, for instance, 30 feet in one direction or another?
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Objection.
Take a distance out of it. Break it down.
I'll ask you the same question, but without the 30 feet.
Okay.
Were you able to calculate, or could you calculate the force that would be required to strike a person on his outstretched arm hard enough to spin him around and project him a number of feet?
If you're talking about only an interaction between the arm and the back of the vehicle, no, there wouldn't be any projection. Again, if you think about this, the arm weighs about, again, with Mr. O'Keefe would be about 11 pounds. So you still have, another 200 plus pounds being held down by gravity, and the force is only acting on the arm. So essentially, the arm would be accelerated, but the whole body, because the center of mass is not being struck, would not be projected.
Is the absence of the damage that you described, the absence of damage that you described between the dent and the rest of the vehicle, with the exception of the taillight, is that consistent or inconsistent with striking an outstretched arm of a human being?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
That would be inconsistent, in my opinion.
Bruh.
They have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
This guy is just sitting up there systematically destroying the
And what
prosecution's
is your
case.
opinion, Doctor, as to the amount of damage that you would expect to see at 15 miles per hour or above on the taillight if, in fact, that vehicle were moving in reverse and were to strike something on a human body, for instance, an elbow or an arm?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Probably not.
Sorry.
I'm trying. Physics, that's right.
Poor Jackson.
From your testing, what would you expect to see in terms of the damage to the right rear taillight if, in fact, that taillight were to make contact with a part of a human body, for instance, an elbow or an arm, at 15 miles an hour or above? What would the level of damage be as compared to the damage that you actually saw?
Well, if we compare it to, again, looking at the drop test that we did with the hybrid head, which weighs about 10 pounds. So again, if we're talking about now a human arm that's comparable in that same weight, we certainly would expect to see a comparable level of force and damage. So as I mentioned, if the arm is outstretched across the right tail lamp and into the liftgate section, I would certainly expect to see deformation to that body paneling, even potentially the tail light on the liftgate itself and that chrome piece as well.
Based on the entirety of your investigation, your entire team's investigation, all the testing that you did, all the biomechanical testing and the engineering and the physics testing that you did, in your expert opinion, was that taillight damaged by striking John O'Keefe on the head?
Objection.
Sustained.
Dude, that's a perfectly legitimate
In your
question.
opinion, was the taillight damaged by either striking Mr. O'Keefe on the head or the arm?
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh my God.
Yes. You are muted.
No, don't answer that. Lally, quit stalling, bro. Like, this is over, dude. Like, dude, I get it, bro. Lally, I get it. It's a big fucking Penn Decker fucking riddled malangouche that you got to suck on here. I get it. It's not easy. It's not easy. You don't want to put your mouth on it, but it's going in, whether you like it or not, Lally. It's going in. You're gonna have to suck this big fat dick. You're just gonna have to do it. There's nothing. It's not avoidable.
You are unmuted.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Last question, Doctor. In your expert opinion, based on all your testing, is the damage to the taillight that you saw consistent with striking a human head?
No.
In your expert opinion, is the damage to the taillight consistent with striking a human arm?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, jurors, we will take our morning recess.
All rise for the court, please.
You are muted.
Morning recess, bro. I love it. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second, folks. Yes. Lally. Yes, sir, bro. The malanga of justice is going in your face, whether you like it or not, dude. It's happening. There's no stopping it. It's just happening, you know? I don't know, like, I mean, he's sitting here stalling with bullshit. Yeah, I mean, this is amazing because right now, if the jury is as smart as I think they are, they're wondering who hired them. What is going on here? These people, they're not saying that they were in charge of any investigation. Is there a separate investigation going on? This is possible for this is absolutely possible for okay, yeah, everybody keeps talking about Sandra Birchmore. We're gonna get into that. I just need more information before I do. I mean, yeah, it's absolutely possible for the jury to draw the conclusion that there is an outside entity conducting their own independent investigation into this case. It's unlikely that they'll say that they would put together that it's into the Norfolk County DA's office. It's unlikely that they'll put all that together, but it's possible. It's possible that they'll at least suspect, but clearly, for some reason, I mean, they have the information. They were not hired by the defense. They've never been prepped other than this morning. These gentlemen are testifying as a result of an independent federal investigation, not of the Karen Reed case, but of the Michael Morrissey's Norfolk County DA's office. And if they're investigating the details of this case, that means that the feds have reason to believe that Michael Morrissey and his subordinates are corrupt and have engaged in corruption involving this case. This goes beyond misconduct. Misconduct is an internal thing. This goes beyond misconduct. This is corruption. If the feds are investigating and they have like a 98% conviction rate as a result of their investigations, like they're not going to investigate you unless they got good reason to investigate you. And they in one of the letters being exchanged between Michael Morrissey's office and the U.S. Attorney's office, Josh Levy's office basically spoke for Josh Levy, saying the U.S. Attorney does not agree that there is no reason to be investigating your office, Michael Morrissey. So this is a big deal, because I'm wondering if this is going to come up somehow or another. If it comes up that Michael Morrissey is under federal investigation, or at the very least that these ARCA guys were hired by the feds. So I'm wondering, because Lally's not going to bring that up. Lally's not going to ask this guy, who hired you? Like, Lally does not want the jury to know or even smell that the office that he represents in that courtroom is under federal investigation due to how they handled this case. Patrick Baker, thank you so much. Feds super slam. Oh my God, we got two of them.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think.
Bostonian now. Ask how much damage to the arm at 24 miles per hour. Shattered elbow. See, that's the thing is this gentleman, and I'm glad you asked that because that helps clear things up. You're asking, you're rooting for them to for the defense to ask him what it would do to his elbow. See, this is what's very thorough about this. This is what's very reassuring, is the fact that that's not his expertise. His expertise is the car. The next witness that works for ARCA, his expertise is how the body would be damaged. So that would be a question for the next gentleman that the defense is going to call to the stand. So that's going to be interesting. So right now, they're focusing the damage on the car and how much damage John O'Keefe's body would do to the car, to the vehicle. Would the tail light crack if it hit him in the elbow, or if a glass broke on it, or whatever? Basically, this guy is basically just shutting down this entire sham of an investigation. Shutting it down. Everything that took place in the Sallyport, everything as far as what they supposedly found in the lawn of 34 Fairview, all of this shit is getting shut down right now in open court by an independent investigator hired by the feds. And we went over ARCA. I mean, these ARCA worked on the Challenger. ARCA investigated the Challenger blowing up. Do you understand that? This is the kind of credentials that this company has. There's no discrediting these people. Like, I'm telling you, and I know people criticize me for being too rough on people sometimes, generally, and it's not a smart move, and blah, 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 blah. People are your potential viewers. I don't give a fuck about all that. Listen, if you are at this point thinking that the Massachusetts State Police investigators who have testified in this trial hold even so much as a fucking match to these experts, if you are buying any of the shit that they have said up there on the stand in their bullshit reports, the same bullshit reports that those of us with common sense have been calling out and going, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. And then you have these incredibly qualified experts, like overly qualified. There's nobody that matches this expertise, validating everything that those of us who have been suspicious and people have called and gaslit us about being conspiracy theorists and being tinfoil hat wearing weirdos. This dude, all of these witnesses, these incredibly qualified witnesses, are validating what us crazies have been saying all this time. And the thing is all they're doing is just making you realize it was always just common sense. It was always just common sense. What these people are also validating as they sit on the stand is that every single person who has justified sticking to the conclusion that Karen Reed is guilty, they don't think. Every person who is justified coming to the conclusion that Karen Reed is guilty up until this point are proven fucking idiots because they haven't applied the simplest of common sense, because that's all I did. That's all you did, folks. I don't have the credentials that this man has. I don't have the credentials that Dr. Russell has, that Dr. Wolf has, that the next witness is going to have. I don't have those kind of credentials. Neither do any of you. And so what does it boil down to? It boils down to common sense. And if you fail to apply common sense, and even when it's been presented to you over and over and over again on different YouTube channels, on social media platforms, all different kinds, and you choose to ignore these very simple common sense conclusions that these very overqualified, very well qualified experts are validating, well, then, since it's common sense, that would make you a fucking idiot, wouldn't it? I'm going to say that again. Since it's common sense and you have chosen to willfully ignore it, well, that would make you a fucking idiot. I don't, there's no other way to put it. There's no way to sugarcoat it. There's no way to be nice about it. It's one thing to have differing opinions. Okay, fine. But when you have chosen to ignore simple common sense explanations or doubt that is justified by common sense, and you've chosen to willfully ignore this for months and months and months, that makes you a fucking idiot. There's literally no, it's not even instincts, microdots. It's not even instincts. It's common fucking sense. There's things where you apply instincts where you're just like, okay, well, fuck. You know, let's say all of this evidence was valid. Let's say Michael Proctor conducted a very awesome investigation. Let's say that there wasn't this conflict of interest with the McAlberts and these people weren't even a factor. That would be, that would boil down to instinct. Is Karen Reed the type of person that would do this? Is she putting on an act in front of the jury? Is she the type of person who gets drunk and violent? All of these things we would have to rely on our instincts to answer for us because we don't know Karen Reed. But the problem with this is that we have drawn our conclusions not because we have so much faith in Karen Reed. We don't know Karen Reed. None of us know who the fuck she is or what anything about her personal life. More than we know as far as these bullshit text messages that they tried to use to build a motive against her. But, dude, like, At no point did my instincts, at no point did I apply instincts to this. The entire time I applied common sense. All of you did too. Yeah, I can't wait. Honestly, can't wait for juror interviews about how they felt during trial. Yeah, I'm interested too. I can't wait to see that. I can't wait till like the Dateline episode or whatever where they get to interview jurors. I'm really fascinated by this. I mean, sure. I'm just saying, like, I mean, I'm not doubting anybody's gut instincts. I count on my gut instincts all the time. I trust my gut instincts. I've learned to listen to my gut instincts. And only recently, if I'm being honest. But in this case, gut instincts were not required. And I'm not saying this to like, contradict Microdots. I get Microdots' perspective on this. Like in a lot of ways, it's just like, you look at the entire vibe of the entire situation. Nobody's doing anything wrong. Like I looked at cases where I use my gut instincts, where I can judge based on my gut instincts, based on the type of behavior that people with this opinion engage in versus people with this opinion engage in. And when I see people, and it's a small percentage, just engaging in disgusting, ratchet ass fucking behavior, doxing people and trying to frame people for fucking domestic violence and crazy shit like that. I mean, when I see ratchet ass behavior, like what I saw the fucking the Alberts do yesterday to Turtle Boy and his girlfriend. I mean, that's when gut instincts absolutely kick in. So that's what I'm guessing Microdots means mostly on that is that's fucking like you look at shit and you observe, you read the room, and then you're just like, these fucking people, look at, you've got Grant just sitting up there fucking lying, consistently lying. You've got Plevin up there consistently lying and deliberately ignoring basic details, deliberately ignoring them. This is a red flag to your gut instincts. Right. You don't need to be an expert to see it. These things, you just simply look at the behavior of most of these fucking people. You look at the behavior of these protesters who prefer not to be even called protesters. They prefer to be referred to as supporters. Supporters. Protesting has a negative vibe to it. So they prefer the sound of supporters simply because it describes them better. They stand out there, they commiserate with each other, everybody gets along. It's nice. They stand outside of the courthouse, they follow all of the regulations that have been implemented on them. They do everything right. They just simply express their support for who they believe to be an innocent woman. And they do this gracefully. They are all kind to each other. They were incredibly kind to me. Every single person. That says a lot. To me, that says a lot about this case. So when you talk about gut instincts, those are the things that my gut listens to. My gut listens to all of you guys. My gut listens to all of those people that are standing out there. My gut listens to the Plevins and the fucking Coffin Doffers and the, My gut hears that shit too. And I'm telling you, it's a different read. It's a different read. When I see Slevin and all these people, the vibe I get is very, very different than the vibe I get from my chat, from Turtle Boy's chat, from Young Jerk's chat, from Brian's chat, from Tom's chat. And there's more. I'm just not going to name them all. If I'm forgetting anybody, I don't need a list in the chat either. You know, I'm not going to spend the next 20 minutes naming all of the channels that I like, but there are plenty. And the people and the channels and the platforms that believe Karen Reed to be innocent are always full of kind, fun people. Yeah, thank you, Liz Reed. No, it's not about victory. I mean, this is about justice, absolutely. No, I cannot. No, I cannot. Man, I'm fired up. Fuck you. Fired up, man. Shit fires me up, and I love it. I love it.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
Right, Ms. Tallali, whenever you're ready.
Boo! You suck!
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Now, you in conjunction with, Dr. Wenchler, is that correct?
Dr. Renschler, yes.
So you in conjunction with Dr.
Keep your voice up, Ms. Tallali.
Yes. You in conjunction with Dr. Renschler and Dr. Klein wrote a report in regard to your analysis here, correct?
Correct.
And doctor, that report was issued on February 12th, 2024, is that correct?
Correct.
And in the first paragraph of that report, the last two sentences, you or whoever the author of that particular portion indicates, this analysis is based on information currently available to ARCA and is only to be issued in its entirety. However, ARCA reserves the right to supplement or revise this report if additional information becomes available. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's pretty standard as far as your industry is concerned. You can only work with the information that you're provided. Is that correct?
Certainly.
Now, in this instance, you were provided 10 things, and then there were 4 additional things that either you or the other doctors had reviewed as far as literature or things of that nature. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And the 10 things that you were talking about were reports, an initial crime scene report, medical examiner dispatch removal report. Is that correct?
Correct.
Photographs of the incident location. Is that correct?
Correct.
And how many sets of photographs of the incident location were you provided with?
In terms of the number of photographs?
The number of photographs, or were there different sets of photographs?
Yes.
And how many sets?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I know that there was a series that were taken during the daytime as well as ones taken what appeared to be in the early morning hours.
And you were also provided video from the early morning hours. Is that correct?
From what I recall, I think it was daytime, but yes.
Photographs of the vehicle, photographs of recovered evidence. Is that correct?
Correct.
CDR report from the 2021 Lexus LX570, correct?
Correct.
Autopsy report, autopsy photographs. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then some other things those would be the 10 things that you were provided with. And then there were 4 other things that you reviewed or part of your team reviewed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, in regard to there's a section in your report called Review of Materials, and it talks about photographs and glass fragments and plastic fragments and things of that nature, correct?
Correct.
You also talk about a black drinking straw that was recovered on scene. Is that correct?
Correct.
However, there's no mention in the report about Mr. O'Keefe's shoe or Mr. O'Keefe's hat. Are you aware of those items as well?
Yes.
And are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe's shoe was actually found dug out from the snow, sort of flush with the curbing in front of the area where his body was found?
Yes.
Now, over the course of your work as a crash reconstructionist, and again, I don't mean this in any way, shape, or form, but I'm just curious. Typically, you're reconstructing or you're looking at someone else's reconstruction in relation to something that occurred in the past, correct?
Not always, no.
Well, my question is, sir, how many times have you actually been on like a live scene where the vehicles are still in place at final rest? Whether a
Are you seriously trying to discredit what this guy does?
Where those sort of conditions existed?
Certainly. We have a rapid response team that essentially we've been on site on the day of or the week of the incident. Yes.
Now, how often is that?
Not nearly as often as, like I said earlier, we primarily do litigation work. So again, by the time we're retained, obviously the scene has been is no longer present.
Scene's been cleared, items have been removed as far as evidence or other things. That's mostly what you deal with, correct?
Sure.
And as far as the hat that we were talking about before, are you aware that that was recovered as well? Same day as the drinking straw on February 3rd in the area where the body of Mr. O'Keefe was discovered?
In the area of the front yard, yes.
Now, you have some familiarity through working as a crash reconstructionist with pedestrian collisions, correct?
Correct.
Is it common or uncommon for in the course of a pedestrian collision, for a shoe or glasses or a hat or something to fall off of that pedestrian in the collision sequence near where the area of impact occurs?
Well, I think that depends on the interaction between the two. If it's more of a side swipe type interaction, if we're just talking about an arm, for instance, contacting the vehicle, no, I would not expect the shoe to come off. If it's something where the entire body is interacting with the vehicle, then yes, there's a greater likelihood that something like a shoe will come off.
Nice.
Yes.
So that is consistent in general terms with a pedestrian collision of shoes.
No, dude, that's not what he said.
Again, based on the
Dumbass.
interaction between the two. I wouldn't say it's a blanket statement that, again, in all pedestrian interactions, you will have a shoe come off.
And that's not the question I was asking. So what I'm asking is it generally consistent with pedestrian collisions that a shoe may come off during the collision?
He just said no, not when you hit him by the arm.
Shoes can't come off in a pedestrian impact, yes.
Like, not if you just hit him in the arm. No, your shoe
Again,
doesn't fly off.
You were testifying earlier about the damage to the Lexus being isolated in the area of the taillight, correct?
Correct.
And that was based on the information that you were providing, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to any of the materials that you were providing, was there anything in the materials that you were provided that indicated that just the arm or an outstretched arm of Mr. O'Keefe interacted with the vehicle?
No.
And based on your review of any of the materials that you were provided, was there any information stating that Mr. O'Keefe had been struck in the back of the head by the taillight assembly of the Lexus?
No.
And based on any of the
Oh my God.
materials,
I'll check that tabloid right out. I'm right on it. Thanks, Kimmy.
let me ask you, based on any of the materials that you provided, were you aware that Mr. O'Keefe is on video exiting from a bar minutes before crash occurs at approximately 12:11 a.m. holding a cocktail glass in his right hand?
I'm not aware of that video.
Yeah, idiots don't like being called idiots, man.
Now, other than the materials that we just went over, as far as the 10 things that you were provided, you weren't provided anything else. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
And so sort of the questions that you endeavored to answer, those were questions that you didn't note from any of the materials that you were provided. Is that correct?
If I understand your question correctly, there was nothing in the material that indicated the questions we were to answer, if that's what your question was.
That is my question. So there was nothing in there, is that correct?
Correct.
If I may have a moment, John?
Yes.
You talked a bit about, you have some extensive background in human factors, correct?
Correct.
And as far as visibility, in particular, have you ever conducted a visibility analysis?
Absolutely, hundreds of times.
And you talked a little bit about conspicuity, is that correct?
Yes.
And part of conspicuity, at least one of the factors, would be a reasonable expectation of, in particular, when you're talking about a pedestrian collision. Part of the conspicuity factors would include sort of a reasonable expectation that a pedestrian would be in the path of the vehicle. Is that fair to say?
I don't understand your question.
Sure. When you're talking about conspicuity or visibility analysis, in particular, you're talking about
Mr. Lally.
something called PRT or perception reaction time, correct?
Well, that occurs after recognition. So first, a driver has to recognize that there's a pedestrian there before they can actually respond to it. So once they've recognized the pedestrian, then you start the perception response time where, again, the driver has identified what the hazard is. They're making a decision about what to do. They might be moving their foot from the accelerator pedal to the brake pedal. So again, kind of that's the action or the time frame in which a driver is undergoing action to potentially mitigate the collision.
And perception reaction time, that's a pretty commonly used industry sort of standard as far as crash reconstruction goes, correct?
Well, I would say that it's used in the field of accident reconstruction, but as I mentioned earlier in my testimony, there isn't a blanket number in terms of perception response time. As I mentioned, it's based upon the hazard that the driver is presented with. Again, if you've got a pedestrian crossing the roadway, that's going to be one particular perception response time based upon studies and naturalistic data versus a driver suddenly stopping in front of you, right? It's not the same perception response time in every scenario.
No, understood. And there's different variables that may affect that as far as someone's age, as far as the lighting that's available, other things. Is that correct?
Sure.
And one of those things might be the reasonable expectation of a pedestrian being present in the roadway as you're driving along, correct?
Expectancy can play a role, yes.
In expectancy, what we're talking about is sort of the disparity or the difference between driving along a country road where there's no houses for miles and miles versus an urban area where there's crosswalks every 15 feet, correct?
Sure.
Now, in that expectation of privacy, how high would that be if we're talking about a pedestrian that actually exited from the vehicle that then strikes?
I don't understand your question.
Let me ask you this. If the operator of the vehicle has a passenger who then exits the vehicle and goes towards the back, would there be a high reasonable expectation that the pedestrian would be located in that area?
I don't know if I would classify it as high.
What would you classify it as?
Not high.
I honestly don't know that I have a classification to it.
I wouldn't classify it as the glare.
You never looked at the defendant's vehicle in this case, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that the defendant's vehicle is still in police custody and available for inspection?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you ever ask to look at the defendant's vehicle?
No.
Now, a typical pedestrian strike, for the most part, involves a pedestrian in front of a vehicle as it's coming down a street. Is that fair to say?
That can be one type of interaction, yes.
Is that more prominently seen as far as your field than a rear collision?
I would say that's fair.
And there are various types of sort of interactions that the pedestrian can have with the vehicle in order to cause and sort of sustain injuries. Is that fair to say?
What I would say is that there's certainly, in terms of how the pedestrian interacts with the vehicle, in terms of whether they're being wrapped onto the vehicle or projected forward, certainly there's different types of interactions, yes.
So there's like a wrap and forward projection type of collision sequence. Is that correct?
Those are two common, yes.
There's also something called a fender vault. Is that correct?
Correct.
And sort of how
Thank you, Brittany.
where that pedestrian is positioned with relation to the vehicle is somehow or somewhat determinative of the injury sustained. Is that correct?
It can be, yes.
Obviously, you're going to see different injuries if someone fender vaults and goes over the top of the vehicle versus someone who is projected forward from the collision sequence with the front of the vehicle.
Just to clarify, again, in this matter, I was not assessing injuries. That was Dr. Rentschler. I don't have an opinion.
What I'm saying is based on your experience, though, that you understand that there's a difference in the injuries that you might expect based on the type of interaction that a pedestrian has with a vehicle.
Yes.
And then if someone is wrapping forward projected and then the vehicle overruns that person, there'd be a whole other host of injuries that you'd expect to see based on being overrun by the vehicle, correct?
Yeah,
There
dumbass.
could be, yes.
Now, the testing that you did with respect, these are essentially experiments that you're doing, correct?
That's fair, yes.
And am I correct in saying that in scientific experiments or in the world of scientific experiments, there are certain things called variables that you're trying to account for? Is that correct?
I would say that's fair, yes.
Those variables.
Oh my God, I don't care!
In order to best replicate whatever the conditions were at the time that what you're testing to see actually occurred. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, what, if anything, did you do to control variables in relation to temperature?
So one of the things we did with all of the tail lamp assemblies that we tested is that we preconditioned them to approximately 28 degrees so that they had reached a steady state temperature before we subjected them to the impact testing.
And where in your report does it say that?
I don't believe that's explicitly stated.
Is it implicitly stated anywhere in your report?
Again, as I'm telling you, that's part of what we did for the testing.
I understand that's what your testimony is, but you wrote a report, correct?
Right, and I don't know that I detailed every single part of the test. Again, we summarized it.
Understood. So what did you do to control any variable as far as wind?
Well, when you're talking about a projectile such as a glass, again, that's being projected at 37 miles per hour, again, there would be probably minimal effects in terms of the wind.
Even if there was a blizzard going on?
Again, what we're going after here is ultimately conducting a test such that the drinking glass arrived at the location of the taillight. So if you're trying to say that, okay, he threw it this way and the wind blew it towards the taillight, sure, that could be a possibility.
And sir, I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just asking, are you aware that there was a blizzard and that there were wind gusts up to 37 miles per hour during the time that this collision occurred, and that's not accounted for in your test?
Were you aware of that, sir?
I'm aware that there was inclement weather at the time, yes.
Now, with respect...
Where do you get these fucking idiots, huh? Where do you get them?
What glass did you use?
So we used a rocks drinking glass. So that's a glass that has a thicker base and a shallower sidewall.
And so what I'm asking, sir, was it a cocktail glass? Was it a pint glass? What kind of drinking glass are we talking?
A rocks drinking glass.
And how
You just said
tall
that,
is
dickhead.
Rocks drinking glass did you use?
If I had to estimate, I think it was about 3 or 4 inches tall, probably.
And the thickness, did you measure that as far as the thickness of the bottom of the glass?
No.
Was the thickness of the bottom of the glass thicker or more thick or less thick than the top of the glass?
Are you talking about this in comparison to the sidewall? Of the glass?
Talking about in comparison to itself. So you have a glass, this rocks glass. Was the bottom thicker or the top thicker?
The sidewall would be taller, if you will, than the base.
And so when you're projecting this thing out of the device that you created, the whatever it was,
Whatever it
are you
was.
facing sort of the top of the glass where you would be sipping out of, or the bottom of the glass at the tail?
So in the testing, the interaction between the taillight and the glasses was primarily between the base and the taillight.
Now, with reference to, I asked you a little bit about the video, and you weren't aware of Mr. O'Keefe exiting from the Waterfall Bar at 12:11 in the morning, about 15, 20 minutes before he struck by a vehicle. You're not aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Now, with reference to that particular establishment, was there anything stopping you or the other doctors that you were working with from going to that establishment, finding out what kind of glasses they had, getting an actual cocktail glass from that establishment?
I had no idea that video existed.
Did you even know that Mr. O'Keefe was at a bar before he was struck by the vehicle?
I believe that in one of the incident reports we reviewed that there was, I think, a narrative about that they had been at a bar drinking. Yes.
How is it that you determined where on the taillight assembly to aim?
So we looked at the fracture pattern, and what it appeared to be that it was emanating from basically where the clear portion meets the red cover. We kind of saw that the fracture pattern emanated from that. So that's where we targeted it.
Now, when you did this testing as far as the sort of breakage or the pieces that came off the taillight, is it fair to say that they were of sort of different shapes and sizes, the broken pieces?
Sure.
Consistent with the broken pieces that were found on the scene near Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes, I would say that's fair.
Now, I know you may not be the person for this, but just as far as your reviewed some of the autopsy report, medical findings in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe were primarily on the right side of his body, correct?
Correct.
So there were injuries to his right arm and forearm, elbow area, correct?
Correct.
There was bruising to his right hand. Do you recall that?
Yes.
There was an abrasion to the outside or the posterior of his right leg near his knee. Do you recall that?
I don't know that I recall that off the top of my head.
And do you recall sort of the skull fracture or the laceration that immediately outside of the skull fracture was on sort of the right back of his head?
Yes.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Now, from the reports that you reviewed, were you aware that when Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered by the defendant and two of Mr. O'Keefe's friends, that the defendant was the only one who could see him in the conditions?
Objection.
Sustained.
As far as the lighting was concerned in that area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, are you aware there was no overhead street ambient lighting or anything like that?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not aware of that.
And you didn't do any visibility analysis or anything in relation to this case, correct?
That wasn't a part of my scope in this case.
Well, as far as part of your scope, did you define that you indicated earlier that there were questions that you didn't find in the materials that you asked and conducted experiments to prove or disprove, correct?
Well, again, the entity that retained us in this asked us to evaluate whether or not the damage to the vehicle and the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe were consistent with the interaction or in interaction between the two.
So you were somewhat restricted in the scope of what you could do based on the parameters given to you by the agency. FBI, open up!
Sure.
Say it. Come on, say the words. Say the
Now,
words.
as far as any statements by the defendant to investigating troopers either that afternoon or that morning when Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered, were you familiar with any of those?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not familiar with.
Sure.
You guys still up? Oh my God, dude. This dude is the worst. Like, the only thing that he can possibly do is try to discredit this guy's findings. Lally's not the guy to do that. Like, he's just not qualified. He's not equipped to do it. You know what I mean? Like, dude. Like, if this was a cuck porn, who do you think would be who? You know what I mean? Like, who would be who here? You know? How you casting that one? You know what I mean? This is unbelievable. Like, how does this dude like even get up in the morning and like
you are
get in his
unmuted
car and drive over there without just hating his life?
So, doctor, with regard to the defendant's statements, at any point were you did you review materials, or were you made aware that the defendant said to multiple people on scene, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him"?
I'm not aware of that.
That's because she didn't say it. Like, who's he trying to convince, the jury or the witness on the stand? I don't understand what his strategy here is. He pulled this shit with the last witness, with Dr. Sheridan. He sat there and gave him the rundown. Like,
the reports
and
that you and the other doctors submitted. There's an indication that if either Mr. O'Keefe's arm or head had interacted with the taillight, there'd be some expectation that either blood or DNA would be contained on that taillight. Is that correct?
I believe, yes, that was stated in the report.
And at any point were you made aware that Mr. O'Keefe's DNA actually was recovered from that taillight assembly from the defendant's vehicle?
No, I was not.
Now, as far as forensic reports, what, if anything, were you provided in reference to that, other than the initial crime scene report?
Are you talking about specific to the scene or forensic reports to the body?
Forensic reports specific to the evidence that was recovered from the scene and from the defendant's vehicle.
Only what would be listed in the report.
yeah, jury already know. Excuse me, the jury already knows this, dude.
Now, you indicated as one of the materials that you were provided and you reviewed was the EDR, event data recorded data.
The crash data retrieval report, yes.
Now, were you shown anything as far as a crash reconstruction report from a trooper from the state police?
No.
And the EDR data that you
Of
observed,
course
did that
not.
contain any sort of usable data?
There was no events recovered on the black box.
And with respect to there being no events recovered on the EDR or the black box in a pedestrian collision, is that unusual?
It is not.
And why not?
Well, because you're talking about, excuse me, a very large weight difference between the vehicle and the pedestrian. So ultimately, what the vehicle is constantly monitoring is acceleration, which gets back to a term called delta V. So when the vehicle doesn't experience a big delta V, typically the threshold for a non-deployment event where you're not firing airbags or any safety mechanisms, but the vehicle wakes up and says, hey, there was something that I potentially hit. And it's usually at a threshold of about 5 miles per hour. So again, given the weight difference, we usually don't see delta Vs that high with pedestrians.
And is that in some respects because what the EDR and what the safety restraint systems are designed to protect is the occupants of the vehicle, correct?
That's fair, yes.
I mean, there are more innovations as far as vehicles that are more modern or released earlier that have certain pedestrian or protections for other vehicles, but primarily what they're focused on is the occupants of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Now, at any point in time, were you shown any text stream data, Toyota text stream data from the defendant's vehicle?
No.
So you weren't shown any data indicating that the defendant's vehicle was being operated in reverse.
The objection sustained. Next question.
So with regard to the defendant's statements, were you also not told that the defendant told several people that she had just gotten into a fight with Mr. O'Keefe right before she dropped him off at 34 Fairview Road?
So that's sustained.
Yeah, like, what the fuck, dude? The fuck does that have to do with anything as far as this guy's expertise goes? And again, who are you trying to convince, the jury or him?
Collisions. You're familiar with sort of the physics term, I'm presuming, doctor, as far as like center of mass?
Yes.
And what kind of role does a center of mass for a
Get the
pedestrian
fuck outta
play in relation to the center of mass of a vehicle as far as how the two interact?
Well, it depends, again, on the vehicle structure. And again, when you're talking about where's the hood height, the bumper height, and the CG or the center of gravity of the pedestrian, that, again, will kind of dictate how they interact with between the vehicle and the pedestrian.
Now, typically, a typical pedestrian collision, again, that we were speaking about before, is in relation to a pedestrian struck by the front of a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And so in a typical pedestrian collision, that involves more of an assumption of the velocity of the striking vehicle than you would see occur in sort of a side swipe. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. In a typical pedestrian collision, that would involve more of an assumption of the velocity of the striking vehicle by the pedestrian than you would see in a typical side swipe collision. Is that correct?
If I understand your question correctly, yes. If the vehicle is striking the center of gravity of a pedestrian as opposed to just, for instance, a limb, yes, the center of gravity or the body will be accelerated up to that speed.
Now, with respect to the defendant's vehicle, again, you never actually looked at the defendant's vehicle, is that correct?
It wasn't necessary.
And did you look at the actual taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle?
I had sufficient photographs of the taillight.
Did you ever look at the actual physical broken pieces of the taillight from the defendant's vehicle?
Again, I had sufficient photographs that documented the fragments and pieced them together.
Trace the
And
signal.
you're aware, at least, that the fragments that were recovered on scene were then sort of put back together and overlaid over the taillight housing that was taken from the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
And through any of the pictures of the photos that you observed, did you ever see a piece of metal protruding underneath the broken and shattered plastic pieces from the taillight?
I believe it was a plastic chrome piece.
And when you were doing the testing as far as shooting the glass, the drinking glass at the taillight assembly,
Shoot the glass.
that taillight assembly was sort of held there by vice grips or something like that. Is that correct? It wasn't actually physically attached to a vehicle.
That's
when you were
Shoot
shooting at?
the glass.
Now, as far as that, you're familiar with, there was a piece of a broken drinking glass that was recovered from the same area of where Mr. O'Keefe was found. Is that correct?
Amongst the fragments of the taillight, yes.
And are you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe's DNA being present on those pieces of the exterior of a broken drinking glass located near his body?
I don't believe so.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, his fingernails, are you aware that there was DNA of Mr. O'Keefe and no one else recovered from both his fingernails and from a variety of areas of his clothing?
Objection.
Sustain.
Dude.
Now, from the crime
I hate
scene
you so
report,
much, Lally.
that you reviewed, are you aware that there was human hair that was located on the right rear quarter panel near the dent that you were talking about?
Oh, you mean on his girlfriend's car?
Yes.
Are you familiar or are you aware that subsequent mitochondrial DNA testing found that the mitochondrial DNA profile for that hair was consistent to a probability of 99.895% with the mitochondrial DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe?
I'm not aware of that.
Gives a shit. It was his girlfriend's car.
Now, were you also aware that the broken drinking glass with Mr. O'Keefe's DNA on it was found to be consistent with the broken drinking glass pieces that were found in the street?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Were you aware that the pieces from the exterior of the broken drinking glass found near Mr. O'Keefe's body with his DNA on it were then found to be consistent with pieces of broken drinking glass that were located in the street of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
Were you also aware that pieces of glass that you were talking about from the defendant's bumper were found to be consistent with pieces of glass recovered from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
Were you aware that there were microscopic pieces of red and clear plastic, about a 1/16 of an inch by a 1/16 of an inch, that were recovered from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing that were then found to be consistent with the tailor?
No, I don't believe so.
Now, as far as, again, you weren't provided with any sort of reconstruction report from a Trooper Paul from the state police?
No, I was not.
So you're not aware that he took measurements from the ground to where certain items were on the vehicle?
The objection sustained. He didn't see the report. Sure.
For real, dude. Mr. Lally, what was it like when Michael Morrissey was basically ordering you and commanding you to conduct this sham of a prosecution?
So how did you like that?
Loved it. I want to ride that horse again sometime. Ooh, yeah.
Wow.
That's what I thought.
You are unmuted.
Yes.
My apologies, Your Honor. Just one moment.
Yes.
Now, Doctor, in the course of your analysis or review of materials here, were you ever provided with a video of the defendant backing out of a garage and making contacts with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in his driveway at about 5:07 in the morning on January 29th?
No.
Nice. Nice.
Now, as far as from your review and your testing and everything that you did in this case, if a collision occurred at a lower speed, say 1, 2, anywhere from 0 to 5 miles an hour, would that create the damage to the tail light that you observed in this particular case?
At that speed, no.
So there were about 10 items that you were provided that you reviewed, is that correct?
Correct.
And a number of different items that I just asked you about that you weren't provided with or you weren't aware of, correct?
Correct.
And again, in your report, in the very first paragraph, you indicate, however, ARCA reserves the right to supplement or revise this report if additional information becomes available, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
You never had anything to begin with.
Very briefly, Dr. Wolf, you were asked on cross-examination a couple of questions about hair, DNA on the outside of the taillight lens, I'm sorry, the taillight housing, and glass material. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Does any of that change your opinion about your opinions and conclusions in this case?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Absolutely not.
Nice.
What is your conclusion as to whether or not the damage to the vehicle and the injuries to the human being are consistent or inconsistent with the vehicle interaction?
Objection.
Sustained. All right, Dr. Wolf, you are all set, sir.
God damn it. Marty, thank you. I hate pilling on, but shut up, Lally. For real, bro. It's like, dude.
Shut your fucking mouth! Shut the fuck up, you cunt! Shut it!
Yeah.
Yes.
Your Honor, we would ask Dr. Andrew Benchua to join us, please.
Okay.
All right. So this gentleman is going to discuss the injuries on John
While he's
O'Keefe
coming in, just very quickly about scheduling.
as far as whether or not
You
they're
are
consistent.
muted.
Whether or not they're consistent with being hit by Karen Reed's vehicle. And he's basically going to say no, that they're not consistent. This is the last witness, folks. This is it. We're going to get closing arguments after lunch, or she'll call it a day early, and then we'll get them tomorrow. Mr. Lally, what, if anything, do you have to add?
I'm retarded?
No further questions, Your Honor. I don't know who is whispering.
You are unmuted.
In the background.
Past one to keep going with this, if that's okay. Everybody's nodding. All right, thank you.
Did she say go past one with this? Yeah, so they just want to just knock out this testimony. Right on.
I do.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Doctor, could you please state your first and last name, spelling your last name for the record?
Certainly. Andrew Rentschler, Rentschler.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a biomechanical engineer and accident reconstructionist.
And who do you work for?
I work for a company called ARCA LLC.
How long have you been in that position as working for ARCA, first of all?
I've been with ARCA for about 16 and a half years now.
You indicated that you're the director of biomechanics and human factors, is that right?
I am. I'm a vice president and the director of biomechanics for the Midwest Division.
Can you tell us what education, training, and background qualifies you to perform your duties as the director for biomechanics and human factors?
I make bank.
Sure. Well, I've got my BS in mechanical engineering with a minor in biomedical engineering from Carnegie Mellon University in 1995. I then went on to get my master's in bioengineering and biomechanical engineering from the University of Pittsburgh in 2002. And then I went to get my doctorate or my PhD in bioengineering and biomechanics from the University of Pittsburgh in 2004.
Doctor, do you specialize in research and analysis to evaluate specifically the study of the relationships between crash injuries and crash forces?
I do, yes, sir.
And when I say crash injuries, we're talking about to human beings.
That's right. Injuries to human beings, whether it be, in a crash, motor vehicle accident, slip and fall, industrial, any type of setting where there's an injury to the human body. I evaluate basically that event and the mechanisms responsible for producing those types of injuries.
Doctor, does it also include the study of and understanding of human kinematics?
It does, yes.
As well as human tolerances?
Yes, sir.
We all know what tolerances mean. What does kinematics mean?
So kinematics is really just the motion of the human body, and it's the study of the human body, how the body moves under different circumstances, whether you're in a car that's struck from behind, what direction will your body move, slip and fall, how will your body rotate and move. It's really looking at the motion and the response of the body.
So it's math?
Are you certified by any professional associations?
I have again, a PhD. There's no professional licensure for biomechanical engineering. PhD is the highest basically certification you can get. And I'm also a member of SAE, Society of Automotive Engineers, as well as the American Society for Mechanical Engineers.
Have you received additional training and education in further beyond your PhD and the associations that we just talked about?
I have, yes, sir.
Can you describe, without going through all the detail, describe the kind of continuing education that you engage in.
Well, I attend seminars and professional classes with respect to biomechanics as well as action reconstruction, but looking at new technology and research with respect to injuries. For instance, motor vehicle accidents, if there's new safety measures such as airbags, seatbelt pretensioners, auto detection devices on vehicles. So really kind of staying up to date with the current research and literature that's out there.
So your specialty, your subfield, if you will, in terms of your engineering degree and education, is literally in accident reconstruction and the effect that accidents and incidents can have on the human body. Is that right?
It is, yes. And biomechanics is really, it's looking at injury to the human body. So, we use traditional engineering principles and apply it to the body because an injury is just an engineering problem. Instead of looking at a piece of steel that if you know the dimensions and size and you apply a force, it'll bend and break, we look at the human body. How much force does it take and how does the force have to be applied to get a humerus fracture or an intervertebral disc injury or any type of injury? There's specific forces and mechanisms you need to produce those injuries. And that's what I do as a biomechanical engineer.
Is there a difference between a biomechanical engineer and a doctor?
There is, yes.
In terms of injuries?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So we really approach injuries from two different directions. Someone has an injury, you go to the doctor, you go to the hospital, the medical doctor will diagnose that injury, determine the best way to treat it, and determine what the prognosis is. As a biomechanical engineer, I look at that injury from a different direction. Here's the injury. Well, how did that injury occur? What type of loading did you need to actually produce that injury? How much force was required? What happened to your body to actually cause that injury to occur? So we approach it really kind of from two different areas. And certainly the doctors diagnose the injuries and determine what they are. And then the biomechanical engineer will come in and we'll look at that injury. And not only how is it produced, but ultimately our hope is to mitigate and prevent injuries from occurring, whether in motor vehicle accidents, sports settings, industrial settings, anywhere there's an interaction with the body in the environment, we want to try and make it safer for individuals.
So you're not diagnosing an injury as much as you are trying to figure out the mechanics and the forces behind the injury. Is that right?
That's right. I'm not a medical doctor. I wouldn't diagnose an injury, but given an injury, I understand the mechanics of how that injury is produced and what you need to actually cause that injury to happen.
Are you also published in the field of biomechanics and or engineering?
I am, yes, sir.
Can you describe that?
When I did my graduate work at the University of Pittsburgh, I worked at a place called the Human Engineering Research Lab. And it was associated with the VA in Pittsburgh as well as the University of Pittsburgh. And so we looked at people with disabilities. Well, one of the big things that we did, or one of the major points, was people in wheelchairs. So if you have to propel a manual wheelchair, you put a lot of stress and force on the arm, the shoulder, the elbow, the hands, carpal tunnel. So we look at the injuries that are produced during those types of events. How can we reduce the force acting on the body for someone like that? So it's looking at, again, how the body responds, how we can set up a chair differently to actually reduce the amount of force someone might experience.
But can you do it
doing that type of
without
activity.
interfering with them building
Qualified as
strength in
an
their
expert
upper
capacity
body?
in the area of biomechanical engineering and human factors.
I have, yes.
In furtherance of, let me ask it this way. Were you asked to engage in an analysis, ARCA, to be engaged in an analysis of the incident that is currently before the court?
I was, yes, sir.
Did you produce, or did your team produce a report about your opinions and conclusions, including the testing and the methodology that went behind those opinions and conclusions?
We did, yes.
You were not hired by the defense in this case, correct?
No, we were not.
You were not hired by the Commonwealth in this case.
That's correct. We were not.
When you started your analysis, you didn't know who we were. You did not know who the Commonwealth was.
That's correct.
You've never heard of the Karen Reed case.
I had not, no, sir.
You were contacted by my office after you provided your report, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Were you ever contacted by the Commonwealth?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
And you and I have never discussed the substance of your testimony, correct?
That's correct. We have not.
Would you consider that your analyses, your conclusions, and opinions in this case are completely independent of any party in this room?
Objection.
Sustained.
You've not been paid by the defense, is that right?
I have not, no, sir.
And you do not answer to us in any way?
I do not. That's correct.
You indicated that you and your team were asked to undertake a review of the circumstances. What exactly did you review in coming to your opinions and conclusions and performing the tests that you performed?
Well, we looked at, there was police reports with respect to the incident, medical records for Mr. O'Keefe, as well as the autopsy report, photographs of the evidence in this case involving the Lexus, the tail light, the incident scene where the evidence was found, as well as some other documentation.
And you also worked with Dr. Wolf, who just left the courtroom, correct?
I did, yes.
Did you two have sort of a distinct role in
We did. There was a distinction. Certainly, some of our work overlap, but there was a distinction with what each of us actually did and performed with respect to this case.
Following your review and your investigation and analysis, did you make any determination as to whether any of the injuries suffered by Mr. O'Keefe in this case were consistent with producing the damage that was seen on the SUV?
I did, yes, sir.
And what did you base your opinion on?
My opinion was based on certainly the medical records, the description of what the injuries were, the damage that we have to the Lexus, primarily the right rear tail light cover, as well as we performed testing to evaluate the strength of that tail light cover and look at the damage associated with different types of impacts. And also to look at the overall evidence of where everything was found, where Mr. O'Keefe was found, what the injuries were, how they may or may not have occurred based on the damage we have to the vehicle.
So did you look specifically to find whether or not you could determine the forces required for Mr. O'Keefe to suffer the injuries that you saw in the records, medical records, et cetera?
I did, yes. I determined in my analysis whether there was sufficient force with that damaged taillight and interaction with that taillight to produce any of the injuries that were listed or diagnosed in the autopsy report and the medical records.
What, generally speaking, what injuries
Oh, this
would
is
you
going to be
expect to
beautiful.
see in a vehicle-pedestrian interaction at, say, 24 miles per hour?
Objection.
I'll allow that, just generally, Doctor, if you would, please.
Yes, Your Honor. So 24 miles an hour, once you get up to that speed, you start to see fractures. You see significant ligament and tendon damage. I mean, usually about 15 miles an hour, 15 mile an hour impact is where you start to see damage to, for instance, the leg and the knee. At that speed, you're going to produce, if you impact the vehicle, you're going to produce upwards of 1,000 pounds of force on the body, depending on what part of your body impacts the vehicle. So certainly at 25 miles an hour, you start to see significant injuries occur.
Is that true for any part of the body that is struck, whether it's center mass or an extremity? 1,000 pounds of force because of the speed of the vehicle?
Well, yes. So force is equal, Newton's second law, force is equal to mass times acceleration. So the acceleration is going to be the same. It depends on the mass of whatever body part's being hit. So from the testing that we did at 15 miles an hour, we used a head form, which weighs about 11 pounds. And that produced almost 1,000 pounds of force, a little under that for the head. So anything that weighs 11 pounds is going to produce almost 1,000 pounds of force. The heavier the object, if you get hit center mass, that's going to be even greater force because that's more mass than just 11 pounds. So the acceleration is the same for each body part. It just depends on the weight of the body part and how heavy it is to determine the force that's actually exerted on the body.
Did you review, in furtherance of your conclusions and opinions, did you review records that indicated injuries to both a head as well as an arm, the right extremity, right arm?
I did, yes, sir.
Taking those one at a time, is the injury to the head that you saw consistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour?
That would be.
It is not, no, sir.
Can you explain why that is?
There's a couple of reasons. First of all, and the main reason is that to get the injury, it was a fracture at the occipital region of the head, which is basically on the back bottom part of the head. So in order to have that part of the head contacted by the taillight, you would somehow have to have a configuration or be standing in a manner that the rest of your body doesn't get hit because there's no other significant injuries to the body. If there's enough force to cause a skull fracture, then there's going to be certainly enough force to cause injury to the rest of the body. So first of all, you have to determine how could you configure somebody could actually be standing to have only the head impacted, the back of the head. And even if that was the case, if somebody positioned themselves in such a manner to have that occur, you're still going to see other injuries related to that. For instance, with the cervical spine, over 1,000 pounds of force acting on the head, you're going to get significant cervical injuries, fractures, disc injuries, tendon and ligament injuries. So the fact that we only have that head injury and only damage to the occipital portion of the skull is inconsistent in this case with being struck by that tail light. And then there's also the evidence that we saw when we did the testing. At 15 miles an hour, where we dropped the head form, so that would be akin or like a vehicle backing up at 15 miles an hour hitting the head. We had more damage to the tail light in that test than what we saw with the subject tail light cover. So if you're going 24 or 25 miles an hour, even faster, you're going to see even greater damage, greater fracturing of that rear tail light, and we just don't have that in this case. So both the physical evidence as well as looking at the biomechanical aspects of it are inconsistent with that head injury occurring due to impact with the rear of the Lexus.
Get the fuck out! Are the same forces at play if instead of the head making contact with the tail light, it's an outstretched arm, for instance, at the elbow area of a human being, the person 73 inches tall, weighing 215 pounds.
Objection.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently. Mr.
Sure.
Johnson.
Shifting to the arm, are the same forces at play if instead of making contact with a head, you make contact with an arm, an outstretched arm?
They are. You know, I just explained the force is mass times acceleration. So if the arm weighs the same as the head, you're still going to get that same force, almost 1,000 pounds.
Does the arm weigh the same as the head?
It does actually, almost
What?
identical, because your arm, just one of your arms, including the hand, forearm, and upper arm, is about 5% of your total body weight. So for someone who weighs 216 pounds, that comes out to about 10.8 pounds. So your arm, basically your whole arm, is about the same, weighs the same as your head.
So is your analysis the same then if the arm, close to an 11-pound arm, made contact with the taillight traveling at 24 miles an hour, at 15 miles an hour, would you expect even more damage to the taillight at a higher speed?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Watch the leading though.
Sure.
Yes, you would. If it's higher than 15 miles an hour and you have an arm actually striking that taillight, you're going to get even more significant fracturing, more damage to that taillight at a higher speed than what we saw.
So was the taillight damage consistent or inconsistent with striking an arm?
It was, our findings was it's inconsistent for a number of reasons, but it's inconsistent with striking the arm. Yes, sir.
I love it.
Yeah,
that's an
shift
easy
back
one.
To the head injury that you saw, was the head injury that you saw consistent with falling backward from a
Thanks,
standing
Casey.
position onto a rigid surface?
That's certainly one of the possible scenarios that would create the injury mechanism. You fall backwards, strike your head on concrete. That can produce thousands of pounds of force on the head. And so that's certainly a scenario where you could produce that damage. If someone was standing, they fell backwards and struck their head on the roadway or on the curb or a hard surface.
So I was going to ask, I think you may have just answered my question. Those kinds of force multipliers require a hard and rigid surface or not?
They do, yes, sir.
So grass and dirt would not produce the same sort of force?
Grass and dirt, no, that would certainly not produce the same amount of force as hitting your head on concrete.
And if it was grass and dirt with a little bit of snow on the top of it, what effect is that?
That's going to dampen and lessen the force even more so.
Right.
What injuries? I want to shift
I don't
back
care
to
if the
arm.
ground
I
is
don't go
frozen.
Back and forth, but bear with me.
Stupid,
Talk
Lolly.
about the arm. If presuming a strike at say 24 miles an hour on just the arm, what kind of damage would you expect to see on the arm, irrespective of the vehicle?
You can see significant damage on the arm, especially if it hits at that tail light. Enough force to actually cause fracture of that tail light, that force is going to be concentrated at an initial point. And you're going to see at that point, you're going to see probably the most damage to the arm and to the skin there. So remember, at 15 miles an hour, that's about almost 1,000 pounds. So 24, 25, it's even greater. So that amount of force on the arm, certainly you're going to see extensive subcutaneous lacerations, bruising, contusions. You're going to
Fractures.
see most likely fracture of the arm as well.
Yep.
You're going to see significant damage. Just imagine having your arm out and being struck by a car at 25 miles an hour. There's going to be significant damage, more so compared to simply the abrasions that were diagnosed and documented on the arm in this case.
You did look at multiple photographs of the arm in this case, of the John O'Keefe's arm in this case, correct?
I did, yes, sir.
All right. Were the injuries that you saw on John O'Keefe's right arm consistent with having been struck by a vehicle in the manner that you just described?
Objection.
That's sustained, Mr. Jackson.
You reviewed injuries specific to John O'Keefe, correct?
I did, yes.
Taking that as a hypothetical, would the injuries that you saw, generally speaking, hypothetically be consistent or inconsistent with having been struck by a car at 24 miles an hour?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes.
Listen, people. I'm fucking stupid. Okay? I'm okay with that. Listen, fucking stupid. All right? But this is stuff that I considered to be common sense. Everything that these, as Brady Church will call them, crash daddies, have basically said. I mean, those of us with common sense were like, well, yeah. Now, considering the fact that I'm fucking stupid, okay? It's not to say any of you guys are. You guys aren't. You guys are smart. I'm stupid. But the fact that I came to these conclusions, what does that say about the jackholes that are screaming Karen Reed's guilt at the top of their lungs and completely ignoring common sense? I mean, what does that say? Like, if I'm fucking retarded, dude, like, what are you? You know, Plevin, Grant, Bitch Tim, what are you? Coffin Doffer?
You are unmuted.
Can I inquire on?
Yes.
Thank you. If you were to presume, for purposes of my question, that an arm was struck by a vehicle taillight traveling at 24 miles an hour or thereabouts, would you expect to see patterned abrasions with no bruising?
Objection.
Or just what would he expect to see?
What would you expect to see?
So again, I would expect to see significant trauma to the skin, to the bone, to the tendons. I wouldn't expect to see just abrasions, pattern abrasions. I mean, abrasion by very definition means that it's trauma to the skin, which is created through rubbing or grinding or friction. So it's basically something rubbing against the skin that basically wears away that top layer of skin. It's not blunt force trauma. If you have blunt force trauma, that produces a contusion or a bruising. It's not a laceration type injury where we have a cutting injury that actually produces a cut or a significant laceration. It's really just rubbing along the skin. So that would be inconsistent. If you have an arm that's actually struck at 25 miles an hour, you're going to have significantly greater damage, especially if there's a taillight that shatters.
Right, bro.
So you have the taillight coming in, it's hitting the arm and it's moving forward into the arm. So if that actually caused fracturing of the taillight, then parts of that taillight are going to be pushed into the arm and likely embedded into the arm as the vehicle continues forward and pushes the arm out of the way. I didn't see any of that. Basically just superficial abrasions, which all appear to have a similar amount of force. There's not a difference. That's the other thing. If you had a taillight shatter and explode on an arm, you would have some areas where you would have very deep contusions or lacerations, others lighter areas. But when you look at the abrasions that were noted in this case, they all appear to be of the same force, generally the same direction, and the same severity, which would be inconsistent, in my opinion, with being struck at 25 miles an hour.
Generally speaking, do you look for consistency in size of an object striking a body and the injury that the body suffers from being struck by the object?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, size is a big part of it, certainly. Yes.
So did you do any measurements of the size of the taillight, the width of the taillight that was shattered?
Yes.
And what was that width, if you can recall?
I think the width we looked at was maybe 6 inches or so.
In review of your
We like to call that girth here,
coming
sir.
to your opinions and conclusions, did you look at the arm of John O'Keefe just sort of laid out, straight out?
I did. Yes, sir.
Did you see where the injury started and stopped, or began and ended, however you want to put it, in terms of size?
Yes. I mean, it started from the upper arm and then extended down into the forearm, which was greater than 12 inches of length, where you see those injuries and those abrasions occur.
Did you come to any conclusions or opinions concerning the size differential between the taillight and the injuries that you see?
Objection.
Sustained.
Generally speaking, would you expect, if there was an injuring event, that the size of the injury would be consistent with the thing that produced the injury?
Yes, generally speaking, you would certainly expect that. And again, you would normally and usually be able to see an initial point of contact, because that's where the most force is going to occur, where it causes that taillight to break. So you would have an area of severe damage, and then it would extend out likely to the edges of where it would contact the rest of the taillight.
From a biomechanics and or a physics standpoint, engineering standpoint, is it reasonable if someone is standing with their arm extended to be hit by a moving vehicle at, say, 25 miles an hour, and the body, the center mass of the body, to be projected?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Is it consistent in your view with engineering principles and physics principles that you know, if an arm is hit, extended, not the body, just the arm is struck, for the body then to be projected?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
It's not, no. So if we have contact, your arm's out, we have contact to the arm. I mean, first of all, it's a ball and socket joint. So the arm can move independently of the rest of the body. So with enough force, even if you're contracting your arm and trying to hold it out as tight as possible, it's going to overcome that muscular contraction and basically just move the arm. But secondly, it all depends on your center of mass. The center of mass is kind of the equilibrium point of your body, of where your weight's distributed.
Totally.
And for most normal people, the center of mass occurs at your umbilicus or your belly button. So wherever your belly button goes, that's where your body's going to move. They teach this to football players, right? If you're a defensive back and a running back comes around the corner and it's you against him, they tell them, or they teach them, to watch the waist and watch the belly button. It doesn't matter what your head or your arms do or what their feet do. Wherever their belly button goes, that's where they're going to go. So that's what you want to tackle. So even if you had your arm straight out, again, we said it would move because of the joint. But let's assume you had a metal pole sticking out of your arm, out of your body instead of your arm, and that metal pole gets hit. What's going to happen to your body?
Just got one of those.
It's just going to spin around, right? Because it's producing a moment arm, which produces a torque on the body. So your body's going to basically spin. In order to get that body, or the complete body, over, for instance, 10, 20, 30 feet into the yard, you need a force acting at the center of mass. You need an external force pushing the body that way. And that's not going to happen if you just hit the arm. It's not enough force. It's not the right mechanism to actually cause the body to somehow move that far over.
Assuming that a body was struck with enough force at center mass to project that body 20, 30 feet, what injuries would you expect to be produced on that body?
Objection.
Sustained.
If you did have a body that was projected a distance, what injuries from a car, what injuries would you expect to see on the body?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar the last time on this.
Oh shit, Bev's getting pissed. This is your final warning, Mr. Jackson. This is your final warning, Mr. Jackson. But Your Honor, excuse me, Your Honor. That's in your face, Your Honor. Mr. Jackson, I really don't appreciate your flatulence. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm sorry. I mean, this is fucking ridiculous, dude. Like, and now we got to sit through Lally's fucking cross-examination that's going to go fucking nowhere.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, do you have my question in mind? You need me to repeat it?
Maybe repeat it, yeah.
Easy for you to say. Assuming that a body was struck center mass with enough force from a vehicle traveling at whatever speed to project the body off the ground, would you expect to find injuries on that body?
You would, and you would actually see that there's specific injuries because let's say you're standing forward and you get hit on the right side with a vehicle. You're going to get injuries and damage to the right side of the vehicle as that vehicle impacts you. It depends on the profile of the vehicle, how high the hood comes up, whether you're going to wrap up onto the hood, or if it's a van or the back of an SUV, it will project or push your entire body to the left. So you're going to get initial contact and injuries to the right side of your body. And then if it propels you into the air, you're going to get airborne, and then you're going to contact the ground, usually with the left side of your body.
Yeah,
so then we're
dude.
going to see a correlation of injuries to the left side of your body as it slams down onto the ground as well. And at those speeds, normally you would also see more abrasions, greater abrasions or road rash along the entire part of the body as your body then would slide until it came to the point of rest.
Yeah, dude. You're going to crack your head open,
Objection.
but you're not going to like bruise any other part of your body on the point of impact to the ground? No way. No way.
Thank you,
You're,
Your Honor. I have nothing further to say.
you're going to crack your head open, but you're not going to fracture a bone when you fall down on the ground that hard. No way. Common sense, people.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Now,
Boo,
in
you suck.
conjunction with the other doctors on your team that conducted the analysis and testing in this case, you wrote a report, is that right?
We did, yes, sir.
And that report, excuse me, was issued on February 12th, 2024, is that correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And within the first paragraph of that report, the last two sentences state, this analysis is based on information currently available to ARCA and is only to be only to be issued in its entirety. However, ARCA reserves the right to supplement or revise this report if additional information becomes available. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, yes, sir.
Now, the information that you received and that you reviewed either individually or as a team, that included some state police reports, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Some Canton Police Department reports, correct?
Yes,
Some scene photos, is that correct?
that's correct, yes.
Medical examiner dispatch removal report, is that right?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Some videos from the location of 34 Fairview Road, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Some photographs of the defendant's vehicle, the 2021 Lexus LX 570, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Photographs of evidence that was recovered from the scene, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
CDR report from the defendant's Lexus.
Yes, sir.
And then essentially there were some other materials, whether they be literature or other things that you and your team of other doctors reviewed over the course of formulating your opinions in this case, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Now, in regard to evidentiary materials that indicates within the report that were reviewed, you talk about the lens cap to the taillight assembly, the taillight assembly photographs of that nature, and then there's mention of a black straw that was found on scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's no mention in the report of either Mr. O'Keefe's shoe or his hat, correct?
Objection. May we approach?
Yes.
You are muted.
Y'all better hit that thumbs up, y'all. You better hit that thumbs up. I mean, like at this point, look at Karen's demeanor. At this point, she's just waiting. She's just like, yeah. What am I gonna make for dinner after the verdict? After I go home and never have to fucking worry about this bullshit again. It's just ridiculous. Like, it's because we're coming to the home stretch, you know, and it's just like, fuck, we got to just sit here and deal with this asshole doing the inevitable, which is just running his mouth. The rest of us are just,
What the fuck are you talking about?
like, the entire time. Chill psychotic breakdown. That shit's so much fun. Like, the shit's funny only because, like, Turtle Boy turned out okay. Everybody was okay. But I tell you, like, even though we're gonna be like making jokes and shit and making fun of these people, dude, make no fucking mistake. These people are dangerous. These people are dangerous. These people are willing to stick together to cover for each other for murder. One of them we know for a fact already killed somebody. You know what I mean? Like, even though, you know, when we go over this during lunch, you know, we're gonna clown these people, we're gonna have fun. But make no mistake, these people are fucking dangerous, dude. Like, they almost got away with murder. They might have still gotten away with it. But this is just prelude to John O'Keefe getting justice. Hopefully. But step one is exonerating Karen Reed. And that's it. Once she's done, she's done. There's no, I mean, there's double jeopardy. They could never try her again. So once she's done, she's done. And then we've got this thing that's going on with Sandra Birchmore. I'm going to read some of that as well. But the Sandra Birchmore thing is good, even if it's not necessarily official. And I don't really know the details yet, but even if it's not absolutely official, it's going to get people's attention. It's really important that people understand the significance between the Sandra Birchmore case
You are
and
unmuted.
the Officer John O'Keefe case.
Do you need a couple of minutes, Mr. Lally, or do you need a minute?
No, it's fine, no. Thank you, Doc.
Thank you, Carrie. Oh, is there? Okay. Interesting. Thank you for that. Did you hear that, Cherry?
Are you familiar with a term called compression abrasions?
Compression abrasions?
Oh my God, this guy.
Yes.
And am I correct when I say compression abrasions are essentially when direct pressure from a blunt object together with slight rubbing movements produce skin and epidermal crushing? Is that what your understanding of the term is?
Yes, sir.
And you're familiar with patterned abrasions?
I am, yes.
Pattern abrasions are a pattern that may reflect the shape of the impacting blunt objects that you may see with reference to
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Now, as far as in general terms, from what you reviewed, at any point in time, did you look at a state police reconstruction report?
I don't believe that I did, no, sir.
You weren't provided with that, is that correct?
That's correct. I don't believe so.
You weren't provided with any sort of forensic reports, DNA or anything like that, is that correct?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
Thank you, Andrew.
You never actually looked at the physical car, is that correct?
I did not. That's correct.
Are you aware that the physical car, being the defendant's car, is still in law enforcement custody and available for inspection if you had wanted to? Are you aware of that?
I think I'm aware of that, yes, sir.
But you never made that request, is that correct?
That was not necessary in this case to inspect the vehicle.
Whether it's necessary or not, you didn't make that request, correct?
Yeah, I don't remember if we made that request or not. We obviously didn't look at the vehicle, but it wasn't necessary in this case.
Did you ever look at the actual taillight pieces or the taillight housing? Is that correct?
Not the actual. We looked at photographs of the evidence. Yes.
Now, the injuries that you observed or reviewed in materials in regard to Mr. O'Keefe were primarily on the right side of his body. Is that correct?
Well, sir, on the right arm and the posterior aspect of the right arm, yes. And then the skull fracture was a little bit to the right, the occipital fracture.
Also bruising on his right hand. Is that correct?
There was bruising on the back of his right hand,
On the
yes.
dorsal aspect.
Yes, correct.
And there was also bruising on sort of the posterior of his right knee. Is that correct?
There was a small bruise, I believe, yes, sir.
Now, with respect to within your report, you talk about the numerous linear abrasions on the posterior of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm and forearm, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in relation to those injuries, there is a sentence in which you or whoever authored this part of the report, I'm assuming it's you, indicate that furthermore, any such injuries would be highly improbable if Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a jacket, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe was not wearing a jacket other than a long sleeve sort of hooded shirt?
I believe that came to light afterwards. Again, it doesn't affect my actual opinions in this case, but it was a sentence added in there. Yes, sir.
And so also within your report, same paragraph, you indicate blood and DNA transfer would also be highly probable under such circumstances, none of which were reportedly found on the tail lamp assembly or any of the fractured pieces, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that DNA consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe was actually found on the tail light housing from the defendant's vehicle?
I'm aware after we wrote or issued the report that it became known to us that I believe DNA was tested and some DNA was found, I believe a small amount. I don't believe any blood evidence was located or found on any pieces.
There you
but
go.
There was indication of DNA on the tail light housing.
Nice. Way to add that in there.
There
Good
was
job.
also DNA matching Mr. O'Keefe that was found on the exterior of a piece of drinking glass that was found right near his body.
I believe so, yes, sir.
And there was also pieces of approximately 1/16 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch of clear and red plastic that was subsequently found to be consistent with the defendant's taillight that was found embedded within Mr. O'Keefe's shirts.
Within the shirt, I believe, yes, sir. Not his actual body.
And so this is all things that you found out after you issued your report in February of 2024, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
This dude's awesome. This guy totally knows Karen's innocent. He's just like, yeah, this is all bullshit. Like, he knows they planted that evidence. He's just not allowed to say it.
Injuries to the back of the head of Mr. O'Keefe, consistent with coming in contact with a hard surface, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would that hard surface include if the ground was frozen?
Well, you'd have to perform an analysis actually, because you'd have to determine how hard that ground was. You'd have to look at the freeze and thaw cycle, probably leading up to weeks of that. you can't just look at ground and say, well, it's below freezing, so that ground must be frozen. I mean, is it a possibility? It may be, but you have to go through an actual analysis and procedure to determine how hard that ground is and whether it could have produced those injuries.
Come on, man. Any asshole that's ever
It is
walked
something
through
that's capable
snow.
of being done by
Come
you,
on.
is that correct?
Performing that type of an analysis?
Yes.
I mean, you could go through and do it, sure, yeah.
But you didn't do it, correct?
No, I did not do it, no. Because, yeah, there's no need in this case. We don't know what happened in this case. There's no indication of, certainly, it's not consistent with getting hit by the car and ending up where he did, even if the ground is somehow hard enough to cause that type of an injury.
You would have never made it
There's
there.
no movement and no force to get his body over there.
Exactly.
And the damage with the car is inconsistent with him being struck by it. So whether the ground could cause it or not, the roadway could cause it, the curb could cause it, a back could cause it. There's
means
numerous
nothing.
different possibilities, and we don't really have enough evidence in this case to determine what one specific event actually caused that injury.
He would have never made
You
it to
didn't
the
have enough
frozen
evidence
grass.
Based on what you were provided, isn't that fair to say?
I didn't have enough evidence based on what I was provided, and even looking at the additional evidence that I became aware of after the fact, there's still no evidence. I mean, you can't deny the science and the physics as to what would have happened if he was struck by the vehicle. So anything past that, you have to somehow overcome that hurdle, which is very difficult to do.
When was it that you looked at this additional?
Can't be done.
material? Who
Didn't
provided
happen.
We were informed after a report was issued that DNA was found. And that was really the primary issue. I believe that some DNA was found on the housing, which, again, there's numerous explanations or ways that DNA can get on a lighthouse.
It's his girlfriend's
With
car.
regard to the materials that you were provided with, was there anything in there that stated that Mr. O'Keefe's skull fracture on the back of his head was caused by contact with the tail light?
No, I don't believe there was anything in those materials that
Is
stated
there
that.
anything in those materials that indicated or that anyone stated at any point in time that Mr. O'Keefe's arm was outstretched at the time that he was struck by the vehicle?
No, sir, there wasn't.
Was there anything in there indicating that his arm was tucked in at the time that he was struck by the vehicle?
You know, there's no indication in any of that evidence of what he may or may not have been doing, how he may or may not have been positioned. I mean, that's the whole issue. There's no evidence to indicate what may have allegedly occurred in this case.
Now, a typical
Right
pedestrian
there.
collision that you see through the course of your work involves a pedestrian being struck by the front of a vehicle. Is that fair to say?
I see all types of different people getting run over backwards, cars spinning, hitting sideways, frontal impacts certainly occur, yes, but we see pedestrians getting struck by all parts of the vehicle.
Lowry's
you see
closing
all
his own
kinds. What I'm
case.
asking is predominantly when you see a pedestrian collision, the typical pedestrian collision would be a pedestrian crossing a road in front of a vehicle as it's approaching. Is that correct?
That's certainly not uncommon, yes, sir.
Now, as far as, I believe you described a little bit on your direct testimony, as far as there's differences in the type of injuries that you would expect or anticipate depending on how the vehicle interacted with the pedestrian in a pedestrian collision, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as far as, you familiar with what's called a side swipe collision?
Yes, sir, I am.
And am I correct when I say that in a typical
No, I never heard of
pedestrian
that.
collision with a pedestrian crossing in front of a vehicle, there are a number of different types of interactions as far as a wrap and a forward projection versus a fender vault versus a number of different ways that a pedestrian can interact with the front of a vehicle, correct?
It depends on the position of the pedestrian and certainly the profile of that vehicle and the speed of the vehicle. Yes, sir. There's many different factors involved in it.
And so in a typical pedestrian collision, when a pedestrian is struck by the front of the vehicle, that involves more of an assumption of the velocity of the striking motor vehicle by the pedestrian than you would expect to see in a side swipe collision, correct?
Well, I mean, yes, generally speaking, a side swipe means that the person or the pedestrian in the vehicle don't obtain a similar or common velocity. So if you're standing in front of a car and it hits you, it's going to speed you up to that same speed and then disengage. The side swipe means that there's not this mass-to-mass impact. By its very nature, side swipe has minimal forces. We see it even between vehicles that just rub against each other. So if there's a side swipe impact with a pedestrian in a vehicle, there's going to be very little damage to the pedestrian And similarly, there's going to be very little movement. There's really no force at all acting. For instance, if a car came and swiped by your arm, but didn't have enough force or enough contact to cause any damage, well, it wouldn't actually cause any movement of the person either. So a side swipe by its very nature involves minimal impact, minimal forces, minimal velocities.
Yeah,
Also
you're not going to
contained
do a
with,
kung
in the
fu movie
reports,
spin in the air.
that you at least co-authored, there's an indication that Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, at least to his skull, the fracture to his skull, are consistent with him having been pushed or possibly been impacted by the subject Lexus and fallen backwards, striking his head. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, so that's another possibility.
Sorry, sir, yes or no?
Let him answer. Let him
Yeah,
answer.
yeah, dude.
So if we're saying that there's
You
enough
opened the
force
store,
if you fall
bro.
backwards to strike your head and cause that skull fracture, well, he could have slipped and struck his head. The car could have backed up and not known that he was there and nudged him and caused him to fall. I mean, any event that would cause him to fall backwards obviously would result in him striking his head. So there's numerous, almost infinite possibility of different scenarios that could result in that type of an event.
Thanks.
I mean,
Jackson.
basically, that's
Okay.
doubt.
Dr. Rentschler, you are all set, sir.
Almost an
Turns on to see
infinite amount
counsel
of
for the last time
possibilities.
at sidebar right now.
That right there means maybe Karen did it, maybe she didn't. But that along, which right there alone is doubt. But that along with everything else that this guy said and everything that we know about John O'Keefe's injuries, where he was found, how he was found, impossible. Karen Reed could not have hit John O'Keefe with her vehicle. There is just no way that he sustained those injuries from being hit by Karen Reed's SUV. There's just no way. Couldn't have happened. So if Trooper Paul's theory sounds far-fetched and insane, it's because it fucking is. Because this guy right here does this shit Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, bro. He goes home and fucking sits there and farts in his couch until Monday morning to do it all over again. I mean, this is what he does. Right. Trooper Paul is a joke. Like the entire Massachusetts State Police Department, that entire entity has no credibility right now with this jury. And these guys independently coming in and testifying with their qualifications, the defense rests.
Jurors, that is the evidence in this case. After all these weeks, that's the evidence that you will hear in this case. The lawyers and I still have work to do for tomorrow. But tomorrow morning, we will have closing arguments of counsel. They'll get an hour apiece to be able to argue this case to you. I'll instruct you in the law. So, with that, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yo,
The court, please.
that is it, folks. That is a wrap. People. Yeah. So, well, it's going to take a while to do closing arguments. I'm glad that they're going to take the whole day to do closing arguments tomorrow.
Jimmy, I'll have to note on that one. I'll have to note on this.
And no rebuttal. No rebuttal. No rebuttal witnesses. Lally just wants this over with. He wants to be put out of his fucking misery at this point. Oh, they have an hour apiece. Sorry about that. Thank you. Appreciate that, guys. Well, Well, in that case, I'm like, I wish they would have fucking done this shit after lunch. Give me 1 second here, folks. Let's check out Tom in the meantime.
What are we gonna do when it's all done? I was getting ready to ask you the same thing. What are you? We're gonna figure something out. I don't know. Sleep. Folks, we got to stay open. Okay? I know it's all going to close when she walks out. We need an opening here, okay? Sit right there. Need a little opening, okay? So have you guys stand right there. Have you guys on the brick. Yeah.
Amazing, people. I mean, just absolutely amazing. I mean, that dude went the extra mile. He was just like, he was adamant. There's no way that John O'Keefe sustained injuries from the way that the prosecution is saying he sustained them. There's just no way.
Oh, you did? Yeah, so hopefully. Okay, I didn't bring my mic just because I don't have anybody with me anyway. So. But if it's different, then that'll be good for tomorrow. Yeah. We'll be wrong. We have the same exact. All right. That's the second time it happens to me too.
Yeah, sorry guys.
What camera number is yours?
Let me
yeah.
Yeah, there's some of the folks from Karen Reed's camp. Here they come.
Karen, how do we feel? The defense rested?
Feel great, Matt. Feel great.
She feels great.
Yeah, right here, right here. What can you tell us about the case ending this part? Great. Hey, right? It's a little truth and professionalism. It feels, there's no idea how good it feels to finally get this thing done. We can't.
Oh, yeah. Oh, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie B.
I don't know. Name is Jimmy.
Now, Tom's sound is not great. So.
Stop here. Or he's surgery.
Oh, my God.
So go to him and yeah. He's directly across the street. And he walks right in front of the directly across in a black t-shirt.
Thorough. I'm ready to be done. How the size of this town has. Yeah, it's happening. It being
Tomorrow.
every day with a different perception. So
How does it feel? How does it feel to have this? How does it feel? Come on.
all right.
That street squirrel playing security there.
And how do you feel about that? Do you feel like the case is going up about it? You said that it's hard not to be outspoken, you know? And you also mentioned to the media that there are some things that you wish that you could clarify? Is there any
It'll
hint?
be clarified one day, Matt.
But you've decided not to.
But it will be.
You've decided not to testify.
Yes. Yes.
Tough decision.
No, that's upside down. It would be the way things came out.
This is wild, man. This is fucking wild.
One last question. Do you think life can ever be normal again for you?
It'll be different, but it'll be more subtle. I don't think it'll be the same, but it isn't for anybody ever.
And after this, if you're acquitted,
They're gonna wait for it. So we're gonna-
no, okay, let's move it.
How do you feel going in with arguments?
You better answer positive.
More prepared than we've been for any other products. I think we've been prepared for every part of this.
Can't wait. Can't wait. We're not going in, Tom.
I didn't know that.
Absolutely fantastic. Greatest thing that I've ever been a part of.
Love you, Karen. Cherokee Store. You can't go for this. Yeah.
Now, whoever's doing the closing arguments tomorrow
Yeah, thank you.
has got a long night ahead of them.
Oh, thank you. Love you, Mr. Reed.
Oh, I agree, Liz Reed, and thank you so much for that. That means so much coming from you.
What's up? What's up? What's up?
It's my pleasure. And thank you for your support.
Now what are we gonna do?
Sorry.
You wait. You wait, Tom. Oh, we can't.
Oh, David Janetti.
Aw, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Got it.
Yeah, I meant to tell you guys. I don't think I'll be up there for the verdict or for the celebration, unfortunately. I'll have to be there in spirit. It just seems that things are not going to work out for that. Me to do that. I really would like to, but it's just not in the cards. But I did get to meet you guys, and I'm really grateful that I got to do that.
There you go.
And I'm grateful that I got to experience being in that courtroom as well.
Tom, how are you?
Good. How are you today?
Witnesses on both sides. How are you feeling now? Extremely confident.
That's Karen's brother.
Specialist today from Parker, which is not done. Their testimony about what they studied in depth was pretty incredible. Incredible, I should say. Yeah.
Where are you guys going to be during the deliberation process?
I suspect we'll be right here. Okay. Certainly we'll be here tomorrow morning for both statements. We'll stay very
And what, I guess, emotionally for you after, it's been a pretty intense couple of months here.
I would say the entire 2.5 years.
Getting that point. So the nightmare meeting. So culminating this and everything we see here is being present. We have a lot of faith. We have but also a lot of faith. Thank you so much. My pleasure. Thank you.
I'm saying, yeah, it's coming right now. Go for absolutely. I had them. Enjoy your life.
Thank you, Biggerfoot.
I messed up. It's Brian Walsh today, not because it says his killer or something.
Yeah, but it is Brian Walsh, right?
Yeah, but I think I fucked up and was saying says that.
That's okay. That's it for today.
Yeah. I'll be here tomorrow.
And that's it.
It's gonna be hotter tomorrow.
And just like that.
We got lunch coming over here. It's gonna be 87 degrees.
Yeah, Rita's like, we got lunch on the
I need to get adjusted on that.
Yeah.
Rita's like, we got lunch on the way, but the day's over. And people are like, dude, it's about to be almost 90. And yeah, it's like that here too. Like I'm drinking hot coffee and my studio is not air conditioned. So it's kind of a bummer, but I'm still sticking around for a little while. We still got some stuff to go over, folks. But man, what a closer. What a closer, man. Like that expert testimony, man. Betteros on Grace Curley. Nice. Awesome. I love it. At 2:05. All right, let me get rid of that. I wouldn't call anything that I've done here hard work. What Turtle Boy has done is hard work. What this is fun, but mostly it's a result of just feeling passionate about something. I have not ever considered this in any way, shape, or form work at all. This is a pleasure because what's happening here is obvious, and to speak up about it is no less to me than an instinct, a natural reaction to seeing something like this. I've been on YouTube for years, and I always talk about cases that I'm passionate about. I became passionate about this case because there was clearly an injustice taking place. But this is the first time that I spoke up on the side of justice, that justice seems to be prevailing. There was another case, and sort of a case that I talked about, and simply because there just wasn't enough support. And there was a lot of support, don't get me wrong, but because there wasn't enough support, because there wasn't news coverage of it, because there was no mainstream media news coverage of it, nobody who was speaking up actually had a voice that amplified, and justice, in my opinion, was not served. And I'm not done talking about that case. But this was similar, where there was a corrupt system, and that corrupt system got exposed. And it was great to be on the right side of that. Sarah No H, thank you. Thank you for all your coverage, Will. Looking forward to celebrating an acquittal for Karen and following you to whatever case you cover next. That means a lot to me. I hope this case isn't going to be the end of our relationship, guys, because I love hanging out with you, and this has been the best chat that I've ever had. So it really means a lot to me that you guys have chosen this channel to get your coverage from. I can't even express. I don't have the words to express how much that means to me. What's up, Scott? It's good to see you. So let's talk about what happened yesterday here, because this is just incredible. Now, Turtle Boy, somebody put together Turtle Boy just put out a video basically of all the video footage that he got from yesterday's assault. And Turtle Boy put together a video and just put it out just a few hours ago, 5 hours ago to be exact. And it shows it's all mashed up. So we could go over it. And hold on a second here. Cosmic Blue, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Will, it's been an absolute blast. Brilliant, lenient case, and it brought get you into my life, and I am staying for good, dude. Thanks, Will. That means so much to me. Thank you. That means so much to me. Because I feel like I have acquired a family by going down this journey with you guys. Ashley Germain, thank you so much. Claire, you deserve to be here. Is there anything your fans can do to help? No. It's a few factors. Money's part of it, but I'm not gonna sit here and lead you to believe that it's a money issue, because money wouldn't fix it. It's just short notice and it's hard to do, and I wish I could be there, and if there was a way for me to be there, I would, but I just can't. Anna Banana, thank you so much. You have gained 2 loyal watchers. My mom and I, we love your content, Will. Thank you so much. Kelly, thank you so much. I think they are back at 2:30. Ted tweeted. I thought that they were done. I thought that they were done for the day. Let me check real quick, because now you got me doubting. Oh, a charging conference at 2:30. So it's still, I don't know if it's going to be streamed or not, but it's still like basically what Bev said is she and the attorneys have some work to do. So I don't know if that's going to be streamed or not. Maris Whitaker, thank you so much. I've never been happier to be part of this movement, and I can't wait to be here for the future cases we will follow together. Agreed. Thank you so much. That means so much. Salty, thank you so much. I agree with Sarah No H. Thank you so much for all your coverage. I enjoyed so much and learned so much from you all. Thanks for the mods and everyone in chat. It's been a ride. Free Karen Reed. Agreed. Free Karen Reed. Yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, I think that's what I've taken most from this is how much I've learned from you guys. Being a part of this has rejuvenated my faith in in my patriotism, first and foremost. Because so many people with so many different political views came together for this. Because at the end of the day, we all believe in our justice system. We all have faith that, and we look at our justice system as a whole, and this just being a flaw in it, but a flaw that, if ignored, will have a spider web cracking effect. And it's really important that we catch it early. And so this flaw in our overall justice system being this case, and us being so attentive to it and having so much faith, regardless of all of the people who tried to gaslight us and tell us that we were crazy and that we were conspiracy theorists and that we were cult members and things of that nature, trying to dissuade us and gaslight us and making us second guess our own instincts and our own common sense. This is this, you know, all of us being unwavering in that together and counting on each other for information, for counting on each other for support. It's been incredible. Thank you, Fairy Raven. Appreciate you. Captain Skidmarks, thank you again. Will, I first came across your channel watching Cuck Church. Got at you. I'm here now, bud. Fed's got this one thing right. Yeah, agreed. Yeah. Absolutely, Dave's channel. Because we're not done. I mean, on the minute chance that Karen is found guilty, and I mean the microscopic, beyond microscopic, I'm talking quantum realm level of chance that Karen is found guilty, we keep fighting. We keep using our voices. We keep moving forward. We're going to do that anyway. Because we're going to continue to bring light onto the Sandra Birchmore case. We're going to discuss a lot of things that are wrong with everything. We're going to go over the Brian Walsh case. We're going to really focus on that. We're going to focus as well on at least this channel. I've been promising people before I even started this case that I was going to cover the Sarah Brune trial. So I plan on doing that as well. Cosmic Blue, thank you so much. Also forgot to mention, Will, that I have my daughter also now glued to your channel, and we received delivery of our Glera t-shirts 3 days and wear them with pride. Right on. I'm glad. Thank you so much. Karen McDonald, thank you so much. Will, thank you for your hard work. I'm not leaving. You earned everything. You deserve good things. Thank you. All of you guys deserve good things, man. Yeah, Laura P, man, big shout out to Laura P. Laura P spliced together that 5-minute intro that I have that I usually play that Susan Constantine didn't like, but oh well. You guys mean a lot more to me than just Susan Constantine. I'm sorry that I wasn't her cup of tea, but I'm glad that I'm yours. Gregory Edwards, thank you so much. I'll be here forever, bro. Love your crazy antics and joy you brought to such a sham of a case. You brought out a light in the darkness. Thank you, Free Karen Reed. Thank you, Gregory Edwards. Absolutely. I agree with you. Thank you so much. Mark Cunningham, thank you. This guy thinking we are leaving. You've gained an army for a reason, my man. Thank you so much. Watch all you guys, but only you during court. Man, that means a lot. Wow, you guys are great. What's next? I don't know. Let's get through closing arguments and let's get through verdict. before we figure out exactly what's next, guys. I wing this shit, man. I don't ever prepare for what I'm gonna be talking about here. I never do that. So wherever my heart leads me, that's where I'm heading. I might cover. I don't know. I haven't been following it, so I don't know. Okay, so they're going to argue jury instructions today. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Right on, Scott. That means a lot, man. That means a lot. Oh, I will be following Sandra, but I'm going to do I hate to use the term deep dive like like old Mr. Cannon, but I'm definitely going to educate myself a bit more on that case. And I'm going to see if I can at the last minute arrange something for the verdict. Since I can't be there, maybe I'll arrange something special if it's within my power to. I'm going to actually try that once I wrap this up. So before they come back from lunch, so we're going to discuss the stuff that happened with Turtle Boy yesterday. So Turtle Boy, he goes to do what he does, and he went to challenge the findings of Trooper Guarino, who came to the conclusion that the reason why John O'Keefe's health data had him ascending and descending stairs was because there was an incline and a decline on a street that is in between, somewhere between the Waterfall Bar and Grill and 34 Fairview. Turtle Boy, being Turtle Boy, decided to go out and try to disprove this. So once he did this, he decided he was hungry with his girlfriend. They were hungry. They went to go get something to eat at CF McCarthy's, which is the first place that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed went to before the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 28th, 2022. And CF McCarthy's happens to be right by D&E Pizza. And so this happens. And yeah, I've got some thoughts here.
Oh, what a cheap fucking hit.
All right.
How'd you pay your tax bill?
All right, so we're down here at CF McCarthy's. Who are you?
Listen.
Which one are you? Which one's
Okay.
that?
What? I think.
Okay, so este flaco aquí, this fucking tipo, this fucking moron right here, the skinny guy, I don't know who the fuck he is. I don't give a shit who the fuck he is. The dude sitting down, who Turtle Boy's addressing, and he's saying, you know who the fuck I am, is Chris Albert Jr. He is the Canton Select Board, the Canton Selectman, and so-called owner of D&E Pizza. This is his oldest son. Now, he didn't testify in court, as I understand it, but he's Chris Albert. He's Chris Albert Jr., Chris Albert's son.
He's the older Albert. Chris
The mustache?
Albert Jr., I think, right?
Oh, Albert Jr.? Oh, gotcha. I didn't. The mustache. You guys seem really intimidated.
Right. So Chris Albert Jr., my assessment of him is that he drew the short stick when it came to the gene pool of the Alberts. Now, every stick in that gene pool is short. Chris Albert Jr. he drew the shortest one, though, the shortest out of the short sticks. Because not all of them are I mean, none of them are very impressive. Um, no, no soy cubano, pero my Spanish is Cuban because I grew up in Miami. I'm actually Dominican, but my Spanish is Cuban because I grew up in South Florida. So that's that's why you'll hear me use a lot of Cuban slang.
You guys seem really intimidated. You guys seem really intimidated. And do what? I don't want to scare him. I don't want to intimidate him. I don't want to intimidate him. I don't want to scare you guys. I don't want to scare you guys. I know you guys are really scared of me.
Now, remember, like these people, the majority of these people who clearly antagonize Aiden here are on the list of people who complained that he intimidated them, where he has multiple felony charges for witness intimidation, and he ended up going to jail because they trumped up some bullshit about him violating his bail conditions, and he did 2 months in jail over these charges. And these people claimed that they were so intimidated by Turtle Boy. And I mean, you judge for yourself. Do these people seem intimidated to you?
I don't want to scare anybody. We're doing this for our own protection. We don't want to be anyone. We don't want to scare you guys. Oh, not yet.
I mean,
But no.
Thank you, George.
We're gonna call the police. So you guys just got here. We got it all on film. I was just assaulted by Jim Ferris. He assaulted me. And we got it all on video. And now the McAlberts are down here telling me they're gonna kick my ass or something like that, harassing me, calling me a pussy. We'll see. There's call.
Now, I'm hoping that the Jim Ferris video comes later. I wish that was first, but
Colin's talking. He's got a lot. I'm glad he's not intimidated at least. I'm glad he's not intimidated at least. So yeah, we got there. I'm surprised to see Ryan down here like this. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. And I didn't say shit. I'm not protesting. I'm just trying to eat a meal. We just went in here. We went in here to see if McCarthy's, and we ate dinner. Okay, we ate dinner, and then all of a sudden we got assaulted by these goons on video. These guys who claim to be so scared. We're just trying to eat. We're just trying to eat. We're just trying to eat a meal of food. We're just trying to eat a meal of food. Again, this is wild shit, man. Can you believe this is happening, dude? What are they like? This is wild. These guys, they prove me right.
now, yeah, Colin Albert, who is the center, besides Brian Higgins, if not more, the center of the third-party culprit defense, where it is theorized that he had motive to kill John O'Keefe. He definitely had more motive than Karen Reed did, and he's there. Catherine, thank you so much. Emily Greenberg needs justice. Thank you. Thanks to your mods for carrying and uncovering police corruption. Thank you guys for, I mean, this is definitely a one hand washes the other type situation. Not for you guys. And I've been on the end of things where I'm just passionate and I've got maybe 30 people in my chat, and I'm just like, why isn't more people talking about this? And the fact that there's so many, people that there's definitely strength in numbers, and it makes a difference. Trust me, it makes a difference.
Right every single time. Every time, baby. Every time. I hope you're ready to hear the words not guilty, right? Get ready for the words not guilty. Not guilty. Not guilty. Not guilty. Get used to those words. You're going to hear it this week. Not guilty.
Now they'll probably address this later, but the dude in the red shirt there is Ryan Nagel, the one person out of that group who told the truth on the stand. But I'm starting to have questions about that because he never mentioned Brian Higgins' Jeep So I'm wondering about that. I have questions as to why he went up there and or why he made the statement that he did. Was it to make it look less like a conspiracy? Was the whole purpose of his statement and testimony to play a role of the appearance of devil's advocate? That's what I'm wondering now, considering how he walked up to Turtle Boy. But this happens after that happened, so I'm hoping that comes later. Thank you, Joseph. Chances we get a verdict tomorrow. I am going to court tomorrow to watch closing outside. I think to decide in less than 4 hours. I think so too. At least I'm optimistic that that'll happen. I'm guessing Wednesday is when we'll get the verdict, but I'm hoping tomorrow.
Guilty. 3 times you're gonna hear that shit. Not guilty. Not guilty. Get ready. Get ready. It's coming. So anyway,
Where are the Canton police now?
Yeah,
This
did you
has been
call
going
them?
on 8
Yeah.
minutes.
So
Like,
we're
when Jim
they
Harris
called the
tells you
cops.
They don't come.
Yeah, they called the cops, I guess. We got it all on video. I got assaulted by Jim Farris. He came up and assaulted me on video. He smelled like shit too. He smells exactly what you would imagine he smells like. So they're all over here. I don't know. We're just trying to eat dinner. We went in here to eat a nice meal of food.
Walk out on a sidewalk.
Come outside.
I think the fans wanting pictures triggered.
What's up? It's just the McAlberts being assholes again. That's what they do. We're just trying to eat food. I just wanted to eat a meal of food in peace. It was lovely. It was really good. I really liked the dinner here. And I heard the food was good at CF McCarthy, so I wanted to eat the food. I'm not bothering anyone. So I am filming this for my own protection right now. My own production. Own protection. That's what I'm doing right now. So that's it.
And that's a fact. Okay.
So I don't want to.
Because Turtle Boy's best weapon is also his best shield. And that is his phone, his camera. Turtle Boy knows to document everything. These people are not going to assault him while he's filming. Turtle Boy's not out there to antagonize people and get them to assault him. That's not what he's doing. He was out there just to get food. He was out there just to have a meal with his girlfriend. So his protection is I mean, dude, we're talking about, make no mistake. Now, that's not to say that Turtle Boy is afraid of anybody, but it's intelligent to be cautious. It's intelligent to protect yourself, because a dead Turtle Boy is no good to anybody. A hurt Turtle Boy is no good to anybody. So the thing is if Turtle Boy is right, and Turtle Boy has been right about everything so far, whether you like him or not, it doesn't matter. What your personal opinions are about him, about what you think his character is, doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is when it comes to the Karen Reed, John O'Keefe case, he has been right about everything. So it is naive and irresponsible to not assume that he's right about these people as well. And these people, if he's right, are killers. And that's not an exaggerated term. Somebody in that group of people either murdered John O'Keefe, or they at least, if not murdered him, helped cover it up. That is not a theory. That is a fact. The evidence dictates that every single one of those people that testified in this case, that's sitting over there antagonizing Turtle Boy, who claimed to have been intimidated by him, who are now deliberately antagonizing him right now, are, if not capable of murder, definitely capable of covering it up. So these people, make no mistake, are absolutely dangerous.
to scare them because these are the people that claim they're intimidated by me. We're out here harassing me, just assaulted me. These people claim they're so scared and they're so intimidated by little old me. Little old me. No, nobody's afraid. That's not what they told the police. That's not what they told the police.
That's a good spot for Tim.
So, I mean, that's good. I'm glad you said that, though.
Right there, because this is also great for Turtle Boy's case, because Turtle Boy is going to hand this shit to Timothy Bradle, his attorney, and this is going to get used. If it ever goes to trial, which it shouldn't, but if it ever does go to trial, Turtle Boy will have this evidence where they are claiming, we're not afraid of you. I don't know where you got that from, but why do I have felony charges of people who are claiming to be intimidated by me? Doesn't intimidated by me mean afraid? I mean, so here we're looking at these people basically admitting we're not afraid of you. And not only are they saying the words, their behavior is dictating this.
I'm glad you said that no one's scared. My lawyer's going to love that one.
No,
My lawyer's going to
Right.
love that one.
Assaulted. So why would we have
I mean, your goons just assaulted me. Yeah, assaulted. Yeah, when you hit. I know. I'm so little, bro. I'm so little. I'm so little. I know.
So here he just admitted, yeah, he just knocked. So this is an eyewitness because the Alberts are so fucking smart. So here's Chris Albert Jr., the genius. the not exactly the winner in the gene pool of the Alberts, and he just admits on camera that Jim Ferris knocked Turtle Boy's phone out of his hand. That's assault. Whether you like it or not, it's assault. Whether he got hurt or not, it's still assault. You cannot walk up to somebody and put your hands on them. That is assault.
No, I know. I'm so little. I know. I get it. I know. Well, I feel like I'm something. I feel like I'm something because you guys know who I am. You guys know who I am. I'm a pedophile. Okay. Okay.
I mean, bro, look at this guy, first of all. But second of all, hold on. We'll get back to that in a second. So some might be saying, well, why doesn't Turtle Boy just leave? Why doesn't he just leave? Well, it's because they called the police and he's out on bail. So if he leaves, he's risking that they're going to give their version of the story and then say that he left the scene, that he fled from the scene. He had something to hide. So the smartest thing that he could do is just sit there and let them keep talking and film it. It's the smartest thing that he could do. But I mean, take a look at this guy, bro. Just look at this fucking winner right here.
Okay. Sure thing. So they seem really scared. Yeah, I mean,
it's worth it to come and yell at us.
I mean, we were just minding them out. So we were just trying to mind our own business. You take a picture of who? Oh, I took a picture. Yeah. Taking a picture is instigating?
No, Colin was leaving and then he decided
taking
to
a picture. So what? So what? What did I do? He came up to.
Yeah, he's trying to twist it now. He's now computing that, oh shit, this is not going to look good on us. We have to make him out to be the aggressor. We have to twist this. So I know he's filming, so I'm going to sit here and make things up and say them out loud because I know he's filming it, and that's going to be our defense for how we behaved. This is going to justify it because he filmed my younger brother, Colin. But the problem is that Juliana Nagel filmed him first. Yeah. And then Chris Albert filmed him. Colin Albert took pictures of him. Colin Albert took pictures of him, and in return, he took pictures of Colin Albert taking pictures of him. That's it. So now Chris Albert Jr. over here is the 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 loser of the gene pool lottery here. This this guy right here, the the leftover, the afterbirth, the the sweat off the glass of the sperm milkshake of the Alberts here. The ring on the counter that's left by the sperm milkshake. This guy here is trying to twist things, and it's just not working because the evidence is already out there. He was already streaming live.
Up to us. We were walking in.
No, we didn't.
2 seconds. Justice for Peter Berger.
Now let's pay close attention to what he says right here. This is Chris Albert right here. This is Chris Albert, folks. Chris Albert is the brother of Brian Albert. He's also someone who in the mid-90s killed a man with his car, fled from the scene, turned himself in later. His brother, or sorry, his attorney his attorney at the time is the brother of Judge Beverly Cannoni, who resided over the Karen Reed trial. A motion was filed for her to recuse herself long before the trial started. Of course, it didn't stick. But he sits on the select board in Canton, in the town that they're in right now. And he owns this shitty pizza place that I lost my shit reading the reviews. You guys are hilarious. Maybe we'll read some more. I haven't even read the Google ones. I was reading the Yelp ones. That's just very funny to me. Just thinking about it makes me laugh. But this dude he sits on the Canton Select Board, which basically means, he's got the power of the mayor, if not more power. And this dude is he's supposed to be he's supposed to be the adult. He's the father of two of these young men here, and he's supposed to be the adult, and this is how he reacts. Pay close attention to what he says right here.
2 seconds. Justice for Peter Berger. You'll beat my face.
In 2 seconds, I'll beat your face up and down the sidewalk. 2 seconds. So he just threatened Turtle Boy. This is a fact. It's on video. He just fucking threatened him with physical violence. This is a Canton Select Board member. This is the brother of the owner of 34 Fairview, at least at the time of the crime taking place. But this is supposed to be the adult. This is supposed to be the person who is supposed to be setting an example for these people. But I have no doubt in my mind that this is the example that was set for them. I'm holding this guy responsible for the behavior of these of this offspring of his.
You could, yeah.
So he corrects himself and he goes, I could. No, that's not what you said.
Really intimidated. You seem really intimidated. I'm glad you said that on film. I'm glad you said that on film. Oh, really? See? Just in case you were entitled to feel bad for these people at all. This is who they really are. Look at these animals. Look at these goons. Look at these goons.
I mean, that's exactly what they are. A bunch of fucking goons. Like a bunch of fucking goons, dude. Like, some of these fucking people were sitting on the fucking stand dressed like fucking Mormons, and Now you see them in their natural habitat. Sitting on the stand, putting on an act for that jury and that judge. Total bullshit. Total and utter bullshit. So not only were they telling lies, they were presenting themselves. The way that they presented themselves in court was a fucking lie. Everything about these people is a fucking lie.
Goons.
I'm actually with somebody in the.
I don't know. I feel like she's somebody. I know. Under Armour, it's gay as shit. I know. It's gay. I'm so gay.
Actually,
I'm not the.
I don't think I'm involved.
For what kid? I don't know, Colin. I feel like of the two of us, I'd be a little more worried about jail if I was you, son. I don't. I'm just saying. I feel like I'm gonna be good. Yeah. Are you scared? I thought you were intimidated. I'm just trying to eat dinner, bro. I'm just trying to eat dinner. I come out here. There's a goon. Well, you got assaulted by your goons.
How is the Canton Police now? This has been going on 11 minutes. 11 minutes.
Yeah. Call the Canton Police. Tell them to come down here. We got a video of Jim Farris assaulting me on video. So.
Yeah, it's been 11 minutes.
Yeah.
They show up really fast when they call.
So, because.
So why is your wife taking video? Am I in America?
My
I'm allowed to do whatever. I'm in America.
Yeah, we're just trying to. I just came out of. I just got dinner and I come outside and I got assaulted by Jim Farris. It was bizarre. It was bizarre.
It really was.
You're gonna send her back to that Spanish she was in, right?
Yeah.
Who's the FBI investigating? Pregnant with a baby too while you're pregnant?
I'm not pregnant, but unfortunately for your friend Lindsay.
Hold on. I want to see. Let me see if he posted anything. Yeah, I wanted to see like the other stuff, but I don't think that he. I mean, I could go over his stream from last night and show that stuff, but I guess we'll just stick to this for now. But so like. So Turtle Boy's girlfriend brings up Lindsay, which is it. I mean, it's nice to see that I mean, what like I get it. I've learned my lesson from dating the Lindsay types. She seems like a nice person. I met Meredith. She seems like a really, really nice person. Brandy, thank you. What's up, the glare? Hey, I promised I would stay open the entire time and hear everything. I stayed open, but I am closed. There's no chance of a guilty verdict. No chance. Right on. Thank you, Brandy Churchill. Appreciate it. Now, yeah, I she seems like she's got a good head on her shoulders. She was really nice when I met her. But like I get it, man. Like, listen, dude. I you know, I have a scar across my abdomen right here. Because I dated a girl who decided to take a swipe at me with a Gatani blade. That's what I call it now. That's my new term. A Gatani blade. When it's a psycho hose beast who comes at you with a knife or a sharp object being wielded by a psycho hooker, it's known as a Gatani blade from now on. So just so you know.
We've actually talked about it. Okay. Yeah.
These are the victims. Yeah. These are people who are, they're so intimidated, guys. They're so intimidated.
No, we did not come here.
We're not harassing
Nobody
shit.
wants to come to your place of business.
We're not harassing
Nobody
shit.
wants to come to your place of business.
Yeah, nobody
ever.
wants the
We went
media.
to
Yeah,
McCarthy.
we're good. We
Let's
got
get it
real
straight.
food. We got real food. We're good.
Listen, the thing is, I have no way of defending myself about that. You know, you learn your lesson, and most of us learn it later on in life when we are attracted to women like this. Maybe it's the excitement. I don't know. I don't know what happens. But you get older and then you experience that, and then you're just like, never the fuck again. Never the fuck again am I ever gonna date somebody who is capable of this kind of just pure insanity. So like my point being is that this Meredith person seems like the absolute, and I don't give a shit about Turtle Boy's personal life. What I'm saying is the impression I got from her is she is the lesson learned. You know, she's the result of a lesson learned. Because yeah, after meeting her, she seemed like a really, really cool person. Definitely did not get Gatani Blade vibes off of this person at all.
We got some real food.
Just like nobody else is coming to your business.
So we are down here, guys. And I don't know. We just went and again, if you're just getting here, I'll explain what I was doing later. But basically, we came to doing a little project in Canton. We're hungry. I go to see if McCarthy's for dinner. And then on my way in, Colin Albert's there, right? He says something to me. I took a picture on my way in, and he goes in excited. He goes, "Call the cops." I'm like,
okay. All right. Now, before I get into that, let me just go over his live, because there's stuff that I want to All right, because I don't have Facebook, so
like, and as it turns out, this is Ryan and Julie Nagel's brother.
okay, that
Sam,
makes sense.
He introduced himself as.
Okay, so this is a Nagel. This guy's he also seems to have gotten the short end of the Nagel gene pool. This guy is something else. I mean, just a fucking goofball moron.
And he touched her. Now, what he wants me to do is like fight him, right? Because I'm on bail, and that I'm not going to give them that reaction. I mean, that sucks that you can't stand up for, you know what I mean?
Right.
That you can't stand up for. I can't. Like it's like.
See, that would have been the most infuriating thing to me, because if you put your hands on my girl and you're trying to antagonize me, I'm the guy that goes, okay, you win, and then I'm going to put my hands on you and I'm going to try to fucking snatch the fucking Tesla fucking alternate current right out of your body. Like, that would fucking make me snap. So anybody who tries to criticize Turtle Boy for not doing so, I think it took a hell of a lot more strength to not do so, considering, because I do not get the impression from him whatsoever that he's the type to avoid confrontation. Clearly. So I feel like it's probably, this is where I feel for him the most, because I feel like it was probably eating him up inside that he could not put his fucking hands around that little shit's throat for putting his hands on his girlfriend. I mean, it doesn't matter. I don't give a shit how old you are. I don't give a fuck. Like, somebody puts their hands on your lady, dude, you want to fucking snatch the life right out of them, dude. Like, I mean, you just do. especially what seems to be a ride or die like her. You know, she seems to have his back no matter what. She's not backing down. She's not afraid of any of these people. As kind and pleasant natured as she was when I met her, this is clearly also a side of her that you don't want to bring out. And she's on the right side of things. She's not backing down. She's standing there next. She's standing by her man, and she's ready to defend him as well. And for him to have this type of loyalty from a significant other and then watch a fucking weasel like this little dipshit put their fucking hands on her, that has got to have eaten him the fuck alive. I give Turtle Boy props just for restraining himself to not fucking destroy this kid.
Sucks. It's a shitty feeling.
Like, wait till you see him. Wait, you haven't even seen what he does. I'm telling you, regardless of whether he even put his hands on her, that would have been the last straw. But the other shit that he's doing was trying as it was. I can only imagine.
But I'm not going to jail. And then Ryan Nagel comes over. And by the way, Ryan Nagel, his testimony is great. He's a piece of shit. We found that out today. He's an asshole.
Clearly.
Like, he gave great testimony.
Wait till
he
you
told
see
the
this
truth.
shit.
But watch what happens here.
You just touch her, bro? Yeah. You just touch her? A little fucking soft. She doesn't want you to touch her. Yeah, what the fuck's wrong with you?
We had a nice conversation. I just didn't.
Why are you touching her?
I don't know why.
Yeah, dude. I'm fucking shaking just watching this shit. I was watching this shit last night, and I was like, I can't fucking believe. I was on the phone with Cherry. I was like, dude, I can't fucking believe what I'm looking at, dude. I can't fucking believe what I'm looking at. This is crazy, crazy shit. Crazy shit.
You just touched her, bro. Asking her why she's with a fucking loser like you. Why are you touching her?
He's not a loser. He's a good person.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
Like that, get the fuck out of here. What? You don't like Canton. No one wants you here. Get the.
See what's going on right there. Now it makes more sense because this is Ryan Nagel's brother. So he's doing instinctively what any brother would do. He's basically protecting his brother because he knows his brother is this close to getting knocked the fuck out. So his brother comes to his rescue. But instead of going, hey, leave him alone, walk away, he doubles down. He basically, what he's doing is, okay, put the attention on me. Because he probably knows that his brother's a fucking weasel, and he probably has to fight his brother's battles his entire fucking life. And so it's his instinct to come over here and intervene. But it's pretty fucking interesting that Ryan Nagel, who sat there on the stand and gave that testimony, is now coming over here and he's getting in Turtle Boy's face, basically trying to get the attention off of him because Ryan Nagel knows you don't put your fucking hands on somebody's girlfriend. Like, my fucking brother's asking for it right now. So let me fucking step up and draw his attention away. Make him mad at me, not him.
Get the fuck out of here. You fucking loser guy. You're a loser guy. You and all your fans.
See what I mean? He's like, let's go, you fucking idiot, before you get me arrested. Before you fucking get me arrested for fighting your fucking battles, fucking get over here. Stupid.
Fucking loser. Love the town of Canton so much he has to come hang out here. Get the fuck out of here, dude. You're a fucking loser.
So this is what we came out to outside. It's, as it turns out, this is Chris Albert Jr., Juliana Nagel, Colin Albert, and then Chris Albert. There's Ryan Nagel, and I guess this is Sam Nagel.
Loser. Loser. Have fun.
Have another beer and then you go home. What are you doing? Off to the video. You're obsessed. What do you mean? You're obsessed. It's fucking loser. You're a loser too, by the way. I'm sorry. You're beautiful, but you're a fucking loser. You're not as big a loser as this fucking.
So that's videotape 1. Videotape 2. So again, this is what they do. Keep in mind, this is what they do in broad daylight when there's lots of people around, broad daylight, sober. Now imagine what they do to somebody who walks into a house on Fairview Road drunk, like John O'Keefe. And this is what happened. So Jim Ferris then.
Now this all took place before the video that I showed earlier, right? I should have played this first, but this is this takes place before the video that I went over earlier. Now I'm going to go back to that. But it was a little late, but I decided to play these in order a little late. But this, just to keep you guys up to speed here, this fucking ladies man right here, over here to the right. this fucking gem right here is Jim Ferris, who works as a fucking delivery driver for Chris Albert. Delivers mediocre pizza for Chris Albert.
Then arrives. Notice there's Chris Albert filming, smiling. These are the same people who claim they're scared of me. And this is what Jim Ferris does. Watch him right here.
Now, real quick, before we get into that, Turtle Boy makes an excellent point just before then, because I wanted to piggyback off that. Think about that for a second. If this is how these people behave, sober, in broad daylight, in public, imagine how brave and how brazen they are when they're drunk in the privacy of someone who they consider family, their home, and in a group. Imagine what they're capable of. Imagine what that group of people was capable of on the night of January 28th, the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022 at 34 Fairview. Imagine that. Think about that. I'm going to repeat it one more time. Imagine seeing these very people, because make no mistake, many of these very people were at 34 Fairview the night in question. And the difference is they were in private and they were drunk. And around other aggressive people who we know to be aggressive. We know Brian Albert is feared. We know that he's of an aggressive nature. We know this. These people do not care. Chris Albert he's an elected official in that town, and this is how he's acting in public. Chris Albert. And this is his employee. This is a guy on his fucking payroll. This is the guy he gives a paycheck to every fucking week.
By him? I wonder if he's gonna beat you too. Like you want to beat you like Look. All the time.
That's when Jim Ferris hits the phone out of my hand. He assaulted me. So that's from my perspective. That's from my perspective. He hit the phone into the middle of the street. Didn't break, luckily. But that's clearly assault. He's being charged with phone back. And they're yelling something about that baby won't have a dad. Hold on one sec.
Now, this had just happened, so Turtle Boy is jumping in and out of his live here. Understandably so.
Notice that these are the people who are allegedly scared. Sitting out here. Again, what was our crime? We came and we ate food at a restaurant. That's a crime. Can't do that.
That baby won't have a dad.
That baby won't have a dad. So this is the new nonsense that I won't even humor or feed into. I mean, we're dealing with children. They're like saying your baby's not going to have it. First of all, there's no baby. This is just nonsense.
Right.
And our baby's
Dana. Yeah. And I'm going to go over some of that too.
He's not going to have a dad. He's a woman beater, all this shit. He's going to jail. They're mocking me. They think this is funny. They think this is funny. These are victims of witness intimidation, allegedly.
Right.
Look at this. Look.
Wow, we were just trying to leave and go to our cars. They're all coming up to us. Well, please. Oh my God. Oh my God.
You're a fucking maggot.
Oh shit. Oh, we have all of this on for the blog.
I'm going to call the Kim police right now. Let's see what happens. We got
Oh
that on
my
video,
God.
right?
He just not.
We got that on video, right? We got that on video, Jimmy.
Thank you. What's your name in case we need another witness to this?
Let's see what happens. Maybe we'll get Kevin on the line. We'll see what happens.
This was actual assault.
Here's Colin.
Well, this was actual assault.
You getting this off? They seem really intimidated. They seem really intimidated.
That daddy's gonna be in jail when that
They
baby
seem really intimidated.
You weak woman. You weak woman.
Reality check. Thank you so much. He yelled, "We're going to beat you too." Yeah, that's wow. Let me see if I can hear that. Okay, now before I continue, I just want to make something abundantly clear because somebody made a comment earlier. Nobody has yet that I've seen while I've been going over this, but earlier when I brought this up earlier this morning, someone said that Turtle Boy should have never went down there. Let me make something abundantly clear. Anybody who fucking says that shit right now while I'm going over this and I catch it is getting fucking hidden from this channel. And that's only because I have this. Watching this eliminates my tolerance for fucking sheer stupidity. I don't have it. I have no, there is nothing but threshold for that kind of fucking stupidity. I don't have any patience for it. Because the fact of the matter is Turtle Boy has every right to attend a restaurant in Canton. He has every right to step foot in any fucking town that he feels like fucking stepping foot in this country. He has every right to do that. And no, I don't believe that he went down there to antagonize anyone. I believe absolutely that he went down there for the reasons that he did, which is to do his job. And then it turned out that all of these assholes decided to start antagonizing him. They were bored, nothing better to do with their lives but hang around outside of a fucking pizza shop and then fucking give him a hard time. Turtle Boy has every right to attend a fucking restaurant if he feels like attending a restaurant with his girlfriend, by himself, with his dad, whoever the fuck, to get something to eat. He has a right to eat what he feels like eating as a fucking consumer, as a patron, to give his business to someone, to exchange goods and services with anyone who he fucking chooses to, anywhere. So I don't want to hear this shit about, oh, he should have never went down there. No, these motherfuckers should have just been like, you know what? We're so intimidated by him. Let's just leave him the fuck alone. Let him go where he's going to go. If he comes in here, that's a different story. But, just let him go do what he's going to do. But they didn't do that. Microdot says he asked me to go. The plan was to recreate the phone data. I was tied up, but there was no plan to agitate. Thank you, Microdots. I appreciate that confirmation.
Let's see what happens. Maybe we'll get Kevin on the line. We'll see what happens.
This was actual assault.
Get the Colin.
Well, this was actual assault.
You getting this off? They seem really intimidated. They seem really intimidated. They seem really intimidated.
Meredith, what are you doing with a guy like that? Huh?
He actually was just standing
Why
up
do
here.
they always go there too? Why is the slander always there? Why does the slander by idiots like this always go to pedophilia? What is the obsession? Let me ask you something, Nick Alberts. Any one of you dipshits that are sitting there right now, why does touching kids come to your mind every time? Why is that always the go-to for idiots to slander someone? What's on your mind where you constantly go there? I mean, there's all kinds of ways you could slander somebody, you know, but why is that always the go-to? What's on your mind? Because I don't want to think about people touching kids, you know? Why is that where you go in your mind consistently?
So there's that. Jim Ferris is an employee of D&E Pizza. That's what Jim Ferris is. So there's that video. Next one. All right, I got some more videos. No, that's not the one. All right, let's see what this video shows. Sorry, I'm showing these clip by clip because, again, I couldn't show the full 18-minute video that we have here.
We just wanted to. Take a walk down here. Take a 10-foot walk down here, buddy. Take a little walk. Take a little walk. You got balls, right? Little fucking 5'9" man. You got balls. Take a walk. Come on.
So he's telling me to take.
You see how like close he is to him, dude? Like, dude, Turtle Boy's patience is that of an oak. It's amazing. Like, dude, I feel like this kid would be sucking on my fucking elbow at this point. Thank you, Reality Check. Like seriously, like I feel like I wouldn't be able to resist just, you know, just a quick little, you know, like I feel like I couldn't resist doing that. No matter how many fucking witnesses, it's amazing that he had the patience that he had with that shit. I don't fucking the dude is a fucking alien. Rose, thank you. Turtle Boy is working. This is his job. The McJackoffs don't have to like it, and their behavior is criminal. Full up church when you have the time. Oh my goodness, full on. It's happening.
Get the. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a 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 super chat. Super chat.
Oh, thank you, Rose. I hope you enjoyed that.
Take a walk down here, so like, you know, so they can beat me up or something, right? Like, take a walk down here. Not going to do that. They're trying to antagonize me. Not going to give it to him.
Totally luring him.
Not going to give it to him. Well, they're intimidated me. I don't want them to be scared. They're not intimidated? Why are you intimidated? They're telling the cops.
Put your face in front of me again. Put your phone in front of me again.
Put your phone in front of me again.
You're big fucking head.
I want to point out, Jim Farris, if you're watching, bro, the day after I wrote about you, your wife called me crying, begging me to leave you alone.
I'm sure that Turtle Boy is analyzing every single aspect of this. I'm sure not only he's doing it, but people on his admin team are doing it. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. I there's nothing about Turtle Boy that indicates to me that he would be slipping for 1 second when it comes to this incident.
And leave her out of it. She's ashamed of you, brother. She fucking hates you.
This guy.
She hates you, dude. Like your wife called me crying, Jim.
Wow.
Just want to point that out. That's how much of a loser you are. You drive a freaking 94 Prius. It's falling apart.
Did they make Priuses back then? Wow, it lasted that long. It almost makes you want to buy one.
You're like a 55-year-old pizza delivery boy who spends all his money on cigarettes and hangs out. You are the definition of a loser. A loser.
Really out of picking.
You absolutely will not, Jimmy.
Put it back in front of his hand so I get a better view of it this time I'm doing it.
Yeah, that's
whatever I please.
good point, Cheryl. I'm of that opinion as well. Is when she was filming them or taking pictures of them, she let people know. So this harassment, I believe to be premeditated 100% because Juliana Nagel was inside CF McCarthy's when they were in there eating, and she took pictures of him. Turtle Boy said he wasn't bothered by it. He takes pictures of people. It's fine. She has the right to do it, but it's naive to assume that she didn't fucking notify these idiots for them to camp out front and give him this hard time.
Whatever I please.
You were just trying to leave here, and like you literally got assaulted by Jim Farris.
It ain't worth it. I'm gonna talk to your parents though, because you're fucking dumb as shit. How's that nutty bit you've been in? How's the nutty bit?
How's that nutty
Better
bit?
than the jail you were in for killing a man in 1994.
Oh, what a deep fucking hit.
Have you pay your tax bill?
All right, so
I don't have a million small claims.
this is a selectman.
Put down your phone and have a conversation.
Who are you?
Who am I? You know who the fuck I am.
I didn't know who this was.
Who am I? Who are you? You don't know who I am? Who are you?
What? I think
Put down your fucking phone.
he's the older elder, Chris Albert Jr. I think, right?
Oh, Albert Jr. Oh, gotcha. I didn't. The mustache. You guys seem really intimidated. You guys seem really intimidated. You guys seem really intimidated.
Take a 5-step walk.
And do what? I don't want to scare you. I don't want to intimidate.
For the record, I'm not pregnant, but
I don't want to scare you guys. I know you guys are really scared of me.
I mean, dude, nothing fucking annoys me more than dickheads like this fucking Sam Nagel kid, bro. Like, he's such a fucking tough guy. And you know he's just fucking tough because he's got his brother there and he's got these probable fucking cop killers that he's fucking hanging by who he knows can get away with whatever the fuck they want. So he feels real fucking brave saying, take a walk down here. Take a walk. Take a walk, loser. Loser. Take a walk. Like, no, man. Like, you're so fucking tough, dude. Like, why don't you just fucking do something instead of hiding behind your fucking cop killer buddies? Stop it. Like, just you sitting there going, take a walk. Take a walk. Tells everybody, the whole world now, how much of a fucking coward you are. Jesus Christ.
So there's that. Now we're going to watch so I eventually start taping it right around that time. I'm going to show you my perspective of it over on Facebook. Again, I went live. I did this. This is why you should follow Clarence Woods Emerson on Facebook. I go live from there frequently on my phone. I go every morning. It should really have more followers than the Turtle Boy page, which I never go live from. So make sure you follow the Clarence Woods Emerson page on Facebook. That's my personal account. So let's just pick it up from here. I'll play some. All right.
How'd you pay your tax bill?
All right. So with that, you guys seem really intimidated. You got data. I don't want to skip. We don't not intimidated at least. So yeah, we got there. I'm surprised to see Ryan down here like this. Now we're gonna see Bill Dan. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. And I didn't say shit. That woman said Colin was in the house. I'm just trying to eat a meal. We are just trying to. We just went in here. We're just trying to eat. We're just trying to eat. I hope you're ready to hear the words "not guilty." Right? Get ready for the words "not guilty," "not guilty," "not guilty," "not guilty." Get used to those words. You're gonna hear it this week. Not guilty. 3 times you're gonna hear that shit. Not guilty.
Yeah, like he's the loudest one. He's the fucking loudest one. Like, I get the impression from Ryan Nagel that he probably fucking smacked the shit out of his brother for being a fucking idiot. Ryan Nagel strikes me as the type of guy that's like, dude, of course, I'm going to get your back. But the second that I fucking get you back home, I'm going to whoop your ass and teach you never to fucking put me in that position again.
Not guilty. Get ready. Get ready. It's coming. So anyway, I went in here to eat. It was lovely. It was protection right now. Oh, my own production. The people that claim they're intimidated by me were out here harassing me, just assaulted me. These people claim they're so scared and they're so intimidated by little old me. Little old me. Nobody said that though. I'm glad you said that no one's scared. My lawyer's gonna love that one. My lawyer's gonna love that one. I mean, your goons just assaulted me. No one's scared of you. Yeah, assaulted. Yeah, when you hit.
All right, let's go back to the video where it takes place from there.
And then I had another turtle riding come by and grab my stuff. Yeah. And then she's next. You know that you just.
How's Officer Wade? How's Officer Wade?
Why do you think the whole town?
How's Officer Wade? How's Officer Wade? How's Officer Wade?
And that's just a citizen right there in Canton. That's not even Meredith. That's some citizen that's saying, dude, like, look at the example you're setting. You're supposed to represent this town. You're the selectman here, and you're supposed to be representing us, the people here. Like, that is beyond the poor representation. This is, I mean, if I lived in Canton, I would be fucking disgusted by this. If I paid taxes in that town and I voted in that town, I would be fucking disgusted by this asshole. I'd be calling him out too. Motherfucker, you work for the person that's fucking talking to you right now. You work for her. Listen up. Open your fucking ears. Listen up. This woman who's sitting here telling you you're supposed to represent all of us. And this is how you're acting?
Wade.
You are supposed to be a representative.
This is
of this town.
That's the chairman of the Board of Selectmen right there.
He's not a chairman.
Whatever he is. He's on the Board of Selectmen.
Canton, so they're not allowed.
It's an elected official.
I am a resident of Canton.
This guy, look.
He just said we're not from Canton, so we're not allowed.
We're not allowed.
I mean, watching this, is there any fucking wonder, for those of you who aren't locals, is there any fucking wonder watching this why there's so many people crowded outside of that courthouse? You think it's just about Karen Reed, why they're out there gathered outside of that courthouse? They're gathered outside of that courthouse because the Karen Reed trial is something that represents a step towards change that's absolutely needed. The change that's needed is the shit that you're looking at right here. This is the change that's needed. That's what those people are out there. Like, you're only seeing a fraction of what these people are doing outside of the courthouse. If you subscribe to Resistant to Silence, then you're going to see that that's just a fraction. These people are out there doing standouts. They're gathering and protesting outside of DA Morrissey's office. And the last time that they protested outside D&E Pizza, across the fucking street, 9 people got charged with a felony. 9 people got charged with a felony for just standing outside holding signs. This guy, this dipshit Chris Albert, makes a phone call, and guess what happens? Special Prosecutor Ken Mello contacts the Canton Police Department and basically insists that they get charged with a felony. This happened months ago. Many of you people who are just new to this case because you got involved because of the excitement of the trial, understandable. Nobody's faulting you for that. I'm just bringing you up to speed because there's a whole fucking story that took place long before this trial even started. There's a whole lot of shit. Hold on a second. I just checked. I'm not seeing that. I'm not gonna stream Court TV or hold on a second. Oh, okay, cool. Now I'm gonna play another clip, but not right this second. But I'm not seeing anything as far as the court goes, because I'm not gonna stream Court TV or Law and Crime. I just don't like doing it. So yeah, I'm not streaming Law and Crime. I'm especially not streaming Law and Crime. I don't like Law and Crime. And they like to strike channels. Even though, I mean, if you guys are interested in hearing that stuff, go ahead. I'm going to continue talking about this right now. I mean, this is just what they're going to discuss as far as what could be said in closing arguments, and what the jury is going to hear in closing arguments. I'm not that interested in that. I mean, I'm kind of interested in that, but.
Here. So I guess this is what happens. I literally got assaulted. Yeah.
Okay, they're not coming to your family.
Yeah. Did you get a chance to call, Kristen? Did you get a chance to call?
I did. They're on their way.
Oh, they are. Cool,
Yep,
cool,
they're
cool.
on their way.
All right. So I did. It was pretty fun. I didn't kill anyone, though. I didn't kill anyone, Chris. Justice for Peter Berger. Justice for Peter Berger.
Just walk the fuck away. Get off the board.
You see this?
No, I'm talking about get off the board.
Oh God, here we go.
So here come the police.
Thank you, Fairy
Step
Raven.
down,
So
Chris.
you too.
Step down.
Step down.
Get off the board.
On the scale is what you need to do.
Shut up. Who taught you how to talk to
Myself.
Dude, I'm counting right now. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4 out of 6 witnesses, or out of 6 people. 4 out of these 6 people that are in this shot right here testified in the Karen Reed trial. Testified. 4 out of these 6 testified in the Karen Reed trial, people. And the defense proved them to be liars.
You're not a woman. You look like a dude. You shouldn't talk about her looks. You look like you got fucking piece of shit.
No, because I wanted all
Bro, we don't need to. Yeah, don't even get into it with him. Don't even get into it with him.
How has this been going on 15 minutes now and no police still with this?
We'll find out. So we are filming for our own protection here.
Oh boy.
Oh, look who it is. Look who's here. Here she is.
You know what? I'm so sick of shit.
Oh, she's
All right.
I'm sick of your shit.
Assaulted twice now. Turtle Boy was assaulted twice. Listen, people, all due respect, excuse me for being crass, but I don't give a fuck that court is back on right now because I'm not streaming it through Law and Crime or Court TV. It's not going to happen. Now, if Boston 10 starts to stream it again, then I will stream it. There are other great channels that are streaming it as well. You can go watch it there. I will be happy to go over it later, but that's not what I'm talking about right now. And this is not going to affect, in my opinion, the outcome of what the jurors end up deciding on. So now
we'll find out. So we are filming for our own protection here.
Oh boy.
Oh, look who it is.
Now, look at this. She pulls up like a fucking cop responding to a call, and she's double parked. And then she comes out like a bat out of hell, gets out of this car like a bat out of hell.
It is. Look who's here. Here she is.
You know what? I'm so sick of shit.
Oh, she's
I'm sick of your shit.
And they cheer her on. They cheer her on. None of them are even, this is the kind of fucking animals these people are. None of them are even concerned for her safety. This is a woman. She's small in stature. Like, this is a woman, dude. You know what I'm saying? And none of these people, this is their family. This woman is their family. Nobody jumped to go, oh, wait a minute. This is getting physical. We better go grab her. We better stop her from doing this. She could get hurt. Nobody did that. Nobody did that.
Hey, enough is enough. You're a prick.
Can I have my phone?
How's the kid? They must be so proud of their dad.
That's assault, Joe.
That's not assault.
I'm gonna need my phone back.
Fuck up, Big Bird. You're a fucking bird. You look 20 years older than me. You look fatter than me.
I need my phone back.
Boom. You're a fat fuck.
I need my phone back, Joe.
You shut up. Where's your top lip?
I'm gonna need my phone back, Joe.
And oh, I'm sorry. Did you go loopy? Didn't you go crazy?
Bill, can I please
Shut
have my
the fuck up.
Can I have my phone back, please? Can I have my phone back, please, Joe?
Go ahead. Give me this phone.
I need my phone back, Joe.
How's
Don't do that. I need my phone back.
So she snatched the phone out of his hand. Jen Del Rio, thank you so much. Gifted 5 memberships. Right on. Congrats to Joseph Kane, Little Mystery, Bob C, Colleen R, John Monagle. Appreciate you. Thank you. Congrats, guys.
Okay, so that just happened. That just happened. That just happened.
Piece of shit. I have wrinkles. I don't care, but guess what? I have a good heart.
You have a great heart.
Prick. You're going to jail, and I cannot wait. And guess what? You're going to be without a boyfriend because this prick is going to jail. I mean, I'll be with my boyfriend longer than you will. You're just going to die.
Okay, don't even worry.
Bro. I mean, lady, first of all, I'm going to need you to close your mouth. Because goddamn. Like, that shit looks like something out of a fucking horror movie, dude. Like, that shit just looks like something out of a horror movie. Like, I feel like I'm gonna see a swarm of flies just flying out of her fucking mouth, and like it's gonna attack children. Like, Jesus Christ.
Don't worry about it. She's not worried. This is a try. Just let her talk. 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 Don't even talk back. Don't even talk back. Don't even talk back. Don't even talk back. Who are you yelling at?
Who are you? Like, look at you. How many times you got punched in the nose?
I don't know.
Your teeth, you make fun of my teeth. Yours are chicken.
No, it's mostly your skin, but okay. Yeah.
I don't care.
I mean,
I stick up my feet. How many siblings do you have?
Turtlewood's like, she goes, I have wrinkles, I don't care. And he's like, I mean, it's more than just wrinkles. Like, it's more like fucking straight up, like, you look like a fucking gun holster from fucking 1892, bro. Like, you look like Billy the Kid's fucking gun holster, dude. Like, what are you talking about?
Has anyone stuck up for you?
A bunch.
No, they don't like you.
They don't?
like
Okay,
you.
if you say so.
You guys can all tape me. Like, why are you taping me?
I can't imagine why. I can't imagine why anyone would want to tape you. Your behavior is normal. No one's harassing anyone. I'm just trying to eat dinner.
Why are you here?
Because I'm hungry. Because they serve food in here.
Why are you here to cause trouble?
Because I want food. Because when you're hungry, you eat food. I am. I'm just trying to eat food. I got assaulted by Jim.
He's like, I'm just fucking hungry, bro. Like, I just went to get food and then these fuckers started in on me. What do you want me to do, lady?
Ferris.
Like, this is what happens. This lady got fucking not even half the story and then came down there and was like, I'm coming down there and I'm gonna fucking whip his ass. Like, bro.
We're walking out. Some people asked me to take pictures, and next thing you know, Jim Ferris comes up to me and assaults me. You drove up here. Look at this shit. You're double parking. Because they killed John O'Keefe. Yes, they did. They obviously killed John O'Keefe. I was not there, but Colin was. I did not kill John O'Keefe.
Here's the thing. Is inevitably the verdict is going to be not guilty. Inevitably. And I've said it 100 times. I'm going to keep saying it. Once you take Karen Reed out of the equation, there's only one other place to look. And that is inside 34 Fairview, the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022. So, yeah. They killed John O'Keefe.
Are you guys coming?
Like,
so
we'll see.
He got assaulted. He got assaulted again, and his phone was.
I mean, that's why Ryan said that he didn't see John O'Keefe was not in the car or outside the car. Like, that's why he testified that. So we got that on video, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. We got. So.
You tape me all you want. I don't care.
No, we're not going to tape. I'm just going to tell the cops what happens.
I don't
Yeah,
want
keep going. Keep
You're
going.
fucking dead.
Keep going.
Go away. Why are you here?
She stole my camera out of. She drove up here, jumped out, and stole my camera. And we got it on video. We got it all on video.
Yes, I'm aware that court is streaming right now on channels that I refuse to stream. I'm just not doing it. I appreciate it. I'm just not doing it. Okay. There are other channels that are streaming it right now. They're great channels. Please, by all means, go check them out. Give them a like as well, please, because they're great channels. I'm just not doing it right now. I'll make myself aware and bring myself up to speed and be perfectly fresh for tomorrow when closing arguments take place.
Oh. So, officer, we eat dinner here, but minding our own business, came outside afterwards, right? And these guys are all sitting right here.
Okay, all right.
And a guy by the name, so there's a guy named Jim Ferris. He works.
That's the exception.
He came, so I start filming for my own protection because they're harassing. I got it all.
All right. I got it. Okay.
Or was affected by her consumption of alcohol or drugs. That goes there.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, does that make sense to you too, Ms. McLaughlin? Okay. All right, do you want both the mental impairment or consumption of alcohol and drugs? Do you want to just leave the whole generic sentence?
I think we can, yes.
Is there any objection from the Commonwealth on that?
I don't believe there's any evidence of mental impairment, but the Commonwealth has no strong objection.
All right, but there's no evidence of drugs either. So do you want it to just be alcohol?
I suggest that would be most in line with the evidence, just to have intoxication under alcohol.
All right, it makes sense to me, Ms. Giannetti, if we focus just on the alcohol, but if you wanted the mental impairment, I'd include all, but all right, so I will think about this one tonight, okay?
Thank you, Mazda Media. That's good news. Right on.
Okay, then manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So, Ms. Giannetti, you have included in the language, what does it mean to be under the influence of alcohol? That paragraph that starts after the third element. Yeah.
See, I almost don't even want to hear this. I want to like this is telling us what's going to be discussed in closing arguments. Like, I want to be wowed by the closing arguments. You know what I mean?
I have it, yes.
All right, so you have included, it means that a person has consumed enough alcohol to reduce their mental clarity, self-control, and reflexes, and thereby left them with a reduced ability to drive safely. Where is that language from?
This particular portion of it, I thought was from the model instructions. If I'm wrong, then we're fine with model instructions on this issue.
All right, what does the Commonwealth say?
The Commonwealth's language comes from the model and jury instruction, I believe from the most recent 2024 instruction on intoxication.
And that's not in the Commonwealth's request.
No, man.
Correct?
Look,
That
they're
sentence I
going
just read.
over the closing arguments and deciding what the jury can hear and what they can't.
Yeah,
So
it's
basically it's an
similar
editing
sentence, and I was
process.
just having both. It was a person is under the influence of alcohol if they have consumed enough alcohol to reduce their ability to operate a motor vehicle safely by decreasing their judgment, alertness, and ability to respond promptly and effectively to unexpected or emergencies. So we don't need both, Ms. Giannetti. So you had both. So I'm just not going to do that. Okay.
I know it's not closing arguments. Jesus Christ, people, I need you to listen. These are, I'm saying that she has their closing arguments. What they're planning on saying to the jury.
Theory, so
this
the
is how they
Commonwealth
decide what the jury hears.
Proposing the theory of
These are the jury
0.08 or
instructions,
greater. The
but she's
evidence
not. The
supports
jury's
that. I'm
not
going to do that.
present.
So in the language from
This is
the
their
Commonwealth, the
instructions
fourth
as to
element,
what they can say
now
to the
then
jury.
we talk about wanton and
The
reckless.
jury's not in the room.
So for the fourth element, Ms. Giannetti, this is where your language.
Oh my fucking God. If one more fucking person puts they're
you have
discussing
language
jury
for 5
instructions
that actually
in the
belongs
chat,
in
I'm
4,
gonna
I
lose
think.
my shit.
I'm
Like,
just gonna
I know what they're doing. I'm saying that she has their closing
On the
arguments
foreseeability?
and they are deciding what part
I
of those
think that
closing
belongs
arguments
under
the jury is going to
4.
get to hear.
And that's where I'll have it. Okay? Belongs at 4 instead of 5.
Jury's
Do
not
you
in the
agree with
fucking
that,
room.
Ms. Okay, do you agree with that, Ms. McLaughlin? It belongs under 5? Okay. All right. So I'll keep it. I mean, it belongs under 4. I'll keep it at 4.
She sent the jury
and
home
not
like
have it
like
at
an
5
hour
where
ago.
you put it, Ms. Giannetti, okay? All right. I am going to give the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. So there's additional language that I have found helpful in other cases. When I discuss the language and the cause of death, remember, Ms. Reed caused John O'Keefe's death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. And then the next sentence is a defendant act as the cause of death where in a natural and continuous sequence results in death and without which death would not have occurred. Okay, so those two sentences I find go better together, Ms. Gianetti. Is there any objection to that?
No, I understand.
Okay, any objection from the Commonwealth?
Thank you. Like, I don't understand why that's so hard, bro. Like, that's it.
So, Ms. Gianetti, you have in here a police officer's opinion about a driver's sobriety, like that testified to in this case. A police officer didn't testify as to the defendant's sobriety. So, okay, so that paragraph that begins with that, we'll just cross that out. Okay.
Yeah, this is fucking. Yeah, I have no fucking, not any real interest in this. Like, if this was all there was to go over, then I would go over it. But I don't really give a fuck about it. Like, this case is locked. It's done. I want to hear the closing arguments and a not guilty verdict. Period. That's it. Done. That's it. It's not that hard.
Jim Ferris comes over.
Yeah, go watch a lawyer's channel for that shit. Like, I don't give a fuck about it.
Hits my hand, hits the camera out of my hand, knocks it into the street. He assaults me. We got it all on video. And yeah, you can stop filming because I'm filming now too, and show him the video. Well, how are we gonna show him the video then?
You have a grade of Jill?
No, of me getting hit by Ferris. I'm still filming. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Go on to your live.
Yes, he hit me, came over, hit me with his hand, goes boom.
I filmed the whole thing.
No, then he got in his car and delivered pizzas. He left. He's in a beat up Prius. No, he'll be back.
Why did he?
Because they don't like me because you know who I am, right? Like, yeah. No, we didn't do shit.
Abandoned, and then he walked over and he just knocked. Sorry, let me. Oh yeah, here you go. The two people who went inside can witness this. What happened?
You guys saw that, right? We had a lot of people watching. You guys saw. I got assaulted by Jim Ferris and by Jill Daniels. We saw it. I mean, I want charges on both of them. Jill and Jim. They're both getting charged. Yeah, we got a shitload of witnesses.
I mean, fuck yeah, dude. That's what I'm saying. Dude, if I was Turtle Boy, dude, I would take that shit all the way. I'd be like, dude, yeah, there's no fucking way that these people are going to have me thrown in jail over bullshit for 2 fucking months over bullshit, fucking lies. And then, I mean, not even including the fact that these fucking people covered up a goddamn murder of a cop. Forget all that. But these people fucking lied to get me charged with felony intimidation, and then I go to jail for 2 months over more bullshit. And then I'm just going to let these people fucking assault me when I went and got something to fucking eat? I'm just going to let these people assault me? I'm going to let them just smack the phone out of my hand and twice? And listen to them fucking antagonize me? One dipshit puts his hands on my fucking girlfriend? Dude, these people, like anybody who I can get thrown in jail in that situation, I'm having thrown in jail. I'm getting some kind of satisfaction. If I can't fucking feed that fucking dipshit my elbow, then I'm getting some kind of satisfaction out of this. You better believe that shit.
And she grabbed his
A shitload of witnesses. My lawyer's gonna love this. Oh boy. Yeah, Jill did. Jill, and then threw it. Yeah. So what's up? No, it's not that I know of. I don't know. It's got a good case, I guess. I don't know. So she stole my phone out of my hand.
How long did she have your phone for?
Like 2 minutes, maybe.
Yeah, like 3. I'd say like 3. A good
She wouldn't give it back. I kept going, can you give me my phone back? And then she threw it on that area.
Now, this officer right here is one of the officers who had to charge the Canton 9. Now, I'm of the opinion, we went over that when it happened months ago. We went over that, and I'm of the opinion that these guys didn't want to charge anybody with anything. Their sergeant was put under pressure by Ken Mello, and they were just following orders. Because the sergeant even tells Ken Mello on the phone, dude, like, I mean, they're allowed to protest. I mean, what's the problem? You know, they're allowed to protest. So, like, I mean, it sucks being in this position. Because, guys, I mean, I don't speak for everyone here, but I back the blue. I respect cops who do their jobs, get up every day, put their lives on the line, do so honestly. I respect every person who dons a badge and a uniform. I respect every single one of them, as long as they're following the oath that they took. And I have no reason to believe that this man's not doing that. Now, some might argue, well, you know, he should have stood up and just been like, fuck that. No, I'm not doing that. But the bottom line is he did his job, because technically, the law was broken. The problem is that the law that was used, that was applied, is unconstitutional. Telling people that it's against the law to picket, telling people that it's against the law to protest, bullshit. It's not against the law. It's unconstitutional to have that law. So, it probably made this guy sick to his fucking stomach to have to enforce that law.
Knocked it into the street. That's the guy. He lives on Meadows. No, you're not. Something's going to come of this. Jim Ferris is getting charges, and so is Jill Daniels.
Yeah, we just looked at
I definitely got I 100% have it.
I got something quick to tell you.
Sure, we're live, but okay, yeah, it's cool. It's gonna be a bit then.
This is very interesting.
All right.
Yeah, but she wouldn't give it back. I mean, can you say it was not being on video?
So if you guys are just getting here, I just got assaulted outside D&E Pizza. Outside of McCarthy's. We just went to get dinner here, and I got assaulted by Jim Ferris and Jill Daniels. They both assaulted me. And we got it all on film. And we got all these people who claim they're intimidated over here.
It's still like saying preparing. Hold on, let me try one more time. If I was on Wi-Fi, I think it would load a lot quicker.
So what we have here, pretty clearly, we have assault and battery. By 2 individuals.
But yep.
Assault and battery is only arrestable in our presence.
Right. Understand that. Yep. Summons. Summons, fine. Okay.
We have plenty of witnesses.
Thank you.
Pretty clear video.
Thank you.
See, there you go.
So we're trying to get in contact with Jim to see if he can come back on the way for delivery or what.
No, Jim, you'd notice if his Prius was here.
She's going to be summoned. I explained to her.
Okay. I mean, it is what it is. You can't do that. She's like, yeah.
If that's damage, then let me know.
Okay. All right. Cool.
I'm just trying to get a statement from Jim as to what happened, but it's
What do you mean?
everything on video. So
I have it. It's just I don't know why it keeps taking forever to send to you. Probably because it's so big.
Sometimes those videos can be long.
How do I do that? I just send it to people all the time. Like, and it's funny because it's one. I know. Should I try splitting it in half and see? Okay.
Bye.
Figure it out.
I think when I'm on Wi-Fi, I think
I will also, when I end this stream, I'll have a link to it. It'll all be, I got it on video too. I got it all on video.
my view of them.
Yeah.
You didn't get the best view of.
Yeah, unfortunately. Do you have when Jill Daniels grabs the phone? Did you get that?
Oh, I showed him a very, very clear.
Oh, who did? You got it on video? Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I got a chat. So you can get my email.
Yeah.
Email me what you have.
Pascarelli? Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, so like.
Yeah, I saw that.
You saw where she rips it out of the.
Yeah. And then in terms of Jim, I know we have plenty of. Yeah. What let me see the gym room.
It was like at the very beginning, I think.
He's gonna come back.
Got a little crowd developing here. Again, we're just trying to stimulate the economy, man. Keep in mind, Chris Albert's also a selectman in this town. He should want people from out of town to come.
Oh my fucking God. Yes. Yes. Listen, court's on and it's closing arguments right now. It's amazing. And I'm not fucking covering it because I don't give a shit. So there's no, yeah, we're missing closing arguments right now, guys. I'm deliberately avoiding closing arguments right now, guys. You better go find it.
To come here and spend money, which we did. Like, not to brag or anything, I spent like $85 in here for a dinner for two. It was good. I tip well. And like, that's stimulating the economy. This is a tax base. CF McCarthy's pays taxes, unlike Chris. They pay their taxes. And, you know, that's good for the local economy. That funds the schools. It funds the roads, all that stuff. It pays the DPW, it pays the police, it pays all that stuff. And so we're stimulating the economy, and we have an elected official, a member of the Board of Selectmen, telling us to get out, that we're not allowed here. I mean, can you believe this? This is outrageous. I've done nothing. She was touched. Like, that really pissed me off. Like, that scum, Sam is his name. He smelled like shit. He touched you.
He smelled like shit.
He's not allowed to touch you like that. Again, what they want me, they go up, they touch her, they want me to knock him out or something like that. I'm not falling for that. You know, so to Colin do anything. Oh, you'll see the whole video, guys. He has a lot to say. We got crowds developing across the street. Everyone in town's talking about this now. Oh, Rita's here. Hello.
I gotta go down there and see what's going on.
It's been crazy.
Rita,
well, I didn't do it. So Jill Daniels is being charged, and so
you gotta love Rita, dude. Like, these people are awesome. Like, Turtle Boy goes live, and like these people show up. Like, they're like, wait a second, what the fuck is going on? I love that shit. Rita's ready to throw down.
So is Jim Ferris. They're both being charged with assault and battery. They're going to get summons. They can't get arrested. So police have to witness it. They have to be there to actually take someone in cuffs and see it. But they've seen it on video from multiple angles. Dozens of witnesses that all told the police this. I mean, she was insane. You should have seen when she drove up here. Like, that's how they parked. She jumps out of that car like a mad woman. How's it going? How are you? She jumps out of the car like a lunatic and runs up to me. And wait till you see it. It's all on video. I'm live. I'm been live. We got 2,700 people watching. Oh, you got it on video too? Okay.
Rita's like,
of her
wow.
Jumping out of the car. Okay. Let me tell. Okay.
So there was somebody inside. Julie Nagel was inside.
Julie Nagel was inside. Well, I think it was Colin that did.
Oh, okay.
No. I beat him.
Huh.
Fucking piece of shit.
Who's that? Who's that, John? Who's that?
Oh, your big brother. And Chris.
Yeah, I know. They're gonna take care of it.
So we got NBC News is here now.
NBC News is
We got Tom DeRosa on live.
This is turned into a thing. This has turned into a thing. I can't even go out to dinner in Canton without getting assaulted by the McAlberts.
So did Chris Albert have any participation in this?
Yeah, he's Chris Albert, Colin Albert, Chris Albert Jr., Ryan Nagel. Julie Nagel, all of them, they went, get the fuck out. You can't get the fuck out of Canton. You're not welcome in Canton. Get the fuck out of here. And then Jim Ferris just came up. They all started crowding me. And Jim Ferris came up and he hit me. Oh, it's a McCabe. We got a McCabe. That's Jen McCabe's car. Jen McCabe's car. Yeah, so we're attracting a crowd. Oh, great. The news is here. Like, bro, what is happening right now? This is my Sunday night out to dinner. And this is like how I can't even go out. I can't even go out to eat a meal of food without everything. We got kids showing up now, kids on bikes. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Again, I'm just trying to eat dinner. There's Jim Ferris. Jim's there. There's Jim. So Jim is here. So Jim assaulted me first. He hit the camera out of my hand. He hit my hand that was holding the camera, knocks the camera out, goes in the middle of the road. And he's like telling me he's going to fuck me up and all this stuff. And then, so I just keep filming. And next thing you know, this person drives up, some chick, looked like Courtney Proctor. I don't know who it is, some McAlbert, drives up here, double parks. Jill Daniels jumps out of shotgun like a lunatic, like an absolute lunatic, and just comes at me and steals the phone. Right. And I'm like, what she wants me to do, what she wants to do is she wants to provoke like me to be like, try to grab it from her. And then she's going to be like, that's assault. Because that's what the fake victim did on Christmas Eve. Like she took something of mine and I'm like, can I get that back? They want you to be like, give me that back. I don't do that. I don't do that. You take my shit, I'm going to ask for it back. I'm not taking it back out of your hand. You take my shit, I'm going to ask for it back. Okay. And so that's assault, what she did. And she held on to my phone for about 2 minutes. And now like, now look what they've done. This is what Chris Albert does to the town of Canton. This is what your selectman is doing to the town of Canton. Can you believe that? An elected official. And this is how his mob of goons acts when somebody comes down here and tries to stimulate the economy, tries to eat a meal of food. And these goons.
I mean, you see all those people, dude? Those are Turtle Boy people. Those are Canton locals, and they're Turtle Boy people. They're backing him. They're there. They why in the fuck would this guy not be allowed to go down there when he has the support of the people? Fuck the support of the selectmen. Who gives a shit about him? He doesn't even fucking properly represent the people there. Fuck that guy. Turtle Boy's got more of a right to be there than anyone, considering how appreciative those locals are of the information that he's made available to them. They're grateful to him for that. So why the fuck shouldn't he be allowed to come down there and get some food where he feels welcome by the majority of people? There's just a couple of bad apples there.
Who claim that they're intimidated by me. That's the real injustice here. These people, I'm being charged with felony witness intimidation because they say they're scared of me. They say they're scared of me. The people that came up to me and started crap with me and come up and assault me, and then they have the audacity to run to the police and say, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. That mean little turtle boy, he's really mean to me. He's so scary. Liars. They all been exposed. I can't wait to show my lawyer this. I can't wait.
Yeah, dude.
I can't wait. It's just your average Sunday night out in Canton.
This is a
I can't
fucking
even
win.
eat a meal of food without getting jacked up, assaulted by multiple people. Ridiculous. Hi.
I think I explained to you earlier.
Yep. Okay. We'll find out afterwards. It's iPhone 13. Yeah, thank you. Let me mute this. Hey, Mary, hold this 1 second.
Oh my god. I'm like shaking. Yeah, I showed it to the police officer. I've been trying, I don't have Wi-Fi, so I can't send it to them. I've been trying.
Facebook.
Facebook?
You guys are
Wait,
probably
hold
too young for Facebook, huh?
Yeah, let me. Okay. Yeah, there's so I mean, there's kids that are like, yo, Turtle Boy, you're the man. But I prefer not to show minors on my channel if I can help it. Sometimes it slip because I'm streaming other people's content, but my preference is I just prefer not to. But you get the idea. Now, moving on, the Sandra Birchmore case. So Sandra Birchmore, now I don't have every single detail in front of me right now, but Sandra Birchmore was a young woman who was a police cadet, and she was basically groomed by higher ups in the Stoughton Police Department, and she was killed, I believe, but it was ruled a suicide. I'm not going to go over all of the details just now, but basically a lot of good old boy bullshit that took place in the John O'Keefe case happened with the Sandra Birchmore case, and a lot of the same players were involved as well, and that is a big part of this. Now, just as of today, there has been an update, and let me go ahead and play you guys a little snippet, little snippet.
Right now at 11, it is a busy. Right now at 11, it is a busy Monday morning around here. We have a lot of breaking news to get you caught up on. We're going to start with an update to a story this morning. The family of Sandra Birchmore, they are suing the town of Stoughton. Here's what we know. If you don't remember this, Birchmore was the young woman who state investigators ruled died by suicide. This was a few years ago, May of 2021. She had been a participant in the Stoughton Police Youth Program. That investigation revealed that she had inappropriate sexual relations with 3 officers and had been sexually groomed, all while underage. Birchmore was pregnant when she died. But after her death was ruled a suicide, her family hired a pathologist whose findings contradict that official report. The pathologist says that Birchmore was killed. The Stoughton police chief responding to those findings in the lawsuit with this statement right here, quote, "Every good and decent police officer should be aware of and angry about the injustices inflicted upon Sandra Birchmore. Sandra idolized police officers and what policing stood for in America, and she was victimized as a result."
All right, now, so let me read this official statement because I have this this is from Chief Donna McNamara of the Stoughton Police Department, and this was released June 24th, 2024. To the Stoughton community, as part of our ongoing review of the deeply troubling pattern of events regarding the life and death of Sandra Birchmore, we have been engaged with counsel as the family of Sandra is suing the town of Stoughton. Sandra's family has hired a pathologist who has issued a report as part of preparation for the civil lawsuit. We have received and reviewed the report and are aware that the Boston Globe and other news media may have received the report as well. My statement in response to the report is below. The Stoughton Police Department is committed to transparency in this matter, and we will continue to provide updates as they become available. As the chief of Stoughton Police Department, I have directly participated in this lengthy and aggressive internal affairs investigation in September of 2022. I released an executive summary which revealed for the first time the horrific injustices, including grooming and sexual abuse inflicted upon Sandra Birchmore at the hands of one rogue and corrupt former police officer, and additional inappropriate sexual relationships by other former police officers. It has been my stated mission, guided by both my understanding of the policies and procedures of the Stoughton Police Department and my own moral compass that this process must be as transparent as possible, and that we follow every lead and shine light on all aspects of this horrific chapter in our history, no matter what. I need to be clear that our police department has no jurisdiction over the investigation of Sandra's death, which occurred in a different community. However, I will reiterate that the Stoughton Police Department has assisted and continues to cooperate with other law enforcement agencies. Sandra received not so much of a sliver of justice during her life, and we will not cease in our efforts to ensure our duty to administer justice, and she is not forgotten in the aftermath of her death. As part of our ongoing work with other agencies, I have uncovered relevant investigatory information over the course of both the Stoughton Police Department's internal affairs investigation and our mandatory preparation for the pending lawsuit filed by Sandra's family. We have and continue to turn over all information to the appropriate agency or agencies. However, as a police administrator and investigator with decades of experience, I would be remiss if I did not remark that I have reviewed the findings of the outside doctor retained by Sandra's family. I was profoundly disturbed and troubled by what I read. While I am not a trained medical examiner and I am not qualified to draw any direct conclusions, the findings certainly warrant further examination at the highest level. As always, we will continue to assist with any effort to ensure that truth and justice prevail. Every good and decent police officer should be aware. Let me read that one more time. Every good and decent police officer should be aware of and angry about the injustices inflicted upon Sandra Birchmore. Sandra idolized police officers and what policing stood for in America, and she was victimized as a result. The only mantra of good cops must be never again and never, ever on my watch. Wow. I got to say, folks, Donna McNamara, well said. Now, how sincere that is, I don't know. But since it's not her jurisdiction, and for her to come out and say that is a big deal. And I think that it's the example that needs to be set by any law enforcement official in these times right now, in lieu of what has been exposed in the Karen Reed trial. It's exactly what we need. Now, again, it might just be politics, and that's fine. A lot of you guys are skeptical, but the fact of the matter is we don't get to, we don't get to criticize every single little thing. This is a win. Whether it's sincere or not, I don't give a shit right now. What I care about right now is that now Sandra Birchmore's case is getting the publicity that it needed the first time around. That is extremely important. This, make no mistake, folks, I do not find it to be a coincidence that in lieu of all of the evidence, the exculpatory evidence that has been exposed in the Karen Reed trial, I do not think it is a coincidence of the timing of this taking place. Because where did we go? This whole time we've been sitting here saying, what's next? What happens after Karen Reed is exonerated? Well, it doesn't stop there. We need justice for John O'Keefe. And basically, one of the biggest problems here is police corruption. It was police corruption that caused Karen Reed to be charged falsely with murder. It was police corruption that caused a lack of justice taking place in John O'Keefe's case. And it is police corruption I believe, that led to, let's give them the benefit of the doubt for a second. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt for a second. Let's say Sandra Birchmore did commit suicide. Make no mistake about it, it was police corruption that led to Sandra Birchmore's suicide. Now, I don't believe it was a suicide. I don't believe that for a second. So now, Team Brittany, I get it. You're mad. I'm mad too. But this is very, very, very important to point out right here, folks. The blessing. Remember, guys, I'm always talking about how I'm always trying to find blessings. I can almost always find a blessing in everything. And the blessing here is that you guys, everyone who stood on their mountaintop, being their social media platform, use their platform to scream out the injustice that's taking place to Karen Reed. That effect, why that was so important, is bringing these kind of results. That's why that was so important, because now eyes are opening. All eyes right now are on the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. All eyes right now are on the Norfolk County DA's office and the corruption that takes place there. This is not to be mistaken. This is not to be taken lightly. You all did this. Every single one of you guys is a part of something massive. Incredible change. The fact that the chief of the Stoughton Police gave put out this statement in lieu of this independent, because I was skeptical. I was like, this is okay. So Howie Carr, who's already very vocal about his opinions about corruption, wrote an article about Sandra Birchmore's family hiring an independent pathologist to determine the cause of death or to determine the manner of death of Sandra Birchmore. Great. That's just more eyes. But look how quickly that happened. Look how quickly that took place. Look how quickly things are starting to move. In just a matter of a day, Howie Carr writes this article, the Boston Globe releases it, and then just a couple of hours later, we get this public statement from the chief of police. We get this public statement from the chief of Stoughton Police Department, Donna McNamara. And that's amazing. That means that the ball is rolling. That means that's an indication that the house of cards is coming down. That's an indication that every one of you guys who has stood out there with a sign and a t-shirt and have protested this corruption peacefully and with kindness, it shows that peaceful protest actually works. This is the result, people. It works. You got America's attention. This is amazing. This isn't just about, this is, as I stated before, Karen Reed being exonerated is step one. She hasn't even officially been exonerated yet. That's going to happen tomorrow or the next day. But that's just step one. We're already seeing, before there's even a verdict, people, before closing arguments even take place in the Karen Reed trial, wheels are already turning to get justice for Sandra Birchmore. That is incredible. And every single local out there in Massachusetts who stood up and spoke their mind on this, made this happen. Made this happen. That's beautiful. I mean, look at it. Look at what's happening here. You have all of these positive things that I just pointed out, and then this thing that happened with Turtle Boy. Guess what? The blessing in that is people saw how these people are. The public who is just now starting to follow this case, they just got to see those people who testified in court where they were trying to understand, are these people, are they putting on an act? Are these turtle riders? Are they just slandering their character? No, they showed their true colors. They showed their true colors. So now everybody who wasn't following this case before, who has just been following it since the trial started, now saw those people, 4 out of 6 of those people who testified acting like an asshole and antagonizing someone, and 2 have assaulted him. Well, these people didn't testify, but they're associated with them directly. One is an employee of somebody who's a selectman and also someone who testified in open court as a witness in this case. Somebody who works for him assaulted Turtle Boy. Then the sister of the most nefarious liar of them all, Jen McCabe, her sister, pulls up and doesn't even waste any time and just flat out attacks Turtle Boy. Jill Daniels just flat out attacks him, right? But here's the blessing in that. Now people are seeing them for their true colors. Now those 2 people are being charged. But here's the other blessing in all of this. They just showed the world how desperate they are. They are in full panic mode. There's no way that those people would have engaged in that behavior if they weren't in full on fuck it mode. If they weren't in full on, the walls are closing in on us mode. So now let's just fucking act a fool. Let's tell this turtle fucking dipshit what we really fucking think of him. Desperately trying to physically antagonize him to assault them in some way, to elicit a physical response from Turtle Boy. And Turtle Boy didn't give in. He saw it for what it was. And that's it. This is where we're at now, people. The world has now seen what the McAlberts are actually like. And the powers that be, the federal government, are investigating Michael Morrissey's office. And I promise you, if they are investigating Michael Morrissey's office, we haven't heard the last of the Sandra Birchmore thing. And we know we haven't heard the last of the Sandra Birchmore thing because if the chief of Stoughton Police wasted no time to release a public statement, it's because she's expecting some outcry. She's expecting some backlash. She's expecting a lot of press pushback. That is a good thing. And that is all happening because all of you said, I'm not just going to sit by and act like this shit isn't happening in my town. All of these things are a direct result of you guys going, this shit is not happening where I live. I'm not just going to sit here quiet and let this shit fucking happen where I live. There's a lot of bullshit going on here, and I'm tired of it. This is a hell of an accomplishment. Today was a good day, folks. A good day. And it was absolutely a result of all of you demanding justice. Respectfully demanding justice. You all should be absolutely beyond proud of yourselves. Every single one of you. Every single one of you. Now, I realize I got a little annoyed with some of you guys because of the court hearing that's fucking taking place. I just, sorry guys, I don't give a shit about what they're talking about right now. The jury's not in there. It's not really going to matter. I don't think that they're walking out of there. I don't think Jackson, Yannetti, and Little and Karen are walking out of there going, "Oh my God, what just happened?" That's not going to happen. We're going to hear the closing arguments tomorrow. They're going to go well. The jury already guaranteed already has way too much doubt to ever come to a guilty verdict. There's no way that jury is going to come to a unanimous guilty verdict. I mark my words. It's never going to happen. So today was a good day, guys. And I want to thank you guys for hanging out with me. Let me do this real quick. Let me read a couple of donations that I got that were not through super chats, because I'm terrible about neglecting those, and I do apologize to some of you who take the time to donate that way. I'm very grateful to you for it. And so Carol said amazing coverage. Thank you, Carol. And Tara says thank you for always keeping it real. Keep preaching the truth. Love you. Love you. Love you too. Thank you so much, guys. I am going to go ahead and wrap this up. You guys are absolutely fantastic. I love you guys very much. Please make sure to hit the like. And please make sure to subscribe if you're not already. And to all you new subscribers, I am very, very, very grateful to you. Thank you guys so much for subscribing. I hope you enjoy the channel moving forward, because we're just getting started, folks. Marissa, thank you so much. Thank you, Will, for being amazing. Can't wait to ride the wave of what's next to come. Thank you so much. That's what's happening. Guys, I love you a lot. You're fantastic. And we will do this again very soon, my friends.